Volume 2, Chapter 6 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 6, The Shadow of Death. When Winnie appeared at dinner she looked ashamed of herself, and her face betrayed that she had been crying. But I said nothing, for I had confidence that all she needed was time to come to herself, that the voice that speaks louder than any thunder might make its stillness heard. And when I came home from my walk the next morning, I found Mr. Percival once more in the group about Connie, and evidently on the best possible terms with all. The same afternoon, when he went out sketching with Dora, I had no doubt that she had made some sort of apology to Mr. Percival, but I did not make the slightest attempt to discover what had passed between them. For though it is of all things desirable that children should be quite open with their parents, I was most anxious to lay upon them no burden of obligation, for such burden lies against the door of utterance, and makes it more difficult to open. It paralyzes the speech of the soul. What I desired was that they should trust me so that faith should overcome all difficulty that might lie in the way of their being open with me. That end is not to be gained by any urging of admonition. Against such, growing years at least, if nothing else, will bring a strong reaction. Nor even, if so gained, would the gain be at all of the right sort. The openness would not be faith. Besides, a parent must respect the spiritual person of his child, and approach it with reverence, for that too looks the Father in the face, and has an audience with him into which no earthly parent could ever enter, even if he dared to desire it. Therefore I trusted my child, and when I saw that she looked at me a little shyly when we next met, I only sought to show her the more tenderness and confidence, telling her all about my plans with the Bells, and my talks with the Smith and Mrs. Combs. She listened with just such interest as I had always been accustomed to see in her, asking such questions, and making such remarks as I might have expected. But I still felt that there was the thread of a little uneasiness through the web of our intercourse, such a thread of a false colour as one may sometimes find wandering through the labour of the loom, and seek with pains to draw from the woven stuff. But it was for Winnie to take it out, not for me, and she did not leave it long, for as she bade me good night in my study, she said suddenly, yet with hesitating openness, "Papa, I told Mr. Percival that I was sorry I had behaved so badly about the drawings." "You did right, my child," I replied. At the same moment a pang of anxiety passed through me lest, under the influence of her repentance, she should have said anything more than becoming. But I banished the thought instantly as faithfulness in the womanly instinct of my child. For we men are always so ready and anxious to keep women right, like the wretched creature, Laertes, in Hamlet, who reads his sister such a lesson on her maidenly duties, but declines almost with contempt to listen to a word from her as to any correlative obligation on his side. And here I may remark in regard to one of the vexed questions of the day, the rights of women, that what women demand is not for men to withhold. It is not their business to lay the law for women, that women must lay down for themselves. I confess that, although I must herein seem to many of my readers old-fashioned and conservative, I should not like to see any woman I care much for either in Parliament or in the anatomical classroom. But on the other hand, I feel that women must be left free to settle that matter. If it is not good, good women will find it out and recoil from it. If it is good, then God give them good speed. One thing they have a right to, a far wider and more valuable education than they have been in the way of receiving. When mothers are well taught, the generations will grow in knowledge at a fourfold rate. But still the teaching of life is better than all the schools, and common sense than all the learning. This common sense is a rare gift, scantier in none than in those who lay claim to it on the ground of following commonplace, worldly, and prudential maxims. But I must return to my Winnie. "And what did Mr. Percival say?" I resumed, for she was silent. "He took the blame all on himself, papa." "Like a gentleman," I said. "But I could not leave it so, you know, papa, because that was not the truth." "Well?" "I told him that I had lost my temper from disappointment, that I had thought I did not care for my drawings because I was so far from satisfied with them. But when he made me feel that they were worth nothing, then I found from the vexation I felt that I had cared for them. But I do think, papa, I was more ashamed of having shown them, and vexed with myself, than cross with him. But I was very silly." "Well, and what did he say?" "He began to praise them then. But you know, I could not take much of that, for what could he do?" "You might give him credit for a little honesty, at least." "Yes, but things may be true in a way, you know, and not mean much." "He seems to have succeeded in reconciling you to the prosecution of your efforts, however, for I saw you go out with your sketching apparatus this afternoon." "Yes," she answered shyly. "He was so kind that somehow I got heart to try again. He's very nice, isn't he?" My answer was not quite ready. "Don't you like him, papa?" "Well, I like him, yes. But we must not be in haste with our judgments, you know. I have had very little opportunity of seeing into him. There is much in him that I like, but—" "But what? Please, papa." "To tell the truth, then, Winnie, for I can speak my mind to you, my child, there is certain shyness of approaching the subject of religion, so that I have fears lest he should belong to any of these new schools of a fragmentary philosophy which acknowledge no source of truth but the testimony of the senses and the deductions made therefrom by the intellect. But is that not a hasty conclusion, papa?" "That is a hasty question, my dear. I have come to no conclusion. I was only speaking confidentially about my fears." "Perhaps, papa, it's only that he is not sure enough, and is afraid of appearing to profess more than he believes. I'm sure, if that's it, I have the greatest sympathy with him." I looked at her, and saw the tears gathering fast in her eyes. "Pray to God on the chance of his hearing you, my darling, and go to sleep," I said. "I will not think hardly of you, because you cannot be so sure as I am. How could you be? You have not had my experience. Perhaps you are right about Mr. Percival too. But it would be an awkward thing to get intimate with him, you know, and then find out that we did not like him after all. You couldn't like a man much, could you, who did not believe in anything greater than himself, anything marvellous, grand beyond our understanding, who thought that he had come out of the dirt and was going back to the dirt? I could, papa, if he tried to do his duty notwithstanding, for I am sure I couldn't. I should cry myself to death." "You are right, my child. I should honour him too. But I should be very sorry for him, for he would be so disappointed in himself." I do not know whether this was the best answer to make, but I had little time to think. "But you don't know that he's like that?" "I do not, my dear. And more, I will not associate the idea with him till I know for certain." We will leave it to the ignorant old ladies who lay claim to an instinct for theology to jump at conclusions, and reserve ours, as even such a man as we have been supposing might well teach us, till we have sufficient facts from which to draw them. Now go to bed, my child." "Good night then, dear papa," she said, and left me with a kiss. I was not altogether comfortable after this conversation. I had tried to be fair to the young man both in word and thought, but I could not relish the idea of my daughter falling in love with him, which looked likely enough, before I knew more about him, and found that more good and hope-giving. There was but one rational thing left to do, and that was to cast my care on him that careth for us, on the Father who loved my child more than even I could love her, and loved the young man too, and regarded my anxiety, and would take its cause upon himself. After I had lifted up my heart to him, I was at ease, read a canto of Dante's Paradise, and then went to bed. The prematurity of a conversation with my wife, in which I found that she was very favourably impressed with Mr. Percivale, must be pardoned to the forecasting hearts of fathers and mothers. As I went out for my walk the next morning, I caught sight of the sexton, with whom as yet I had had but little communication, busily trimming some of the newer graves in the churchyard. I turned in through the nearer gate, which was fashioned like a lich gate, with seats on the sides and a stone table in the centre, but had no roof. The one on the other side of the church was roofed, but probably they had found that here no roof could resist the sea blasts in the winter. The top of the wall where the roof should have rested was simply covered with flat slates to protect it from the rain. "Good morning, Colmes," I said. He turned up a wizened, humorous old face, the very type of a grave digger's, and with one hand leaning on the edge of the green mound, upon which he had been cropping with a pair of shears the too long and too thin grass, touched his cap with the other, and bade me a cheerful good morning in return. "You're making things tidy," I said. "It takes time to make them all comfortable, you see, sir," he returned, taking up his shears again and clipping away at the top and sides of the mound. "You mean the dead, Colmes?" "Yes, sir, to be sure, sir." "You don't think it makes much difference to their comfort, do you, whether the grass is one length or another upon their graves?" "Well, no, sir. I don't suppose it makes much difference to them. But it looks more comfortable, you know, and I like things to look comfortable, don't you, sir?" "To be sure I do, Colmes, and you are quite right. The resting place of the body, although the person it belonged to be far away, should be respected." "That's what I think, though I don't get no credit for it. I do believe the people hereabouts think me only a single hair better than Jack Ketch. But I'm sure I do my best to make the poor things comfortable." He seemed unable to rid his mind of the idea that the comfort of the departed was dependent upon his ministrations. "The trouble I have with them sometimes. There's now this same one as lies here, old Jonathan Giles. He have the gout so bad, and just as I come within a couple of inches of the right depth, out comes the edge of a great stone in the near corner at the foot of the bed. Thinks I, he'll never lie comfortable with that same under his gouty toe. But the trouble I had to get out that stone, I do assure you, sir, it took me nigh half a day. But this one be one of the nicest places to lie in all up and down the coast. A nice gravely soil, you see, sir, dry and warm and comfortable. Them poor things as comes out of the sea must quite enjoy the change, sir." There was something grotesque in the man's persistence in regarding the objects of his interest from this point of view. It was a curious way for the humanity that was in him to find expression. But I did not like to let him go on thus. It was so much opposed to all that I believed and felt about the change from this world to the next. "But Combes," I said, "why will you go on talking as if it made an atom of difference to the dead bodies where they were buried? They care no more about it than your old coat would care where it was thrown after you had done with it." He turned and regarded his coat where it hung beside him on the headstone of the same grave at which he was working, shook his head with a smile that seemed to hint a doubt whether the said old coat would be altogether so indifferent to its treatment, when it was past use, as I had implied. Then he turned again to his work, and after a moment's silence began to approach me from another side. I confess he had the better of me before I was aware of what he was about. "The church of Boscastle stands high on the cliff. You've been to Boscastle, sir?" I told him I had not yet, but hoped to go before the summer was over. "Ah, you should see Boscastle, sir. It's a wonderful place. That's where I was born, sir. When I was a boy that church was haunted, sir. It's a damp place, and the wind in it awful. I do believe it stand higher than any church in the country, and have got more wind in it of a stormy night than any church whatsomever. Well, they said it was haunted, and sure enough every now and then there was a knocking heard down below. And this always took place of a stormy night, as if there was some poor thing down in the low vaults, and he wasn't comfortable and wanted to get out. Well, one night it was so plain and so fearful it was that the sexton he went and took the blacksmith and a ship's carpenter down to the harbour, and they go up together, and they hearkened all over the floor, and they opened one of the old family vaults that belongs to the Penhaligons, and they go down with a light. Now the wind it was a blowing all as usual, only worse than common. And there to be sure what do they see but the vault half full of sea water, and nows and thens a great spout coming in through a hole in the rock, for it was high water and the wind off the sea, as I tell you. And there was a coffin afloat on the water, and every time the spout come through it set it knocking again the side of the vault, and that was the ghost." "What a horrible idea!" I said, with a half shudder at the unrest of the dead. The old man uttered a queer long drawn sound, neither a chuckle, a crow, nor a laugh, but a mixture of all three, and turned himself yet again to the work which, as he approached the end of his narration, he had suspended, that he might make his story tell, I suppose, by looking me in the face. And as he turned he said, "I thought you would like to be comfortable then as well as other people, sir." I could not help laughing, to see how the cunning old fellow had caught me. I have not yet been able to find out how much of truth there was in his story. From the twinkle of his eye I cannot help suspecting that if he did not invent the tale, he embellished it, at least, in order to produce the effect which he certainly did produce. Humour was clearly his predominant disposition, the reflex of which was to be seen, after a mild lunar fashion, on the countenance of his wife. Neither could I help thinking with pleasure, as I turned away, how the merry little old man would enjoy telling his companions how he had posed the new parson. Very welcome was he to his laugh for my part. Yet I gladly left the churchyard, with its sunshine above and its darkness below. Indeed, I had to look up to the glittering vanes on the four pinnacles of the church tower, dwelling aloft in the clean sunny air, to get the feeling of the dark vault, and the floating coffin, and the knocking heard in the windy church, out of my brain. But the thing that did free me was the reflection with what supreme disregard the disincarcerated spirit would look upon any possible vicissitudes of its abandoned vault. For in proportion as the body of man's revelation ceases to be in harmony with the spirit that dwells therein, it becomes a vault, a prison, from which it must be freedom to escape at length. The house we like best would be a prison of awful sorts if doors and windows were built up. Man's abode, as age begins to draw nigh, fares thus. Age is in fact the mason that builds up the doors and the windows, and death is the angel that breaks the prison house and lets the captives free. Thus I got something out of the sexton's horrible story. But before the week was over, death came near indeed, in far other fashion than any funeral tale could have brought it. One day, after lunch, I had retired to my study and was dozing in my chair, for the day was hot, when I was waked by Charlie running into the room with the cry, "Papa, papa, there's a man drowning." I started up and hurried down to the drawing room, which looked up over the bay. I could see nothing but people running about on the edge of the quiet waves. No sign of human being was on the water. But the one boat belonging to the pilot was coming out from the shelter of the lock of the canal where it usually lay, and my friend of the coast guard was running down from the tower on the cliff with ropes in his hand. He would not stop the boat even for the moment it would need to take him on board, but threw them in and urged to haste. I stood at the window and watched. Every now and then I fancied I saw something white heave up on the swell of a wave, and as often was satisfied that I had but fancied it. The boat seemed to be floating about lazily, if not idly. The eagerness to help made it appear as if nothing was going on. Could it, after all, have been a false alarm? Was there, after all, no insensible form swinging about in the sweep of those waves, with life gradually oozing away? Long, long as it seemed to me, I watched, and still the boat kept moving from place to place, so far out that I could see nothing distinctly of the motion of its crew. At length I saw something. Yes, a long white thing rose from the water slowly, and was drawn into the boat. It rowed swiftly to the shore. There was but one place fit to land upon, a little patch of sand, nearly covered at high water, but now lying yellow in the sun under the window at which I stood, and immediately under our garden wall. Thither the boat shot along, and there my friend of the coast guard, earnest and sad, was waiting to use, though without hope, every appliance so well known to him from the frequent occurrence of such necessity in the course of his watchful duties along miles and miles of stormy coast. I will not linger over the sad details of vain endeavour. The honoured head of a family, he had departed and left a good name behind him. But even in the midst of my poor attentions to the quiet, speechless, pale-faced wife who sat at the head of the corpse, I could not help feeling anxious about the effect on my Connie. It was impossible to keep the matter concealed from her. The undoubted concern on the faces of the two boys was enough to reveal that something serious and painful had occurred, while my wife and Wynnie, and indeed the whole household, were busy in attending to every remotest suggestion of aid that reached them from the little crowd gathered about the body. At length it was concluded, on the verdict of the medical man who had been sent for, that all further effort was useless. The body was borne away, and I led the poor lady to her lodging, and remained there with her till I found that, as she lay on the sofa, the sleep that so often dogs the steps of sorrow had at length thrown its veil over her consciousness, and put her for the time to rest. There is a gentle consolation in the firmness of the grasp of the inevitable, known but to those who are led through the valley of the shadow. I left her with her son and daughter, and returned to my own family. They too were of course in the skirts of the cloud. Had they only heard of the occurrence, it would have had little effect, but death had appeared to them. Every one but Connie had seen the dead lying there, and before the day was over I wished that she too had seen the dead. For I found from what she said at intervals, and from the shudder that now and then passed through her, that her imagination was at work, showing but the horrors that belong to death. For the enfolding peace that accompanies it can be known but by the sight of the dead. When I spoke to her, she seemed, and I suppose for the time felt tolerably quiet and comfortable, but I could see that the words she had heard fall in the going and coming, and the communications of Charlie and Harry to each other, had made as it were an excoriation on her fancy, to which her consciousness was ever returning. And now I became more grateful than I had yet been for the gift of that gypsy child, for I felt no anxiety about Connie so long as she was with her. The presence even of her mother could not relieve her, for she and Wynnie were both clouded with the same awe, and its reflex in Connie was distorted by her fancy. But the sweet ignorance of the baby, which, rightly considered, is more than a type or symbol of faith, operated most healingly, for she appeared in her sweet merry ways. No baby was ever more filled with the mere gladness of life than Connie's baby. To the mood in which they all were, like a sunny window in a cathedral crypt, telling of a whole universe of sunshine and motion beyond those oppressed pillars and low-groined arches. And why should not the baby know best? I believe the babies do know best. I therefore favoured her having a child more than I might otherwise have thought good for her, being anxious to get the dreary, unhealthy impression healed as soon as possible, lest it should, in the delicate physical condition in which she was, turn to a sore. But my wife suffered for a time nearly as much as Connie. As long as she was going about the house, or attending to the wants of her family, she was free. But no sooner did she lay her head on the pillow than in rushed the cry of the sea, fierce, unkind, craving like a wild beast. Again and again she spoke of it to me, for it came to her mingled with the voice of the tempter, saying, "Cruel chance," over and over again. For although the two words contradict each other, when put together thus, each in its turn would assert itself. A great part of the doubt in the world comes from the fact that there are in it so many more of the impressible as compared with the originating minds. Where the openness to impression is balanced by the power of production, the painful questions of the world are speedily met by their answers. Where such is not the case, they are often long periods of suffering till the child answer of truth is brought to the birth. Hence the need for every impressible mind to be, by reading or speech, held in living association with the original mind able to combat those suggestions of doubt and even unbelief, which the look of things must often occasion. A look which comes from our inability to gain other than fragmentary visions of the work that the Father worketh hitherto. When the kingdom of heaven is at hand, one sign thereof will be that all clergymen will be more or less of the latter sort, and mere receptive goodness. No more than the education and moral character will be considered sufficient reason for a man occupying the high position of the instructor of his fellows. But even now this possession of original power is not by any means to be limited to those who make public show of the same. In many a humble parish priest it shows itself at the bedside of the suffering, or in the admonition of the closet, although as yet there are many of the clergy who, so far from being able to console wisely, are incapable of understanding the condition of those that need consolation. "It's all a fancy, my dear," I said to her. "There is nothing more terrible in this than in any other death. On the contrary, I can hardly imagine a less fearful one. A big wave falls on the man's head and stuns him, and without further suffering he floats gently out on the sea of the unknown. But it is so terrible for those left behind. Had you seen the face of his widow, so gentle, so loving, so resigned in its pallor, you would not have thought it so terrible. But though she always seemed satisfied, and no doubt felt nearly so, after any conversation of the sort, yet every night she would call out once and again, 'Oh, that sea out there!' I was very glad indeed when Mr. Turner, who had arranged to spend a short holiday with us, arrived. He was concerned at the news I gave him of the shock both Connie and her mother had received, and counselled an immediate change, that time might, in the absence of surrounding associations, obliterate something of the impression that had been made. The consequence was, that we resolved to remove our household for a short time to some place not too far off to permit of my attending to my duties at Kilkhaven, but out of sight and sound of the sea. It was Thursday when Mr. Turner arrived, and he spent the next 2 days in inquiring and looking about for a suitable spot to which we might repair as early in the week as possible. On the Saturday the blacksmith was busy in the church tower, and I went in to see how he was getting on. "You had a sad business here the last week, sir," he said, after we had done talking about the repairs. "A very sad business indeed," I answered. "It was a warning to us all," he said. "We may well take it so," I returned. "But it seems to me that we are too ready to think of such remarkable things only by themselves, instead of being roused by them to regard everything, common and uncommon, as ordered by the same care and wisdom. One of our local preachers made a grand use of it." I made no reply. He resumed, "They tell me you took no notice of it last Sunday, sir." I made no immediate allusion to it, certainly, but I preached under the influence of it, and I thought it better that those who could reflect on the matter should be thus led to think for themselves, than that they should be subjected to the reception of my thoughts and feelings about it. For in the main it is life and not death that we have to preach. "I don't quite understand you, sir. But then you don't care much for preaching in your church." "I confess," I answered, "that there has been much indifference on that point. I could, however, mention to you many and grand exceptions. Still there is, even in some of the best in the church, a great amount of disbelief in the efficacy of preaching, and I allow that a great deal of what is called preaching partakes of its nature only in the remotest degree. But, while I hold a strong opinion of its value, that is, where it is genuine, I venture just to suggest that the nature of the preaching to which the body you belong to has resorted, has had something to do, by way of a reaction, in driving the church to the other extreme." "How do you mean that, sir?" "You try to work upon people's feelings without reference to their judgment. Any one who can preach what you call rousing sermons is considered a grand preacher amongst you, and there is a great danger of his being led thereby to talk more nonsense than sense. And then when the excitement goes off, there is no seed left in the soil to grow in peace, and they are always craving after more excitement. Well, there is the preacher to rouse them up again." and the consequence is that they continue like children, the good ones I mean, and have hardly a chance of making a calm, deliberate choice of that which is good, while those who have been only excited and nothing more, are hardened and seared by the recurrence of such feelings as is neither aroused by truth nor followed by action. You daren't talk like that if you knew the kind of people in this country that the Methodists, as you call them, have got hold of. They tell me it was like hell itself down in those mines before Wesley came among them. I should be a fool or a bigot to doubt that the Wesleyans have done incalculable good in the country, and that not alone to the people who never went to church. The whole Church of England is under obligation to Methodicism, such as no words can overstate. I wonder you can say such things against them then. Now there you show the evil of thinking too much about the party you belong to. It makes a man touchy, and then he fancies when another is merely, it may be, analyzing a difference, or insisting strongly on some great truth, that he is talking against his party. But you said, sir, that our clergy don't care about moving our judgments, only our feelings. Now I know preachers amongst us of whom that would be anything but true. Of course there must be, but there is what I say, your party feelings make you touchy. A man can't always be saying in the press of utterance. Of course there are exceptions. That is understood. I confess I do not know much about your clergy, for I have not had the opportunity. But I do know this, that some of the best and most liberal people I have ever known have belonged to your community. They do gather a deal of money for good purposes. Yes, but that is not what I meant by liberal. It is far easier to give money than to be generous in judgment. I meant by liberal, able to see the good and true in people that differ from you, glad to be roused to the reception of truth in God's name from whatever quarter it may come, and not readily finding offence where the remark may have chanced to be too sweeping or unguarded. But I see that I ought to be more careful, for I have made you, who certainly are not one of the quarrelsome people I have been speaking of, misunderstand me. I beg your pardon, sir. I was hasty, but I do think I am more ready to lose my temper since—" Here he stopped. A fit of coughing came on, and, to my concern, was followed by what I saw plainly could be the result only of a rupture in the lungs. I insisted on his dropping his work and coming home with me, where I made him rest the remainder of the day and all Sunday, sending word to his mother that I could not let him go home. When we left on the Monday morning, we took him with us in the carriage hired for the journey, and set him down at his mother's, apparently no worse than usual. End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 7 at the Farm. Leaving the younger members of the family at home with the servants, we set out for a farmhouse, some 20 miles off, which Turner had discovered for us. Connie had stood the journey down so well, and was now so much stronger, that we had no anxiety about her so far as regarded the travelling. Through deep lanes with many cottages, and here and there a very ugly little chapel, over steep hills up which Turner and Wynnie and I walked, and along sterile moors we drove, stopping at roadside inns, and often besides to raise Connie and let her look about upon the extended prospect, so that it was drawing towards evening before we arrived at our destination. On the way Turner had warned us that we were not to expect a beautiful country, although the place was within reach of much that was remarkable. Therefore we were not surprised when we drew up at the door of a bare-looking, shelterless house, with scarcely a tree in sight, and a stretch of undulating fields on every side. "A dreary place in winter, Turner," I said, after we had seen Connie comfortably deposited in the nice white-curtained parlour, smelling of dry roses even in the height of the fresh ones, and had strolled out while our dinner was being got ready for us. "Not a doubt of it, but just the place I wanted for Miss Connie," he replied. "We are high above the sea, and the air is very bracing, and not, at this season, too cold. A month later I should not on any account have brought her here. I think even now there is a certain freshness in the wind that calls up a kind of will in the nerves to meet it. That is precisely what I wanted for you all. You observe there is no rasp in its touch, however. There are regions in this island of ours where even in the hottest day in summer you would frequently discover a certain unfriendly edge in the air, that would set you wondering whether the seasons had not changed since you were a boy, and used to lie on the grass half the idle day. I often do wonder whether it may not be so, but I always come to the conclusion that even this is but an example of the involuntary tendency of the mind of man towards the ideal. He forgets all that comes between and divides the hints of perfection scattered here and there along the scope of his experience. I especially remember one summer day in my childhood, which has coloured all my ideas of summer and bliss and fulfilment of content. It is made up of only mossy grass, and the scent of the earth and wild flowers, and hot sun, and perfect sky, deep and blue, and traversed by blinding white clouds. I could not have been more than 5 or 6. I think, from the kind of dress I wore, the very pearl buttons of which, encircled on their face with a ring of half spherical hollows, have their undeniable relation in my memory to the heavens and the earth, to the march of the glorious clouds, and the tender scent of the rooted flowers, and indeed, when I think of it, must, by the delight they gave me, have opened my mind the more to the enjoyment of the eternal paradise around me. What a thing it is to please a child!" "I know what you mean perfectly," answered Turner. "It is as I get older that I understand what Wordsworth says about childhood. It is indeed a mercy that we were not born grown men, with what we consider our wits about us. They are blinding things, those wits we gather. I fancy that the single thread by which God sometimes keeps hold of a man is such an impression of his childhood as that of which you have been speaking. I do not doubt it, for conscience is so near in all those memories to which you refer. The whole surrounding of them is so at variance with sin. A sense of purity, not in himself, for the child is not feeling that he is pure, is all about him, and when afterwards the condition returns upon him, returns when he is conscious of so much that is evil and so much that is unsatisfied in him, it brings with it a longing after the high clear air of moral well-being. Do you think, then, that it is only by association that nature thus impresses us, that she has no power of meaning these things? Not at all. No doubt there is something in the recollection of the associations of childhood to strengthen the power of nature upon us, but the power is in nature herself, else it would be but a poor weak thing to what it is. There is purity and state in that sky. There is a peace now in this wide still earth, not so very beautiful, you own, and in that overhanging blue which my heart cries out that it needs and cannot be well till it gains in truth, gains in God, who is the power of truth, the living and causing truth. There is indeed a rest that remaineth, a rest pictured out even here, this night, to arouse my dull heart to desire it and follow after it. A rest that consists of thinking the thoughts of him who is the peace because the unity, in being filled with that spirit which now pictures itself forth in this repose of the heavens and the earth. True, said Turner, after a pause. I must think more about such things. The science the present day is going wild about will not give us that rest. No, but that rest will do much to give you that science. A man with this repose in his heart will do more by far, other capabilities being equal, to find out the laws that govern things, for all law is living rest. What you have been saying, resumed Turner, after another pause, reminds me much of one of Wordsworth's poems. I do not mean the famous ode. You mean the Ninth Evening Voluntary. I know, one of his finest and truest and deepest poems. It begins, had this effulgence disappeared. Yes, that is the one I mean. I shall read it again when I go home. But you don't agree with Wordsworth, do you, about our having had an existence previous to this? He gave a little laugh as he asked the question. Not in the least, but an opinion held by such men as Plato, Origen, and Wordsworth is not to be laughed at, Mr. Turner. It cannot be in its nature absurd. I might have mentioned Shelley as holding it, too, had his opinion been worth anything. Then you don't think much of Shelley. I think his feelings most valuable, his opinions nearly worthless. Well, perhaps I had no business to laugh at it, but do not suppose for a moment that I even lean to it. I dislike it. It would make me unhappy to think there was the least of sound argument for it. But I respect the men who have held it, and know there must be something good in it, else they could not have held it. Are you able then to sympathize with that ode of Wordsworth? Does it not depend for all its worth on the admission of this theory? Not in the least. It is necessary to admit that we must have had a conscious life before this life to find meaning in the words. But trailing clouds of glory do not come from God who is our home. Is not all the good in us his image? Imperfect and sinful as we are, is not all the foundation of our being his image? Is not the sin all ours, and the life in us all God's? We cannot be the creatures of God without partaking of his nature. Every motion of our conscience, every admiration of what is pure and noble, is a sign and a result of this. Is not every self-accusation a proof of the presence of his Spirit, that comes not of ourselves, that it is not without him? These are the clouds of glory we come trailing from him. All feelings of beauty and peace and loveliness and right and goodness we trail with us from our home. God is the only home of the human soul. To interpret in this manner what Wordsworth says will enable us to enter into perfect sympathy with all that grandest of his poems. I do not say this is what he meant, but I think it includes what he meant by being greater and wider than what he meant. Nor am I guilty of presumption in saying so, for surely the idea that we are born of God is a greater idea than that we have lived with him a life before this life. But Wordsworth is not the first among our religious poets to give us at least what is valuable in the notion. I came upon a volume amongst my friend Shepherd's books, with which I had made no acquaintance before, Henry Vaughan's poems. I brought it with me, for it has finer lines, I almost think, than any in George Herbert's, though not so fine poems by any means as his best. When we go into the house I will read one of them to you." "Thank you," said Turner. "I wish I could have such talk once a week. The shades of the prison house, you know, Mr. Walton, are always trying to close about us, and shut out the vision of the glories we have come from, as Wordsworth says." "A man," I answered, "who ministers to the miserable necessities of his fellows has even more need than another to believe in the light and the gladness. Else a poor Job's comforter will he be. I don't want to be treated like a musical snuff-box." The doctor laughed. "No man can prove," he says, "that there is not a being inside the snuff-box, existing in virtue of the harmony of its parts, comfortable when they go well, sick when they go badly, and dying when it is dismembered, or even when it stops." "No," I answered, "no man can prove it, but no man can convince a human being of it. And just as little can anyone convince me that my conscience, making me do sometimes what I don't like, comes from a harmonious action of the particles of my brain. But it is time we went in, for by the law of things in general, I being ready for my dinner ought to be ready for me." "A law with more exceptions than instances, I fear," said Turner. "I doubt that," I answered. "The readiness is in everything, and that we constantly blunder in. But we had better see whether we are really ready for it, by trying whether it is ready for us." Connie went to bed early, as indeed we all did, and she was rather better than worse the next morning. My wife, for the first time for many nights, said nothing about the crying of the sea. The following day Turner and I set out to explore the neighbourhood. The rest remained quietly at home. It was, as I have said, a high bare country. The fields lay side by side, parted from each other chiefly, as so often in Scotland, by stone walls, and these stones being of a laminated nature, the walls were not unfrequently built by laying thin plates on their edges, which gave a neatness to them not found in other parts of the country as far as I am aware. In the middle of the fields came here and there patches of yet unreclaimed moorland. Now in a region like this, beauty must be looked for below the surface. There is a probability of finding hollows of repose, sunken spots of loveliness, hidden away altogether from the general aspect of sternness, or perhaps sterility, that meets the eye in glancing over the outspread landscape. Just as in the natures of stern men you may expect to find, if opportunities should be afforded you, sunny spots of tender verdure, kept ever green by that very sternness which is turned towards the common gaze, thus existent because they are below the surface, and not laid bare to the sweep of the cold winds that roam the world. How often have not men started with amaze at the discovery of some feminine sweetness, some grace of protection in the man whom they had judged cold and hard and rugged, inaccessible to the more genial influences of humanity. It may be that such men are only fighting against the wind, and keep their hearts open to the sun. I knew this, and when Turner and I set out that morning to explore, I expected to light upon some instance of it, some mine or other in which nature had hidden away rare jewels. But I was not prepared to find such as I did find. With our hearts full of a glad secret, we returned home, but we said nothing about it, in order that Ethelwyn and Wynnie might enjoy the discovery even as we had enjoyed it. There was another grand fact with regard to the neighbourhood about which we judged it better to be silent for a few days, that the inland influences might be free to work. We were considerably nearer the ocean than my wife and daughter supposed, for we had made a great round in order to arrive from the land side. We were, however, out of the sound of its waves, which broke all along the shore. In this part, at the foot of the tremendous cliffs. What cliffs they were, we shall soon find. End of chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. The Keeve. "Now, my dear, now, Wynnie," I said after prayers the next morning, "you must come out for a walk as soon as ever you can get your bonnets on." "But we can't leave Connie, papa," objected Wynnie. "Oh yes, you can, quite well. There's nursie to look after her. What do you say, Connie?" For some time now, Connie had been able to get up so early that it was no unusual thing to have prayers in her room. "I am entirely independent of help from my family," returned Connie grandiloquently. "I am a woman of independent means," she added. "If you say another word, I will rise and leave the room." And as she made a movement as if she would actually do as she had said, seized with an involuntary terror, I rushed towards her, and the impertinent girl burst out laughing in my face, threw herself back on her pillows, and laughed delightedly. "Take care, papa," she said. "I carry a terrible club for rebellious people." Then her mood changing, she added, as if to suppress the tears gathering in her eyes, "I am the queen of luxury and self-will, and I won't have anybody come near me till dinner time. I mean to enjoy myself." So the matter was settled, and we went out for our walk. Ethelwyn was not such a good walker as she had been, but even if she had retained the strength of her youth, we should not have got on much better for it. So often did she and Wynnie stop to grub ferns out of the chinks and roots of the stone walls. Now I admire ferns as much as anybody, that is, not, I fear, so much as my wife and daughter, but quite enough notwithstanding. But I do not quite enjoy being pulled up like a fern at every turn. "Now, my dear, what is the use of stopping to torture that harmless vegetable?" I say, but say in vain. "It is much more beautiful where it is than it will be anywhere where you can put it. Besides, you know they never come to anything with you. They always die." Thereupon my wife reminds me of this fern and that fern, gathered in such and such places, and now in such and such corners of the garden or the greenhouse, or under glass shades in this room or that room, of the very existence of which I am ignorant, whether from original inattention, or merely from forgetfulness. I do not know. Certainly, out of their own place, I do not care much for them. At length, partly by the inducement I held out to them of a much greater variety of ferns where we were bound, I succeeded in getting them over the 2 miles in little more than 2 hours. After passing from the lanes into the fields, Our way led downwards till we reached a very steep, large slope, with a delightful southern exposure, and covered with the sweetest down grasses. It was just a place to lie in, as on the edge of the earth, and look abroad upon the universe of air and floating worlds. "Let us have a rest here, Ethel," I said. "I am sure this is much more delightful than uprooting ferns. What an awful thing to think that here we are on this great round tumbling ball of a world, held by the feet, lifting up the head into infinite space, without choice or wish of our own, compelled to think and to be, whether we will or not. Just God must know it to be very good, or he would not have taken it in his hands to make individual lives without a possible will of theirs. He must be our Father, or we are wretched creatures, the slaves of a fatal necessity. Did it ever strike you, Turner, that each one of us stands on the apex of the world? With a sphere, you know, it must be so, and thus is typified, as it seems to me, that each one of us must look up for himself to find God, and then look abroad to find his fellows." "I think I know what you mean," was all Turner's reply. "No doubt," I resumed, "the apprehension of this truth has, in otherwise ill-ordered minds, given rise to all sorts of fierce and grotesque fanaticism. But the minds which have thus conceived the truth would have been immeasurably worse without it. Nay, this truth affords at last the only possible door out of the miseries of their own chaos, whether inherited or the result of their own misconduct." "What's that in the grass?" cried Wynnie, in a tone of alarm. I looked where she indicated, and saw a slow worm, or blind worm, lying basking in the sun. I rose and went towards it. "Here's your stick," said Turner. "What for?" I asked. "Why should I kill it?" "It is perfectly harmless, and to my mind beautiful." I took it in my hands and brought it to my wife. She gave an involuntary shudder as it came near her. "I assure you it is harmless," I said, "though it has a forked tongue," and I opened its mouth as I spoke. "I do not think the serpent form is essentially ugly." "It makes me feel ugly," said Wynnie. "I allow I do not quite understand the mysteries of it," I said. "But you never saw lovelier ornamentation than these silvery scales, with all the neatness of what you ladies call a set pattern, and none of the stiffness, for there are not two of them the same in form. And you never saw lovelier curves than this little patient creature, which does not even try to get away from me, makes with the queer long thin body of him. I wonder how it can look after its tail, it is so far off," said Wynnie. "It does, though, better than you ladies look after your long dresses. I wonder whether it is descended from creatures that once had feet, and did not make a good use of them. Perhaps they had wings even, and would not use them at all, and so lost them. Its ancestors may have had poisoned fangs. It is innocent enough. But it is a terrible thing to be all feet, is it not? There is an awful significance in the condemnation of the serpent. 'On thy belly shalt thou go, and eat dust.' But it is better to talk of beautiful things. My soul at least has dropped from its world apex. Let us go on. Come, wife. Come, Turner." They did not seem willing to rise, but the glen drew me. I rose, and my wife followed my example with the help of my hand. She returned to the subject, however, as we descended the slope. "Is it possible that in the course of ever so many ages wings and feet should be both lost?" she said. "The most presumptuous thing in the world is to pronounce on the possible and the impossible. I do not know what is possible and what is impossible. I can only tell a little of what is true and what is untrue. But I do say this, that between the condition of many decent members of society and that for the sake of which God made them, there is a gulf quite as vast as that between a serpent and a bird. I get peeps now and then into the condition of my own heart, which, for the moment, makes it seem impossible that I should ever rise into a true state of nature, that is, into the simplicity of God's will concerning me. The only hope for ourselves and for others lies in him, in the power the creating Spirit has over the spirits he has made. By this time the descent on the grass was getting too steep and slippery to admit of our continuing to advance in that direction. We turned, therefore, down the valley in the direction of the sea. It was but a narrow cliff, and narrowed much towards a deeper cliff, in which we now saw the tops of trees, and from which we heard the rush of water. Nor had we gone far in this direction before we came upon a gate in a stone wall, which led into what seemed a neglected garden. We entered, and found a path turning and winding among small trees and luxuriant ferns, and great stones and fragments of ruins down towards the bottom of the chasm. The noise of falling water increased as we went on, and at length, after some scrambling and several sharp turns, we found ourselves with a nearly precipitous wall on each side, clothed with shrubs and ivy and creeping things of the vegetable world. Up this cleft there was no advance. The head of it was a precipice down which shot the stream from the vale above. Pouring out of a deep slit it had itself cut in the rock as with a knife. Halfway down it tumbled into a great basin of hollowed stone, and flowing from a chasm in its side, which left part of the lip of the basin standing like an arch of a vanished bridge, it fell into a black pool below, whence it crept as if half stunned or wearied down the gentle decline of the ravine. It was a perfect little picture. I, for my part, had never seen such a picturesque fall. It was a little gem of nature, complete in effect. The ladies were full of pleasure. Winnie, forgetting her usual reserve, broke out in frantic exclamations of delight. We stood for a while regarding the ceaseless pour of the water down the precipice, here shot slanting in the little trough of the rock, full of force and purpose, here falling in great curls of green and grey, with an expression of absolute helplessness and conscious perdition, as if it sheered to the centre, but rejoicing the next moment to find itself brought up boiling and bubbling in the basin, to issue in the gathered hope of experience. Then we turned down the stream a little way, crossed it by a plank, and stood again to regard it from the opposite side. Small as the whole affair was, not more than about 150 feet in height, it was so full of variety that I saw it was all my memory could do, if it carried away anything like a correct picture of its aspect. I was contemplating it fixedly, when a little stifled cry from Winnie made me start and look round. Her face was flushed, yet she was trying to look unconcerned. "I thought we were quite alone, papa," she said, "but I see a gentleman sketching." I looked whither she indicated. A little way down, the bed of the ravine widened considerably, and was no doubt filled with water in rainy weather. Now it was swampy, full of weeds and willow bushes. But on the opposite side of the stream, with a little canal from it going all around it, lay a great flat rectangular stone, not more than a foot above the level of the water, and upon a camp stool in the centre of this stone sat a gentleman sketching. I had no doubt that Wynnie had recognized him at once, and I was annoyed, and indeed angry, to think that Mr. Percival had followed us here. But while I regarded him, he looked up, rose very quietly, and with his pencil in his hand came towards us, with no nearer approach to familiarity than a bow, and no expression of either much pleasure or any surprise. He said, "I have seen your party for some time, Mr. Walton, since you crossed the stream, but I would not break in upon your enjoyment with the surprise which my presence here might cause you." "I suppose," I answered, with a bow of some sort, for I could not say with truth that I was glad to see him. He resumed, doubtless penetrating my suspicion, "I have been here almost a week. I certainly had no expectation of the pleasure of seeing you." This he said lightly, though no doubt with the object of clearing himself; and I was, if not reassured, yet disarmed by his statement. For I could not believe, for what I knew of him, that he would be guilty of such a white lie as many a gentleman would have thought justifiable on the occasion. Still, I suppose he found me a little stiff, for presently he said, "If you will excuse me, I will return to my work." Then I felt as if I must say something, for I had shown him no courtesy during the interview. "It must be a great pleasure to carry away such talismans with you, capable of bringing the place back to your mental vision at any moment." "To tell the truth," he answered, "I am a little ashamed of being found sketching here. Such bits of scenery are not of my favourite studies. But it is a change." "It is very beautiful here," I said, in a tone of contravention. "It is very pretty," he answered, "very lovely, if you will. Not very beautiful, I think. I would keep that word for things of larger regard. Beauty requires width, and here is none. I had almost said this place was fanciful, the work of imagination in her play hours, not in her large serious moods. It affects me like the face of a woman only pretty, about which boys and guardsmen will rave. To me, not very interesting, save for its single lines." "Why, then, do you sketch the place?" "A very fair question," he returned, with a smile. "Just because it is soothing from the very absence of beauty. I would far rather, however, if I were only following my taste, take the barest bit of the moor above, with a streak of the cold sky over it. That gives room. You would like to put a skylark in it, wouldn't you?" "That I would if I knew how." "I see you know what I mean. But the mere romantic I never had much taste for; though if you saw the kind of pictures I try to paint, you would not wonder that I take sketches of places like this, while in my heart of hearts I do not care much for them. They are so different, and just therefore they are good for me. I am not working now. I am only playing, with a view to working better afterwards, I have no doubt," I answered. "You are right there, I hope," was his quiet reply, as he turned and walked back to the island. He had not made a step towards joining us. He had only taken his hat off to the ladies. He was gaining ground upon me rapidly. "Have you quarrelled with our new friend, Harry?" said my wife, as I came up to her. She was sitting on a stone. Turner and Wynnie were farther off towards the foot of the fall. "Not in the least," I answered, slightly outraged. I did not at first know why, by the question. "He is only gone to his work, which is a duty belonging both to the first and second tables of the law." "I hope you have asked him to come home to our early dinner, then," she rejoined. "I have not. That remains for you to do. Come, I will take you to him." Ethelwyn rose at once, put her hand in mine, and with a little help soon reached the table rock. When Percivale saw that she was really on a visit to him on his island perch, he rose, and when she came near enough, held out his hand. It was but a step, and she was beside him in a moment. After the usual greetings, which on her part, although very quiet, like every motion and word of hers, were yet indubitably cordial and kind, she said, "When you get back to London, Mr. Percivale, might I ask you to allow some friends of mine to call at your studio and see your paintings?" "With all my heart," answered Percivale. "I must warn you, however, that I have not much they will care to see. They will perhaps go away less happy than they entered. Not many people care to see my pictures twice." "I would not send you any one I thought unworthy of the honour," answered my wife. Percivale bowed, one of his stately, old world bows, which I greatly liked. "Any friend of yours, that is guaranteed sufficient," he answered. There was this peculiarity about any compliment that Percivale paid, that you had not doubt of its being genuine. "Will you come and take an early dinner with us?" said my wife. "My invalid daughter will be very pleased to see you." "I will with pleasure," he answered, but in a tone of some hesitation, as he glanced from Ethelwyn to me. "My wife speaks for us all," I said. "It will give us all pleasure." "I am only afraid it will break in upon your morning's work," remarked Ethelwyn. "Oh, that is not the least consequence," he rejoined. "In fact, as I have just been saying to Mr. Walton, I am not working at all at present. This is pure recreation." As he spoke he turned towards his easel, and began hastily to bundle up his things. "We're not quite ready to go yet," said my wife, loath to leave the lovely spot. "What a curious flat stone this is!" she added. "It is," said Percivale. "The man to whom the place belongs, a worthy yeoman of the old school, says that this wider part of the channel must have been the fish pond, and that the portly monk stood on this stone and fished in the pond." "Then there was a monastery here?" I asked. "Certainly. The ruins of the chapel, one of the smallest, are on the top, just above the falls. Rather a fearful place to look down from. I wonder you did not observe them as you came. They say it had a silver bell in the days of its glory, which now lies in the deep hole under the basin, halfway between the top and bottom of the fall. But the old man says nothing will make him look, or let any one else lift the huge stone, for he is much better pleased to believe that it may be there than he would be to know it was not there. For certainly, if it were found, it would not be left there long." As he spoke, Percivale had continued packing his gear. He now led our party up to the chapel, and thence down a few yards to the edge of the chasm, where the water fell headlong. I turned away with that fear of high places which is one of my many weaknesses. And when I turned again towards the spot, there was Wynnie on the very edge, looking over into the flash and tumult of the water below, but with a nervous grasp of the hand of Percivale, who stood a little farther back. In going home, the painter led us by an easier way out of the valley, left his little easel and other things at a cottage, and then walked on in front between my wife and daughter, while Turner and I followed. He seemed quite at his ease with them, and plenty of talk and laughter rose on the way. I, however, was chiefly occupied with finding out Turner's impression of Connie's condition. "She is certainly better," he said. "I wonder you do not see it as plainly as I do. The pain is nearly gone from her spine, and she can move herself a good deal more. I am certain that she could when she left. She asked me yesterday if she might not turn upon one side. Do you think you could? I asked. I think so, she answered. At any rate, I have often a great inclination to try. Only papa said I had better wait till you came. I do think she might be allowed a little more change of posture now. Then you have really some hope of her final recovery? I have hope most certainly. But what is hope in me, you must not allow to become certainty in you. I am nearly sure, though, that she can never be other than an invalid. That is, if I am to judge by what I know of such cases. I am thankful for the hope, I answered. You need not be afraid of my turning upon you, should the hope never pass into sight. I should do so only if I found that you had been treating me irrationally, inspiring me with hope which you knew to be false. The element of uncertainty is essential to hope, and for all true hope, even as hope, man has to be unspeakably thankful. End of chapter 8.
Volume 2, Chapter 9 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 2, Chapter 9. The Walk to Church. I was glad to be able to arrange with a young clergyman, who was on a visit to Kilkhaven, that he should take my duty for me the next Sunday, for that was the only one Turner could spend with us. He and I and Wynnie walked together 2 miles to church. It was a lovely morning, with just a tint of autumn in the air. But even that tint, though all else was of the summer, brought a shadow, I could see, on Wynnie's face. "You said you would show me a poem of Vaughan, I think you said, was the name of the writer. I am too ignorant of our older literature," said Turner. "I have only just made acquaintance with him," I answered, "but I think I can repeat the poem. You shall judge whether it is not like Wordsworth's ode. Happy those early days, when I shined on my angel infancy, before I understood the place appointed for my second race, or taught my soul to fancy aught but a white celestial thought, when yet I had not walked above a mile or two from my first love, and looking back at that short space could see a glimpse of his bright face, when on some gilded cloud or flower my gazing soul would dwell an hour, and in those weaker glories spy some shadows of eternity, before I taught my tongue to wound my conscience with a simple sound, but felt through all this fleshly dress bright shoots of everlastingness. Oh, how I long to travel back!" But here I broke down, for I could not remember the rest with even approximate accuracy. "When did this Vaughan live?" asked Turner. "He was born, I find, in 1621, 5 years, that is, after Shakespeare's death, and when Milton was about 13 years old. He lived to the age of 73, but there seems to have been little known. In politics he was on the Cavalier side. By the way, he was a medical man, like you, Turner, an M.D. We'll have a glance at the little book when we go back. Don't let me forget to show it you. A good many of your profession have distinguished themselves in literature, and as profound believers too. I should have thought the profession had been chiefly remarkable for such as believe only in the evidence of the senses. As if having searched into the innermost recesses of the body, and not having found a soul, they considered themselves justified in declaring there was none? Just so. Well, that is true of the commonplace amongst them, I do believe. You will find the exceptions have been men of fine minds and characters, not such as he of whom Chaucer says, his study was but little of the Bible. For if you look at the rest of the description of the man, you will find that he was in alliance with his apothecary for their mutual advantage, that he was a money–loving man, and that some of Chaucer's keenest irony is spent on him in an off–hand, quiet manner. Compare the tone in which he writes of the doctor of physic, with the profound reverence wherewith he bows himself before the poor country parson. Here Wynnie spoke, though with some tremor in her voice. "I never know, papa, what people mean by talking about childhood in that way. I never seem to have been a bit younger and more innocent than I am." "Don't you remember a time, Wynnie, when the things about you, the sky and the earth, say, seemed to you much grander than they seem now? You are old enough to have lost something." She thought for a little while before she answered. "My dreams were, I know. I cannot say of anything else." I in my turn had to be silent, for I did not see the true answer, though I was sure there was one somewhere, if I could only find it. All I could reply, however, even after I had meditated a good while, was, and perhaps after all it was the best thing I could have said, "Then you must make good use of your dreams, my child." "Why, papa?" "Because they are the only memorials of childhood you have left." "How am I to make a good use of them? I don't know what to do with my silly old dreams." But she gave a sigh as she spoke that testified her silly old dreams had a charm for her still. "If your dreams, my child, have ever testified to you of a condition of things beyond that which you see around you, if they have been to you the hints of a wonder and glory beyond what visits you now, you must not call them silly, for they are just what the scents of paradise borne on the air were to Adam and Eve, as they delved and spun, reminding them that they must aspire yet again, through labour, into that childhood of obedience which is the only paradise of humanity, into that oneness which the will of the Father, which our race, our individual selves, need just as much as if we had personally fallen with Adam, and from which we fall every time we are disobedient to the voice of the Father within our souls, to the conscience which is his making and his witness. If you have had no childhood, my Wynnie, yet permit your old father to say that everything I see in you indicates more strongly in you than in most people that it is this childhood after which you are blindly longing, without which you find that life is hardly to be endured, thank God for your dreams, my child. In him you will find that the essence of those dreams is fulfilled. We are saved by hope, Turner. Never man hoped too much, or repented that he had hoped. The plague is that we don't hope in God half enough. The very fact that hope is strength, and strength the outcome, the body of life, shows that hope is at one with life, and the very essence of what says I am, yea, of what doubts and says am I, and therefore is reasonable to creatures who cannot even doubt, save in that they live. By this time, for I have of course only given the outlines, or rather salient points, of our conversation, we had reached the church, where, if I found the sermon neither healing nor inspiring, I found the prayers full of hope and consolation. They, at least, are safe beyond human caprice, conceit, or incapacity. Upon them, too, the man who is distressed at the thought of how little of the needful food he had been able to provide for his people may fall back for comfort, in the thought that there at least was what ought to have done them good, and what it was well worth their while to go to church for. But I did think they were too long for any individual Christian soul to sympathize with from beginning to end, that is, to respond to, like an organ–tube to the fingered key, in every touch of the utterance of the general Christian soul. For my reader must remember that it is one thing to read prayers and another to respond, and that I had had very few opportunities of being in the position of the latter duty. I had had suspicions before, and now they were confirmed, that the present crowding of services was almost inexpedient, and as I pondered on the matter, instead of trying to go on praying after I had already uttered my soul, which is but a heathenish attempt after much speaking, I thought how our Lord had given us such a short prayer to pray, and I began to wonder when or how the services came to be so heaped the one on the back of the other, as they now were. No doubt many people defended them, no doubt many people could sit them out, but how many people could pray from beginning to end of them? On this point we had some talk as we went home. Wynnie was opposed to any change of the present use on the ground that we should only have the longer sermons. Still, I said, I do not think even that so great an evil. A sensitive conscience will not reproach itself so much for not listening to the whole of a sermon, as for kneeling in prayer and not praying. I think myself, however, that after the prayers are over, every one should be at liberty to go out and leave the sermon unheard, if he pleases. I think the result would be in the end a good one both for parson and people. It would break through the deadness of this custom, this use and wont. Many a young mind is turned for life against the influences of church-going, one of the most sacred influences when pure, that is, unmingled with non-essentials, just by the feeling that he must do so and so, that he must go through a certain round of duty. It is a willing service that the Lord wants. No forced devotions are either acceptable to him, or other than injurious to the worshipper, if such he can be called. After an early dinner, I said to Turner, "Come out with me, and we will read that poem of Vaughan's in which I broke down to–day." "Oh, papa," said Connie, in a tone of injury, from the sofa. "What is it, my dear?" I asked. "Wouldn't it be as good for us as for Mr. Turner?" "Quite, my dear. Well, I will keep it for the evening, and meantime Mr. Turner and I will go and see if we can find out anything about the change in the church service." For I had thrown into my bag as I left the rectory a copy of the clergyman's Vade Mecum, a treatise occupied with the externals of the churchman's relations, in which I soon came upon the following passage: "So then it appears that the common practice of reading all three together is an innovation, and if an ancient or infirm clergyman do read them at 2 or 3 several times, he is more strictly conformable. However, this is much better than to omit any part of the liturgy, or to read all 3 offices into one, as is now commonly done, without any pause or distinction." "On the part of the clergyman, you see, Turner," I said, when I had finished reading the whole passage to him, "there is no care taken of the delicate women of the congregation, but only of the ancient or infirm clergyman. And the logic, to say the least, is rather queer. Is it only in virtue of his antiquity and infirmity that he is to be upheld in being more strictly conformable? The writer's honesty has its heel trodden upon the fear of giving offence. Nevertheless, there should perhaps be a certain slowness to admit change, even back to a more ancient form." "I do not know that I can quite agree with you there," said Turner. "If the form is better, no one should hesitate to advocate the change. If it is worse, then slowness is not sufficient. Utter obstinacy is the right condition." "You are right, Turner, for the right must be the rule; and where the right is beyond our understanding or our reach, then the better, as indeed not only right compared with the other, but the sole ascent towards the right." In the evening I took Henry Vaughan's poems into the common sitting–room, and to Connie's great delight read the whole of the lovely, though unequal, little poem called "The Retreat," in recalling which I had failed in the morning. She was especially delighted with the white celestial thought, and the bright shoots of everlastingness. Then I gave a few lines from another yet more unequal poem, worthy in themselves of the best of the other. I quote the first strophe entire: CHILDHOOD. I cannot reach it, and my striving eye dazzles at it as at eternity. Were now that chronicle alive, those white designs which children drive, and the thoughts of each harmless hour, with their content too in my power, quickly would I make my path even, and by mere playing go to heaven. And yet the practised worldlings call business and weighty action all, checking the poor child for his play, but gravely cast themselves away. An age of mysteries, which he must live twice that would God's face see, which angels guard, and with it play, angels which foul men drive away. How do I study now, and scan thee more than e'er I studied man, and only see through a long night thy edges and thy bordering light. Oh, for thy centre and midday, for sure that is the narrow way. for of such is the kingdom of heaven," said my wife softly, as I closed the book. "May I have the book, papa?" said Connie, holding out her thin white cloud of a hand to take it. "Certainly, my child; and if Wynnie would read it with you, she will feel more of the truth of what Mr. Percivale was saying to her about finish. Here are the finest, grandest thoughts, set forth sometimes with such carelessness, at least such lack of neatness, that, instead of their falling on the mind with all the power of loveliness, they are like a beautiful face disfigured with patches, and, what is worse, they put the mind out of the right, quiet, unquestioning, open mood, which is the only fit one for the reception of such true things as are embodied in the poems. But they are too beautiful, after all, to be more than a little spoiled by such a lack of the finish with which art ends off all her labours. A gentleman, however, thinks it of no little importance to have his nails nice as well as his face and his shirt. End of chapter 9.
Volume 2, Chapter 10 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. The Old Castle. The place Turner had chosen suited us all so well, that after attending to my duties on the 2 following Sundays at Kilkhaven, I returned on the Monday or Tuesday to the farmhouse. But Turner left us in the middle of the 2nd week, for he could not be longer absent from his charge at home, and we missed him much. It was some days before Connie was quite as cheerful again as usual. I do not mean that she was in the least gloomy, that she never was. She was only a little less merry. But whether it was that Turner had opened our eyes, or that she had visibly improved since he allowed her to make a little change in her posture, certainly she appeared to us to have made considerable progress, and every now and then we were discovering some little proof of the fact. One evening, while we were still at the farm, she startled us by calling out suddenly, "Papa, papa, I moved my big toe. I did indeed." We were all about her in a moment, but I saw that she was excited, and fearing a reaction, I sought to calm her. "But, my dear," I said as quietly as I could, "you are probably still aware that you are possessed of 2 big toes. Which of them are we to congratulate on the first stride in the march of improvement?" She broke out in the merriest laugh. A pause followed in which her face wore a puzzled expression. Then she said all at once, "Papa, it is very odd, but I can't tell which of them," and burst into tears. I was afraid that I had done more harm than good. "It is not of the slightest consequence, my child," I said. "You have had so little communication with the twins of late, that it is no wonder you should not be able to tell the one from the other." She smiled again through her sobs, but was silent, with shining face, for the rest of the evening. Our hopes took a fresh start, but we heard no more from her of her power over her big toe. As often as I inquired, she said that she was afraid she had made a mistake, for she had not had another hint of its existence. Still I thought it could not have been a fancy, and I would cleave to my belief in the good sign. Percival called to see us several times, but always appeared anxious not to intrude more of his society upon us than might be agreeable. He grew in my regard, however, and at length I asked him if he would assist me in another surprise which I meditated for my companions, and this time for Connie as well, and which I hoped would prevent the painful influences of the sight of the sea from returning upon them when they went back to Kilkhaven. They must see the sea from quite a different shore first. In a word, I would take them to Tintagel, of the near position of which they were not aware, although in some of our walks we had seen the ocean in the distance. An early day was fixed for carrying out our project, and I proceeded to get everything ready. The only difficulty was to find a carriage in the neighbourhood suitable for receiving Connie's litter. In this, however, I at length succeeded, and on the morning of the glorious day of blue and gold we set out for the little village of Trevenna, now far better known than at the time of which I write. Connie had been out every day since she came, now in one part of the fields, now in another, enjoying the expanse of earth and sky, but she had had no drive, and consequently had seen no variety of scenery. Therefore, believing she was now thoroughly able to bear it, I quite reckoned of the good she would get from the inevitable excitement. We resolved, however, after finding how much she enjoyed the few miles' drive, that we would not demand more of her strength that day, and therefore put up at the little inn, where, after ordering dinner, Percival and I left the ladies and sallied forth to reconnoitre. We walked through the village and down the valley below, sloping steeply between hills towards the sea. The opening closed at the end by the blue of the ocean below and the more ethereal blue of the sky above. But when we reached the mouth of the valley we found that we were not yet on the shore, for a precipice lay between us and the little beach below. On the left a great peninsula of rock stood out into the sea, upon which rose the ruins of the keep of Tintagel, while behind on the mainland stood the ruins of the castle itself, connected with the other only by a narrow isthmus. We had read that this peninsula had once been an island, and that the two parts of the castle were formerly connected by a drawbridge. Looking up at the great gap which now divided the two portions, it seemed at first impossible to believe that they had ever been thus united. But a little reflection cleared up the mystery. The fact was that the isthmus, of half the height of the two parts connected by it, had been formed entirely by the fall of portions of the rock and the soil on each side of the narrow dividing space, through which the waters of the Atlantic had been wont to sweep. And now the fragments of walls stood on the very verge of the precipice, and showed that the large portions of the castle itself had fallen into the gulf between. We turned to the left along the edge of the rock, and so by a narrow path reached and crossed to the other side of the isthmus. We then found that the path led to the foot of the rock, formerly island, of the keep, and thence in a zigzag up the face of it to the top. We followed it, and after a great climb reached a door in a modern battlement. Entering, we found ourselves amid grass, and ruins haggard with age. We turned and surveyed the path by which we had come. It was steep and somewhat difficult, but the outlook was glorious. It was indeed one of God's mounts of vision upon which we stood. The thought, oh, that Connie could see this, was swelling in my heart, when Percival broke the silence, not with any remark on the glory around us, but with the commonplace question: "You haven't got your man with you, I think, Mr. Walton?" "No," I answered. "We thought it better to leave him to look after the boys." He was silent for a few minutes, while I gazed in delight. "Don't you think," he said, "it would be possible to bring Miss Constant up here?" I almost started at the idea, and had not replied before he resumed. "It would be something for her to recur to with delight all the rest of her life." "It would indeed, but it is impossible." "I do not think so. If you would allow me the honour to assist you, I think we could do it perfectly between us." I was again silent for a while, looking down at the way we had come. It seemed an almost dreadful undertaking. Percival spoke again. "As we shall come here to-morrow, we need not explore the place now. Shall we go down at once, and observe the whole path, with a view to the practicability of carrying her up?" "There can be no objection to that," I answered, as a little hope, and courage with it, began to dawn in my heart. "But you must allow it does not look very practicable." "Perhaps it would seem more so to you, if you had come up with the idea in your head all the way as I did. Any path seems more difficult in looking back than at the time when the difficulties themselves have to be met and overcome." "Yes, but then you must remember that we have to take the way back whether we will or no, if we once take the way forward." "True. And now I will go down with the descent in my head as well as under my feet." "Well, there can be no harm in reconnoitring it, at least. Let us go." "You know we can rest almost as often as we please," said Percivale, and turned to lead the way. It certainly was steep, and required care even in our own descent. But for a man who had climbed mountains, as I had done in my youth, it could hardly be called difficult even in middle age. By the time we had got again into the valley road, I was all but convinced of the practicability of the proposal. I was a little vexed, however, I must confess, that a stranger should have thought of giving such a pleasure to Connie, when the bare wish that she might have enjoyed it had alone arisen in my mind. I comforted myself with the reflection that this was one of the ways in which we were to be weaned from the world and knit the faster to our fellows. For even the middle-aged, in the decay of their daring, must look for the fresh thought and fresh impulse to the youth which follow at their heels in the march of life. Their part is to will the relation and the obligation, and so, by love to and faith in the young, keep themselves in the line along which the electric current flows, till at length they too shall once more be young and daring in the strength of the Lord. A man must always seek to rise above his moods and feelings, to let them move within him, but not allow them to storm or gloom around him. By the time we reached home, we had agreed to make the attempt, and to judge by the path of the foot of the rock, which was difficult in parts, whether we should be likely to succeed, without danger, in attempting the rest of the way and the following descent. As soon as we had arrived at this conclusion, I felt so happy in the prospect that I grew quite merry, especially after we had further agreed that, both for the sake of her nerves and for the sake of the lordly surprise, we should bind Connie's eyes so that she should see nothing till we had placed her in a certain position, concerning the preferableness of which we were not of two minds. "What mischief have you two been about?" said my wife, as we entered our room in the inn, where the cloth was already laid for dinner. "You look like two schoolboys that have been laying some plot, and can hardly hold their tongues about it." "We have been enjoying our little walk amazingly," I answered, "so much so that we mean to set out for another the moment dinner is over." "I hope you will take Wynnie with you then." "Or you, my love," I returned. "No, I will stay with Connie." "Very well. You and Connie, too, shall go out to-morrow, for we have found a place we want to take you to." And, indeed, I believe it was our anticipation of the pleasure you and she would have in the view that made us so merry when you accused us of plotting mischief. My wife replied only with a loving look, and a dinner appearing at this moment, we sat down at a happy party. When that was over, and a very good dinner it was, just what I like, homely in material but admirable in cooking, Wynnie and Percivale and I set out again, for as Percival and I came back in the morning, we had seen the church standing far aloft and aloof on the other side of the little valley, and we wanted to go to it. It was rather a steep climb, and Wynnie accepted Percival's offered arm. I led the way, therefore, and let them follow. Not so far in the rear, however, but that I could take a share in the conversation. It was some little time before any arose, and it was Wynnie who led the way into it. "What kind of things do you like best to paint, Mr. Percival?" she asked. He hesitated for several seconds, which between a question and an answer looked so long, that most people would call them minutes. "I would rather you should see some of my pictures." "I should prefer that to answering your question," he said at length. "But I have seen some of your pictures," she returned. "Pardon me, indeed you have not, Miss Walton. At least I have seen some of your sketches and studies." "Some of my sketches, none of my studies." "But you have made use of your sketches for your pictures, do you not?" "Never of such as you have seen. They are only a slight antidote to my pictures." "I cannot understand you. I do not wonder at that. But I would rather, I repeat, say nothing about my pictures till you see some of them." "But how am I to have that pleasure then?" "You go to London sometimes, do you not?" "Very rarely. More rarely still when the Royal Academy is open." "That does not matter much. My pictures are seldom to be found there." "Do you not care to send them there?" "I send one, at least, every year, but they are rarely accepted." "Why?" This was a very improper question, I thought, but if Wynnie had thought so she would not have put it. He hesitated a little before he replied. "It is hardly for me to say why," he answered, "but I cannot wonder much at it, considering the subjects I choose. But I dare say," he added in a lighter tone, "after all, that has little to do with it, and there is something about the things themselves that precludes a favourable judgment. I avoid thinking about it. A man ought to try to look at his own work as if it were none of his, but not as with the eyes of other people. That is an impossibility, and the attempt a bewilderment. It is with his own eyes he must look, with his own judgment he must judge. The only effort is to get it set far away enough from him to be able to use his own eyes and his own judgment upon it." "I think I see what you mean. A man has but his own eyes and his own judgment. To look with those of other people's is but a fancy." "Quite so. You understand me quite." He said no more in explanation of his rejection by the Academy, till we reached the church. Nothing more of significance passed between them. What a waste, bare churchyard that was! It had 2 or 3 lych gates, but they had no roofs. They were just small enclosures, with the low stone tables, to rest the living from the weight of the dead, while the clergyman, as the keeper of the heaven's wardrobe, came forth to receive the garments they restored, to be laid aside as having ended its work, as having been worn done in the winds and rain and labours of the world. Not a tree stood in that churchyard. Hank grass was the sole covering of the soil heaped up with the dead beneath. What blast from the awful space of the sea must rush athwart the undefended garden? The ancient church stood in the midst, with its low, strong, square tower, and its long, narrow nave. The ridge bowed with age, like the back of a horse worn out in the service of man, and its little homely chancel, like a small cottage that had leaned up against its end for shelter from the western blasts. It was locked, and we could not enter. But of all world-worn, sad-looking churches, that one, sad even in the sunset, was the dreariest I had ever beheld. Surely it needed the gospel of the resurrection fervently preached therein, to keep it from sinking to the dust with dismay and weariness. Such a soul alone could keep it from vanishing utterly of dismal old age. Near it was one huge mound of grass-grown rubbish, looking like the grave where some former church of the dead had been buried, when it could stand erect no longer before the onsets of the Atlantic winds. I walked round and round it, gathering its architecture, and peeping in at every window I could reach. Suddenly I was aware that I was alone. Returning to the other side, I found that Percival was seated on the churchyard wall, next the sea. It would have been less dismal had it stood immediately on the cliffs, but they were at some little distance beyond bare downs and rough stone walls. He was sketching the place, and Wynnie stood beside him, looking over his shoulder. I did not interrupt him, but walked among the graves, reading the poor memorials of the dead, and wondering how many of the words of laudation that were inscribed on their tombs were spoken of them while they were yet alive. Yet surely, in the lives of those to whom they applied the least, there had been moments when the true nature, the nature God had given them, broke forth in faith and tenderness, and would have justified the words inscribed on their gravestones. I was yet wandering and reading and stumbling over the mounds, when my companions joined me, and, without a word, we walked out of the churchyard. We were nearly home before one of us spoke. "That church is oppressive," said Percival. "It looks like a great sepulchre, a place built only for the dead, the church of the dead." "It is only that it partakes with the living," I returned. "Suffer with them the buffetings of life, outlasts them, but shows, like the shield of the Red Cross Knight, the old dints of deep wounds." "Still, is it not a dreary place to choose for a church to stand in?" "The church must stand everywhere. There is no region into which it must not, ought not to enter. If it refuses any earthly spot, it is shrinking from its calling. Here this one stands for the sea as for the land, high uplifted, looking out over the waters as a sign of the haven from all storms, the rest in God. And down beneath in its storehouse lies the bodies of men. You saw the grave of some of them on the other side, flung ashore from the gulfing sea. It may be a weakness, but one would rather have the bones of his friends laid in the still Sabbath of the churchyard earth, than sweeping and swaying about as Milton imagines the bones of his friend Edward King in that wonderful Lucides. Then I told them the conversation I had had with the sexton at Kilkhaven. But I went on. These fancies are only the ghostly mists that hang about the eastern hills before the sun rises. We shall look down on all that with a smile by and by, for the Lord tells us that if we believe in him we shall never die. By this time we were back once more at the inn. We gave Connie a description of what we had seen. "What a brave old church!" said Connie. The next day I awoke very early, full of anticipated attempt. I got up at once, found the weather most promising, and proceeded first of all to look at Connie's litter, and see that it was quite sound. Satisfied of this, I rejoiced in the contemplation of its lightness and strength. After breakfast I went to Connie's room, and told her that Mr. Percival and I had devised a treat for her. Her face shone at once. "But we want to do it our own way." "Of course, papa," she answered. "Will you let us tie your eyes up?" "Yes, and my ears and my hands too. It would be no good tying my feet, when I don't know one big toe from the other." And she laughed merrily. "We'll try to keep up the talk all the way, so that you shan't weary of the journey. You're going to carry me somewhere with my eyes tied up? Oh, how jolly! And then I shall see something all at once. Jolly, jolly! Getting tired, she repeated. Even the wind on my face would be pleasure enough for half a day. I shan't get tired so soon as you will, you dear, kind papa. I'm afraid I shall be dreadfully heavy, but I shan't jerk your arms much. I will lie so still. And you won't mind letting Mr. Percival help me carry you? No, why should I, if he doesn't mind it? He looks strong enough, and I'm sure he is nice, and won't think me heavier than I am. Very well, then, I will send mamma and Winnie to dress you at once, and we shall set out as soon as you are ready. She clapped her hands with delight, then caught me round the neck and gave me one of my own kisses, as she called the best she had, and began to call as loud as she could on her mamma and Winnie to come and dress her. It was, indeed, a glorious morning. The wind came in little wafts, like veins of cool white silver amid the great, warm yellow gold of the sunshine. The sea lay before us, a mound of blue closing up the end of the valley, as if overpowered into quietness by the lordliness of the sun overhead, and the hills between which we lay like great sheep, with green wool, basking in the blissful heat. The gleam from the waters came up the pass. The grand castle crowned the left-hand steep, seeming to warm its old bones, like the ruins of some awful megatherium in the lighted air. One white sail sped like a glad thought across the spandrel of the sea. The shadows of the rocks lay over our path, like transient, cool, benignant deaths, through which we had to pass again and again to yet higher glory beyond. And one lark was somewhere in whose little breast the whole world was reflected as in the convex mirror of a dewdrop, where it swelled so that he could not hold it, but let it out again through his throat, metamorphosed into music, which he poured forth over all as the libation on the outspread altar of worship. And all of this we talked to Connie as we went, and every now and then she would clap her hands gently in the fullness of her delight, although she beheld the splendour only as with her ears, or from the kisses of the wind on her cheeks. But she seemed, since her accident, to have approached that condition which Milton represents Samson as longing for in his blindness, wherein the sight should be, through all parts diffused, that she might look at will through every pore. I had, however, arranged with the rest of the company that the moment we reached the cliff over the shore, and turned to the left to cross the isthmus, the conversation should no longer be about the things around us, and especially I warned my wife and Winnie that no exclamation of surprise or delight should break from them before Connie's eyes were uncovered. I had said nothing to either of them about the difficulties of the way, that, seeing us take them as ordinary things, they might take them so too, and not be uneasy. We never stopped till we reached the foot of the peninsula, nay island, upon which the keep of the Tintagel stands. There we set Connie down, to take breath and ease our arms before we began the arduous way. Now, now, said Connie eagerly, lifting her hands in the belief that we were on the point of undoing the bandage from her eyes. No, no, my love, not yet, I said, and she lay still again, only she looked more eager than before. I am afraid I have tired out you and Mr. Percival, papa, she said. Percival laughed so amusedly. Then she rejoined roguishly, "Oh yes, I know every gentleman is a Hercules. At least he chooses to be considered one. But, notwithstanding my firm faith in the fact, I have a little womanly conscience left that is hard to hoodwink. There was a speech for my wee Connie to make. The best answer and the best revenge was to lift her and go on. This we did, trying as well as we might to prevent the difference of level between us from tilting the litter too much for her comfort. "Where are you going, papa?" she said once, but without a sign of fear in her voice, as a little slip I made lowered my end of the litter suddenly. "You must be going up a steep place. Don't hurt yourself, dear papa." We had changed our positions, and were now carrying her head foremost up the hill. Percival led, and I followed. Now I could see every change on her lovely face, and it made me strong to endure, for I did find it hard work, I confess, to get to the top. It lay like a sunny pool, on which all the cloudy thoughts that moved in some unseen heaven cast exquisitely delicate changes of light and shade as they floated over it. Percival strode on as if he bore a feather behind him. I did wish we were at the top, for my arms began to feel like iron cables, stiff and stark, only I was afraid of my fingers giving way. My heart was beating uncomfortably too. But Percival, I felt almost inclined to quarrel with him before it was over. He strode on so unconcernedly, turning every corner of the zigzag where I expected him to propose a halt, and striding on again, as if there could be no pretence for any change of procedure. But I held out, strengthened by the play on my daughter's face, delicate as the play on an opal, one that inclines more to the milk than the fire. When at length we turned in through the Gothic door in the battlement wall, and set our lovely burden down upon the grass. "Percival," I said, forgetting the proprieties in the affected humour of being angry with him. So glad was I that we had her at length on the Mount of Glory. "Why did you go on walking like a castle, and pay no heed to me?" "You didn't speak, did you, Mr. Walton?" he returned, with just a shadow of solicitude in the question. "No, of course not," I rejoined. "Oh, then," he returned, in a tone of relief, "how could I? You were my captain. How could I give in so long as you were holding on?" I am afraid the Percival, without the Mister, came again and again after this, though I pulled myself up for it as often as I caught myself. "Now, papa," said Connie from the grass. "Not yet, my dear. Wait till your mamma and Wynnie come. Let us go and meet them, Mr. Percival." "Oh, yes, do, papa. Leave me alone here without knowing where I am or what kind of a place I am in. I should like to know how it feels. I have never been alone in all my life." "Very well, my dear," I said, and Percival and I left her alone in the ruins. We found Ethelwyn toiling up with Wynnie, helping her all she could. "Dear Harry," she said, "how could you think of bringing Connie up such an awful place? I wondered you dared to do it." "It's done, you see, wife," I answered, "thanks to Mr. Percival, who has nearly torn the breath out of me. But now we must get you up, and you will say that to see Connie's delight, not to mention your own, is quite wages for the labour. Isn't she afraid to find herself so high up? She knows nothing about it yet. You do not mean you have left the child there with her eyes tied up? To be sure, we could not uncover them before you came. It would spoil half the pleasure. Do let us make haste then. It is surely dangerous to leave her so." "Not in the least, but she must be getting tired of the darkness. Take my arm now." "Don't you think Mrs. Walton had better take my arm?" said Percival, "and then you can put your hand on her back, and help her a little that way." We tried the plan, found it a good one, and soon reached the top. The moment our eyes fell upon Connie, we could see that she had found the place neither fearful nor lonely. The sweetest ghost of a smile hovered on her pale face. which shone in the shadow of the old gateway of the keep, with light from within her own sunny soul. She lay in such still expectation that you would have thought she had just fallen asleep after receiving an answer to a prayer, reminding me of a little known sonnet of Wordsworth, in which he describes as the type of death the face of one sleeping alone within a mossy cave, with her face up to heaven, that seemed to have pleasing remembrance of a thought foregone, a lovely beauty in a summer grave. But she heard our steps, and her face awoke. "Is mamma come?" "Yes, my darling, I am here," said her mother. "How do you feel?" "Perfectly well, mamma, thank you. Now, papa." "One moment more, my love. Now, Percival." We carried her to the spot we had agreed upon, and while we held her a little inclined, that she might see the better, her mother undid the bandage from her head. "Hold your hands over her eyes, a little way from them," I said to her, as she untied the handkerchief, that the light might reach them by degrees and not blind her. Ethelwyn did so for a few moments, then removed them. Still, for a moment or two more, it was plain from her look of utter bewilderment that all was confused mass of light and colour. Then she gave a little cry, and to my astonishment, almost fear, half rose to a sitting posture. One moment more, and she laid herself gently back, and wept and sobbed. And now I may admit my reader to a share, though at best but a dim reflex in my poor words, of the glory that made her weep. Through the Gothic arched doors in the battlement wall, which stood on the very edge of the precipitous descent, so that nothing of the descent was seen, and the door was a framework to the picture, Connie saw a great gulf at her feet, full to the brim of a splendour of light and colour. Before her rose the great ruins of rock and castle, the ruins of rock with castle, rough stone below, clear green happy grass above, even to the verge of the abrupt and the awful precipice. Over it the summer sky so clear that it must have been clarified by sorrow and thought. At the foot of the rocks, hundreds of feet below, the blue waters breaking in white upon the dark grey sands, all full of the gladness of the sun overflowing in speechless delight, and reflected in fresh gladness from stone and water and flower, like new springs of light rippling forth from the earth itself to swell the universal tide of glory. All this seen through the narrow Gothic archway of a door in the wall, up, down, on either hand. But the main marvel was the look sheer below into the abyss full of light and air and colour, its sides lined with rock and grass, and its bottom lined with blue ripples and sand. Was it any wonder that my Connie should cry aloud when the vision dawned upon her, and then weep to ease a heart ready to burst with delight? "O Lord God," I said, almost involuntarily, "thou art very rich. Thou art the one poet, the one maker. We worship thee. Make but our souls as full of glory in thy sight as this chasm is to our eyes glorious with the forms which thou hast cloven and carved out of nothingness, and we shall be worthy to worship thee, O Lord our God." For I was carried beyond myself with delight, and with sympathy with Connie's delight, and with the calm worship of gladness in my wife's countenance. But when my eye fell on Wynnie, I saw a trouble mingled with her admiration, a self-accusation, I think, that she did not and could not enjoy it more, and when I turned from her, there were the eyes of Percival fixed upon me in wonderment. And for the moment I felt as David must have felt when, in his dance of undignified delight that he had got the ark home again, he saw the contemptuous eyes of Michel fixed on him from the window. But I could not leave it so. I said to him, coldly I dare say, "Excuse me, Mr. Percivale. I forgot for the moment that I was not amongst my own family. Percival took his hat off. "Forgive my seeming rudeness, Mr. Walton. I was half envying and half wondering. You would not be surprised at my unconscious behaviour if you had seen as much of the wrong side of the stuff as I have seen in London." I had some idea of what he meant, but this was no time to enter upon a discussion. I could only say, "My heart was full, Mr. Percival, and I let it overflow." "Let me at least share in its overflow," he rejoined, and nothing more passed on the subject. For the next 10 minutes we stood in absolute silence. We had set Connie down on the grass again, but propped up so that she could see through the doorway, and she lay in still ecstasy. But there was more to be seen ere we descended. There was the rest of the little islet with its crop of down grass, on which the horses of all the knights of King Arthur's round table might have fed for a week, yes, for a fortnight, without by any means encountering the short commons of war. There were the ruins of the castle, so built of plates of the laminated stones of the rocks on which they stood, and so woven in, or more properly incorporated with the outstanding rocks themselves, that in some parts I found it impossible to tell which was building and which was rock, the walls themselves seeming like a growth out of the island itself, so perfectly were they in harmony with, and in kind the same as, the natural ground upon which and of which they had been constructed. And this would seem to me to be the perfection of architecture. The work of man's hands should be so in harmony with the place where it stands that it must look as if it had grown out of the soil. But the walls were in some parts so thin that one wondered how they could have stood so long. They must have been built before the time of any formidable artillery, enough only for defence from arrows. But then the island was nowhere commanded, and its own steep cliffs would be more easily defended than any erections upon it. Clearly the intention was that no enemy should thereon find rest for the sole of his foot, for if he was able to land, farewell to the notion of any further defence. Then there was outside the wall the little chapel, such a tiny chapel, of which little more than the foundation remained, with the ruins of the altar still standing, and outside the chancel, nestling by its wall, a coffin hollowed in the rock. Then the churchyard a little way off full of graves, which, I presume, would have vanished long ago were it not that the very graves were founded on the rock. There still stood old worn-out headstones of thin slate, but no memorials were left. Then there was the fragment of arched passage underground laid open to the air in the centre of the islet, and last, and grandest of all, the awful edges of the rock broken by time and carved by the winds and the water into grotesque shapes and threatening forms. Over all the surface of the islet we carried Connie, and from 3 sides of this sea fortress she looked abroad over the Atlantic's level powers. It blew a gentle ethereal breeze on the top, but had there been such a wind as I have since stood against on that fearful citadel of nature, I should have been in terror lest we should all be blown into the deep. Over the edge she peeped at the strange fantastic needle rock, and round the corner she peeped to see Wynnie and her mother seated in what they called Arthur's chair, a canopied hollow wrought in the plate rock by the mightiest of all solvents, air and water, till at length it was time that we should take our leave of the few sheep that fed over the place, and issuing by the Gothic door, wind away down the dangerous path to the safe ground below. "I think we better tie up your eyes again, Connie," I said. "Why?" she asked, in wonderment. "There's nothing higher yet, is there?" "No, my love. If there were, you would hardly be able for it today. I should think it is only to keep you from being frightened at the precipice as you go down. But I shan't be frightened, papa. How do you know that? Because you are going to carry me. But what if I should slip? I might, you know. I don't mind. I shan't mind being tumbled over the precipice if you do it. I shan't be to blame, and I'm sure you won't, papa. Then she drew my head down and whispered in my ear, if I get as much more by being killed as I have got by having my poor back hurt, I'm sure it will be well worth it. I tried to smile a reply, for I could not speak one. We took her just as she was, and with some tremor on my part, but not a single slip, we bore her down the winding path, her face showing all the time that, instead of being afraid, she was in a state of ecstatic delight. My wife, I could see, was nervous, however, and she breathed a sigh of relief when we were once more at the foot. "Well, I'm glad that's over," she said. "So am I returned, as we set down the letter. "Poor papa! I've pulled his arms to pieces, and Mr. Percival's too." Percival answered first by taking up a huge piece of stone. Then turning towards her, he said, "Look here, Miss Connie," and flung it far out from the isthmus on which we were resting. We heard it strike on a rock below, and then fall in a shower of fragments. "My arms are all right, you see," he said. Meantime, Wynnie had scrambled down to the shore where we had not yet been. In a few minutes we were still lingering. She came running back to us, out of breath with the news. "Papa, Mr. Percival, there's such a grand cave down there. It goes right through under the island." Connie looked so eager that Percival and I glanced at each other, and without a word lifted her and followed Wynnie. It was a little way that we had to carry her down, but it was very broken, and insomuch more difficult than the other. At length we stood in the cavern. What a contrast to the vision overhead! Nothing to be seen but the cool dark vault of the cave, long and winding, with the fresh seaweed lying on its pebbly floor, and its walls wet with the last tide, for every tide rolled through in rising and falling, the waters on the opposite side of the islet greeting through the cave, the blue shimmer of the rising sea, and the forms of huge outlying rocks looking in at the further end, where the roof rose like a grand cathedral arch, and the green gleam of veins rich with copper, dashing and streaking the darkness in gloomy little chapels, where the floor of the heaped up pebbles rose and rose within till it met the descending roof. It was like a going down from paradise into the grave, but a cool, friendly, brown-lidded grave, which even in the darkest recesses bore some witness to the wind of God outside, in the occasional ripple of shadowed light from the play of the sun on the waves, that fleeted and reflected, wandered across its jagged roof. But we dared not keep Connie long in the damp coolness, and I have given my reader quite enough of description for 1 hour's reading. He can scarcely be equal to more. My invalids had now beheld the sea in such a different aspect that I no longer feared to go back to Kilkhaven. Thither we went 3 days after, and at my invitation Percival took Turner's place in the carriage. End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 11. Joe and His Trouble. How bright the yellow shores of Kilcaven looked after the dark sands of Tintagel, but how low and tame its highest cliffs after the mighty rampart of rocks which there faced the sea like a cordon of fierce guardians. It was pleasant to settle down again in what had begun to look like home, and was indeed made such by the boisterous welcome of Dora and the boys. Connie's baby crowed aloud, and stretched forth her chubby arms at the sight of her. The wind blew gently around us, full both of the freshness of the clean waters and the scent of the down grasses, to welcome us back, and the dread version of the shore had now receded so far into the past that it was no longer able to hurt. We had called at the blacksmith's house on our way home, and found that he was so far better as to be working at his forge again. His mother said he was used to such attacks, and soon got over them. I, however, feared that they indicated an approaching breakdown. "Indeed, sir," she said, "Joe might be well enough if he liked. It's all his own fault." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I cannot believe that your son is in any way guilty of his own illness." "He's a well behaved lad, my Joe," she answered, "but he hasn't learned what I had to learn long ago." "What is that?" I asked. "To make up his mind and stick to it, to do one thing or the other." She was a woman with a long upper lip and a judicial face, and as she spoke, her lip grew longer and longer, and when she closed her mouth in mark of her own resolution, that lip seemed to occupy 2/3 of all her face under the nose. "And what is it he won't do?" "I don't mind whether he does it or not, if he would only make up his mind and stick to it." "What is it you want him to do, then?" "I don't want him to do it, I'm sure. It's no good to me, and wouldn't be much to him, that I'll be bound. Whomsoever he must please himself." I thought it not very wonderful that he looked gloomy, if there was no more sunshine for him at home than his mother's face indicated. Few things can make a man so strong and able for his work as a sun indoors, whose rays are smiles, ever ready to shine upon him when he opens the door, the face of wife or mother or sister. Now his mother's face certainly was not sunny. No doubt it must have shone upon him when he was a baby. God has made that provision for babies, who need sunshine so much that a mother's face cannot help being sunny to them. Why should the sunshine depart as the child grows older? "Well, I suppose I must not ask. But I fear your son is very far from well. Such attacks do not often occur without serious mischief somewhere. And if there is anything troubling him, he is less likely to get over it, if he would let somebody make up his mind for him, and then stick to it." "Oh, but that is impossible, you know. A man must make up his own mind." "That's just what he won't do." All the time she looked naughty, only after a self-righteous fashion. It was evident that whatever was the cause of it, she was not in sympathy with her son, and therefore could not help him out of any difficulty he might be in. I made no further attempt to learn from her the cause of her son's discomfort, clearly a deeper cause than his illness. In passing his workshop, we stopped for a moment, and I made an arrangement to meet him at the church the next day. I was there before him, and found that he had done a good deal since we left. Little remained except to get the keys put to rights, and the rods attached to the cranks in the box. To-day he was to bring a carpenter, a cousin of his own, with him. They soon arrived, and a small consultation followed. The cousin was a bright-eyed, cheruby-cheeked little man, with a ready smile and white teeth. I thought he might help me to understand what was amiss in Joseph's affairs, but I would not make the attempt except openly. I therefore said, half in a jocular fashion, as with gloomy self-withdrawn countenance the smith was fitting one loop into another in two of his iron rods, "I wish we could get this cousin of yours to look a little more cheerful. You would think he had quarrelled with the sunshine." The carpenter showed his white teeth between his rosy lips. "Well, sir, if you'll excuse me, you see my cousin Joe is not like the rest of us. He's a religious man, is Joe. But I don't see how that should make him miserable. It hasn't made me miserable. I hope I'm a religious man myself. It makes me happy every day of my life." "Ah, well," returned the carpenter, in a thoughtful tone, as he worked away gently to get the inside of the oak chest without hurting it. "I don't say it's the religion, for I don't know, but perhaps it's the way he takes it up. He doesn't look after hisself enough. He's always thinking about other people, you see, sir, and it seems to me, sir, that if you don't look after yourself, why, who is to look after you? That's common sense, I think." It was a curious contrast, the merry friendly face, which shone good fellowship to all mankind, accusing the sombre, pale, sad, severe, even somewhat bitter countenance beside him, of thinking too much about other people, and too little about himself. Of course it might be correct in a way. There is all the difference between the comfortable, healthy inclination, and a pained, conscientious principle. It was a smile very unlike his cousin's, with which Joe heard his remarks on himself. "But," I said, "you will allow, at least, that if everybody would take Joe's way of it, there would then be no occasion for taking care of yourself." "I don't see why, sir." "Why, because everybody would take care of everybody else." "Not so well, I doubt, sir." "Yes, and a great deal better. At any rate, that's a long way off. And meantime, who's to take care of the odd man like Joe there, that don't look after hisself?" "Why, God, of course." "Well, there's just where I'm out. I don't know nothing about that branch, sir." I saw a grateful light mount up in Joe's gloomy eyes as I spoke thus upon his side of the question. He said nothing, however, and his cousin volunteering no further information, I did not push any advantage I might have gained. At noon I made them leave their work and come home with me to have their dinner. They hoped to finish the job before dusk. Harry Cobb and I dropped behind, and Joe Harper walked on in front, apparently sunk in meditation. Scarcely were we out of the churchyard, and on the road leading to the rectory, when I saw the sexton's daughter meeting us. She had almost come up to Joe before he saw her, for his gaze was bent on the ground, and he started. They shook hands in what seemed to me an odd, constrained, yet familiar fashion, and then stood as if they wanted to talk, but without speaking. Harry and I passed, both with a nod of recognition to the young woman, but neither of us had the ill manners to look behind. I glanced at Harry, and he answered me with a queer look. When we reached the turning that would hide them from our view, I looked back almost involuntarily, and there they were still standing. But before we reached the door of the rectory, Joe got up with us. There was something remarkable in the appearance of Agnes Coombes, the sexton's daughter. She was about 26, I should imagine, the youngest of the family, with a sallow, rather sickly complexion, somewhat sorrowful eyes, a smile rare and sweet, a fine figure, tall and slender, and a graceful gait. I now saw, I thought, a good hair's breadth further into the smith's affairs. Beyond the hair's breadth, however, all was dark, but I saw likewise that the well of truth, whence I might draw the whole business, must be the girl's mother. After the men had had their dinner and rested a while, they went back to the church, and I went to the sexton's cottage. I found the old man seated at the window, with his pot of beer on the sill, and an empty plate beside it. "Come in, sir," he said, rising, as I put my head in at the door. "The missus bent in, but she'll be here in a few minutes." "Oh, it's of no consequence," I said. "Are they all well?" "All comfortable, sir. It'd be fine dry weather for them, this, sir. It'd be in the winter, it'd be worse for them. But it's a snug enough shelter you've got here. It seems such, anyhow, though, to be sure, it is the blast of winter that finds out the weak places, both in house and body." "It ben't the wind touched them," he said. "They'd be safe enough from the wind. It be the wet, sir. There ben't much snow in these parts, but when it do come, that be very bad for them, poor things." Could it be that he was harping on the old theme again? "But at least this cottage keeps out the wet," I said. "If not, we must have it seen to." "This cottage do well enough, sir. It'll last my time, anyhow." "Then why are you pitying your family for having to live in it?" "Bless your heart, sir, it's not them. They do well enough. It's my people out yonder. You've got the souls to look after, and I've got the bodies. That's what it be, sir, to be sure." The last exclamation was uttered in a tone of impatient surprise at my stupidity in giving all my thoughts and sympathies to the living, and none to the dead. I pursued the subject no further, but as I lay in bed that night, it began to dawn upon me as a lovable kind of hallucination in which the man indulged. He too had an office in the church of God, and he would magnify that office. He could not bear that there should be no further outcome of his labour, that the burying of the dead out of sight should be the be all and the end all. He was God's vicar, the gardener in God's acre, as the Germans call the churchyard. When all others had forsaken the dead, he remained their friend, caring for what little comfort yet remained possible to them. Hence, in all changes of air and sky above, he attributed to them some knowledge of the same, and some share in their consequences, even down in the darkness of the tomb. It was his way of keeping up the relation between the living and the dead. Finding I made no reply, he took up the word again. "You've got your part, sir, and I've got mine. You up into the pulpit, and I down into the grave. But it'll be all the same by and by." "I hope it will," I answered. "But when do you go down into your own grave, you'll know a good deal less about it than you do now. You'll find you've got other things to think about. But here comes your wife. She'll talk about the living rather than the dead." "That's natural, sir. She brought 'em to life, and I buried them, at least, best part of them. If only I had the other two safe down with the rest." I remembered what the old woman had told me, that she had two boys in the sea, and I knew therefore what he meant. He regarded his drowned boys as still tossed about in the weary, wet, cold ocean, and would have gladly laid them to rest in the warm, dry churchyard. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, and saying, "Well, I must be off to my gardening," left me with his wife. I saw then that, humorous as the old man might be, his humour, like that of all true humourists, lay close about the wells of weeping. "The old man seems to be a little out of sort," I said to his wife. "Well, sir," she answered, with her usual gentleness, a gentleness which obedient suffering had perfected, "this be the day he buried our Nancy. This day 2 years. To day Agnes be come home from her work poorly, and the two things together they've upset him a bit. I met Agnes coming this way. Where is she?" I believe she be in the churchyard, sir. I've been to the doctor about her. I hope it's nothing serious." "I hope not, sir. But you see, 4 of them, sir. Well, she's in God's hands, you know." "That she be, sir. I want to ask you about something, Mrs. Combs." "What be that, sir? If I can tell, I will, you may be sure, sir." "I want to know what's the matter with Joe Harper, the blacksmith. They do say it be a consumption, sir. But what has he got on his mind?" "He's got nothing on his mind, sir. He be as good a boy as ever stepped, I assure you, sir." "But I am sure there's something or other on his mind. He's not so happy as he should be. He's not the man, it seems to me, to be unhappy because he's ill. A man like him would not be miserable because he was going to die. It might make him look sad sometimes, but not gloomy as he looks." "Well, sir, I believe you're right, and perhaps I know somewhat, but it's part guessing. I believe my Agnes and Joe Harper are as fond upon one another as any two in the country." "Are they not going to be married then?" "There'd be the pint, sir. I don't believe Joe ever said a word of the sort to Aggie." "She never could have kept it from me, sir." "Why doesn't he then?" "That's the point again, sir. All as I knows him says it's because he be in such bad health, and he thinks he oughtn't to go marrying with one foot in the grave. He never said so to me, but I think very likely that be it." "For that matter, Mrs. Combs, we've all got one foot in the grave, I think." "That be very true, sir. And what does your daughter think?" "I believe she thinks the same. And so they go on talking to each other, quiet like old married folks, not like lovers at all, sir. But I can't help fancying it have something to do with my Aggie's pale face." "And something to do with Joe's pale face too, Mrs. Coombes," I said. "Thank you. You've told me more than I expected. It explains everything. I must have it out with Joe now." "Oh, dearie me, sir, don't go and tell him I said anything as if I wanted him to marry my daughter." "Don't be afraid. I'll take good care of that. And don't fancy I'm fond of meddling with other people's affairs. But this is a case in which I ought to do something. Joe's a fine fellow, that he be, sir. I couldn't wish a better for a son-in-law. I put on my hat. You won't get me into no trouble with Joe, will ye, sir?" "Indeed I will not, Mrs. Coombes. I should be doing a great deal more harm than good if I said a word to make him doubt you." I went straight to the church. There were 2 men working away in the shadowy tower, and there was Agnes standing beside, knitting like her mother, so quiet, so solemn even, that it did indeed look as if she were a long married wife, hovering about her husband at his work. Harry was saying something to her as I went in, but when they saw me they were silent, and Agnes gently withdrew. "Do you think you will get through tonight?" I asked. "Sure of it, sir," answered Harry. "You shouldn't be sure of anything, Harry. We are told in the New Testament that we ought to say, 'If the Lord will,'" said Joe. "Now, Joe, you're too hard upon Harry," I said. "You don't think that the Bible means to pull a man up every step like that, till he's afraid to speak a word? It was about a long journey and a year's residence that the Apostle James was speaking." "No doubt, sir. But the principle's the same. Harry can no more be sure of finishing his work before it be dark, than those people could be of going their long journey." "That is perfectly true. But you are taking a letter from the Spirit, and that, I suspect, in more ways than one. The religion does not lie in not being sure about anything, but in a loving desire that the will of God in the matter, whatever it may be done. And if Harry has not learned yet to care about the will of God, what is the good of coming down upon him that way, as if it would teach him in the least. When he loves God, then, and not till then, will he care about his will. Nor does the religion lie in saying, if the Lord will. Every time anything is to be done, it is a most dangerous thing to use sacred words often. It makes them so common to our ear that at length, when used most solemnly, they have not half the effect they ought to have, and that is a serious loss. What the apostle means is, that we should always be in the mood of looking up to God and having regard to his will, not always writing D.V., for instance, as so many do most irreverently. I think, using a Latin contraction for the beautiful words, just as if they were a charm, or as if God would take offence if they did not make the salvo of acknowledgment. It seems to me quite heathenish. Our hearts ought ever to be in the spirit of those words. Our lips ought to utter them rarely. Besides, there are some things a man might be pretty sure the Lord wills. It sounds fine, sir, but I'm not sure that I understand what you mean to say. It sounds to me like a darkening of wisdom. I saw that I had irritated him, and so had in some measure lost ground. But Harry struck in. How can you say that now, Joe? I know what a parson means well enough, and everybody knows I ain't got half the brains you've got. The reason is, Harry, that he's got something in his head that stands in the way. And there's nothing in my head to stand in the way, returned Harry, laughing. This makes me laugh too, and even Joe could not help a sympathetic grin. By this time it was getting dark. I'm afraid, Harry, after all, you won't get through tonight. I begin to think so too, sir. And there's Joe saying, I told you so, over and over to himself, though he won't say it out like a man. Joe answered only with another grin. I tell you what it is, Harry, I said. You must come again on Monday, and on your way home just look in and tell Joe's mother that I've kept him over tomorrow. The change will do him good. No, sir, that can't be. I haven't got a clean shirt. You can have a shirt of mine, I said, but I'm afraid you'll want your Sunday clothes. I'll bring them for you, Joe. Before you're up, interposed Harry, and then you can go to church with Aggie Coombes, you know. Here was just what I wanted. Hold your tongue, Harry, said Joe angrily. You're talking about what you don't know anything about. Well, Joe, I ben't a fool. If I ben't so religious as you be, you ben't a bad fellow, though you be a Methodist, and I ben't a fool, though I be Harry Cobb. What do you mean, Harry? Do hold your tongue. Well, I'll tell you what I mean first, and then I'll hold my tongue. I mean this, that nobody with two eyes, or one eye, for that matter, in his head, could help seeing the eyes you and Aggie make at each other, and why you don't port your helm and board her. I won't say it's more than I know, but I do say it to be more than I think be fair to the young woman. Hold your tongue, Harry. I said I would when I answered you as to what I meaned. So no more at present, but I'll be over with your clothes afore you're up in the morning. As Harry spoke, he was busy gathering his tools. They won't be in the way, will they, sir? He said, as he heaped them together in the furthest corner of the tower. Not in the least, I returned. If I had my way, all the tools used in the building the church should be carved on the posts and pillars of it, to indicate the sacredness of labour and the worship of God that lies, not in building the church merely, but in every honest trade honestly pursued for the good of mankind and the needs of the workman. For a necessity of God is laid upon every workman, as well as on St. Paul. Only St. Paul saw it, and every workman doesn't, Harry. Thank you, sir. I like the way of it. I almost think I could be a little bit religious after your way of it, sir. Almost, Harry? growled Joe, not unkindly. "Now you hold your tongue, Joe," I said. "Leave Harry to me. You may take him if you like, after I've done with him." Laughing merrily, but making no other reply than a hearty good night, Harry strode away out of the church, and Joe and I went home together. When he had had his tea, I asked him to go out with me for a walk. The sun was shining aslant upon the downs from over the sea. We rose out of the shadowy hollow to the sunlit brow. I was a little in advance of Joe. Happening to turn, I saw the light full on his head and face, while the rest of his body had not yet emerged from the shadow. "Stop, Joe," I said. "I want to see you so for a moment." He stood, a little surprised. "You look just like a man rising from the dead, Joe," I said. "I don't know what you mean, sir," he returned. "I will describe yourself to you. Your head and face are full of sunshine. The rest of your body is still buried in the shadow. Look, I will stand where you are now, and you come here. You will soon see what I mean." We changed places. Joe stared for a moment, then his face brightened. "I see what you mean, sir," he said. "I fancy you don't mean the resurrection of the body, but the resurrection of righteousness." "I do, Joe. Did it ever strike you that the whole history of the Christian life is a series of such resurrections? Every time a man bethinks himself that he is not walking in the light, that he has been forgetting himself and must repent, that he has been asleep and must awake, that he has been letting his garments trail, and must gird up the loins of his mind. Every time this takes place, there is a resurrection in the world. Yes, Joe, and every time that a man finds that his heart is troubled, that he is not rejoicing in God, a resurrection must follow, a resurrection out of the night of troubled thoughts into the gladness of the truth. For the truth is, and ever was, and ever must be, gladness, however much the soul on which it shines may be obscured by the clouds of sorrow, troubled by the thunders of fear, or shot through with the lightnings of pain. Now, Joe, will you let me tell you what you are like? I do not know your thoughts. I am only judging from your words and looks." "You may if you like, sir," answered Joe, a little sulkily, "but I will not be repelled." I stood up in the sunlight, so that my eyes caught only half the sun's disk. Then I bent my face towards the earth. "What part of me is the light shining on now, Joe?" "Just the top of your head," answered he. "There, then," I returned, "that is just what you are like, a man with the light on his head, but not on his face. And why not on your face? Because you hold your head down. Isn't it possible, sir, that a man might lose the light on his face, as you put it, by doing his duty?" "That is a difficult question," I replied. "I must think before I answered it." "I mean," added Joe, "mightn't his duty be a painful one?" "Yes, but I think that would rather etherealize than destroy the light. Behind the sorrow would spring a yet greater light from the very duty itself. I have expressed myself badly, but you will see what I mean. To be frank with you, Joe, I do not see that light in your face. Therefore I think something must be wrong with you. Remember, a good man is not necessarily in the right. Saint Peter was a good man, yet our Lord called him Satan, and meant it, of course, for he never said what he did not mean. How can I be wrong when all my trouble comes from doing my duty, nothing else, as far as I know?" "Then," I replied, a sudden light breaking in on my mind, "I doubt whether what you suppose to be your duty can be your duty. If it were, I do not think it would make you so miserable. At least, I may be wrong, but I venture to think so. What is a man to go by then? If he thinks a thing is his duty, is he not to do it?" most assuredly, until he knows better. But it is of the greatest consequence whether the supposed duty be the will of God, or the invention of one's own fancy or mistaken judgment. A real duty is always something right in itself. The duty a man makes his for the time, by supposing it to be a duty, may be something quite wrong in itself. The duty of a Hindu woman is to burn herself on the body of her husband. But that duty lasts no longer than till she sees that, not being the will of God, it is not her duty. A real duty, on the other hand, is a necessity of the human nature, without seeing and doing which a man can never attain to the truth and blessedness of his own being. It was the duty of the early hermits to encourage the growth of vermin upon their bodies, for they supposed that was pleasing to God. But they could not fare so well if they had seen the truth that the will of God was cleanliness. And there may be far more serious things done by Christian people against the will of God, in the fancy of doing their duty, than such a trifle as swarming with worms. In a word, thinking a thing is your duty makes it your duty only till you know better. And the prime duty of every man is to seek and find, that he may do the will of God. But do you think, sir, that a man is likely to be doing what he ought not, if he is doing what he don't like? Not so likely, I allowed, but there may be ambition in it. A man must not want to be better than the right. That is the delusion of the anchorite, a delusion in which the man forgets the rights of others for the sake of his own sanctity. It might be for the sake of another person, and not for the person's own sake at all. It might be, but except it were the will of God for that other person, it would be doing him or her a real injury. We were coming gradually towards what I wanted to make the point in question. I wished him to tell me all about it himself, however, for I knew that while advice given on request is generally disregarded, to offer advice unasked for is worthy only of a fool. "But how are you going to know the will of God in every case?" asked Joe. "By looking at the general laws of life, and obeying them, except there be anything special in a particular case to bring it under a higher law." "Ah, but that be just what there is here." "Well, my dear fellow, that may be, but the special conduct may not be the right for the special case for all that. The specialty of the case may not even be sufficient to take it from under the ordinary rule. But it is of no use talking generals. Let us come to particulars. If you can trust me, tell me all about it, and we may be able to let some light in. I am sure there is darkness somewhere. I will turn it over in my mind, sir, and if I can bring myself to talk about it, I will. I would rather tell you than any one else." I said no more. We watched a glorious sunset. There never was a grander place for sunsets, and went home. End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. A Small Adventure. The next morning Harry came with the clothes, but Joe did not go to church. Neither did Agnes make her appearance that morning. They were both present at the evening service, however. When we came out of the church, it was cloudy and dark, and the wind was blowing cold from the sea. The sky was covered with one cloud, but the waves tossing themselves against the rocks flashed whiteness out of the general gloom. As the tide rose, the wind increased. It was night of surly temper, hard and gloomy. Not a star cracked the blue above. There was no blue, and the wind was gurly. I once heard that word in Scotland, and never forgot it. After one of our usual gatherings in Connie's room, which was much shorter here because of the evening service in summer, I withdrew till supper should be ready. Now I have always had, as I think I have incidentally stated before, a certain peculiar pleasure in the surly aspects of nature. When I was a young man this took form in opposition and defiance. Since I had begun to grow old, the form has changed into a sense of safety. I welcome such aspects, partly at least, because they rouse my faith to look through and beyond the small region of human conditions, in which alone the storm can be and blow, and thus induce a feeling like that of a child who lies in his warm crib and listens to the howling of one of these same storms outside the strong-built house, which yet trembles at its fiercest onsets. The house is not in danger, or, if it be, that is his Father's business, not his. Hence it came that, after supper, I put on my great coat and travelling cap, and went out into the ill-tempered night. Speaking of it in its human symbolism, I meant to have a stroll down to the breakwater, of which I have yet said little, but which was a favourite resort, both of myself and my children. At the further end of it, always covered at high water, was an outlying cluster of low rocks, in the heart of which the lord of the manor, a noble-hearted Christian gentleman of the old school, had constructed a bath of graduated depth, an open-air swimming pool, the only really safe place for men who were swimmers to bathe in. Thither I was in the habit of taking my two little men every morning, and bathing with them, that I might develop the fish that was in them. For, as George Herbert says, man is everything, and more. He is a tree, yet bears no fruit; a beast, yet is, or should be, more. And he might have gone on to say that he is, or should be, a fish as well. It will seem strange to any reader who can recall the position of my Connie's room, that the nearest way to the breakwater should be through that room. But so it was. I mention the fact because I want my readers to understand a certain peculiarity of the room. By the side of the window which looked out upon the breakwater was a narrow door, apparently of a closet or cupboard, which communicated, however, with a narrow, curving, wood-built passage, leading into a little wooden hut, the walls of which were by no means impervious to the wind, for they were formed of outside planks, with the bark still upon them. From this hut one or two little windows looked seaward, and a door led out on the bit of sward in which lay the flower-bed under Connie's window. From this spot again a door in the low wall and thick hedge led out on the downs, where a path wound along the cliffs that formed the side of the bay, till, descending under the storm tower, it brought you to the root of the breakwater. This mole stretched its long, strong, low back to a rock a good way out, breaking the force of the waves, and rendering the channel of a small river, that here flowed into the sea across the sands from the mouth of the canal, a refuge from the Atlantic. But it was a roadway often hard to reach, in fair weather even, the wind falling as the vessel rounded the point of the breakwater into the calm of the projecting highlands. The undercurrent would sometimes dash her helpless on the rocks. During all this heavenly summer there had been no thought or fear of any such disaster. The present night was a hint of what weather would yet come. When I went into Connie's room I found her lying in bed, a very picture of peace, but my entrance destroyed the picture. "Papa," she said, "why have you got your coat on? Surely you are not going out to night? The wind is blowing dreadfully." "Not very dreadfully, Connie. It blew much worse the night we found your baby." "But it is very dark." "I allow that, but there is a glimmer from the sea. I am only going on the breakwater for a few minutes. You know I like the stormy night quite as much as a fine one." "I shall be miserable till you come home, papa." "Nonsense, Connie. You don't think your father hasn't sense to take care of himself? Or rather, Connie, for I grant that it is poor ground of comfort, you don't think I can go anywhere without my father to take care of me?" "But there is no occasion, is there, papa? Do you think I should be better pleased with my boys if they shrunk from everything involving the least possibility of danger because there's no occasion for it? That is just the way to make cowards. And I am certain God would not like his children to indulge in such moods of self-preservation as that. He might well be ashamed of them. The fearful are far more likely to meet with accidents than the courageous. But really, Connie, I'm almost ashamed of talking so. It's all your fault. There is positively no ground for apprehension, and I hope you won't spoil my walk by the thought that my foolish little girl is frightened." "I will be good. Indeed I will, papa," she said, holding up her mouth to kiss me. I left her room and went through the wooden passage into the bark hut. The wind roared about it, shook it, and pawed it, and sung and whistled in the chinks of the planks. I went out and shut the door. The moment the wind seized upon me, and I had to fight with it. When I got on the path leading along the edge of the downs, I felt something lighter than any feather fly in my face. When I put up my hand, I found my cheek wet. Again and again I was thus assailed, but when I got to the breakwater I found what it was. They were flakes of foam, bubbles worked up into little masses of adhering thousands, which the wind blew off the waters and across the downs, carrying some of them miles inland. When I reached the breakwater, and looked along its ridge through the darkness of the night, I was bewildered to see a whiteness lying here and there in a great patch upon its top. They were but accumulations of these foam flakes, like soap suds, lying so thick that I expected to have to wade through them, only they vanished at the touch of my feet. Till then I had almost believed it was snow I saw. On the edge of the waves in quieter spots they lay like yeast, foaming and working. Now and then a little rush of water from a higher wave swept over the top of the broad breakwater, as with head bowed sideways against the wind, I struggled along toward the rock at its end. But I said to myself, the tide is falling fast, and salt water hurts nobody, and struggled on over the huge rough stones of the mighty heap, outside which the waves were white with wrath, inside which they had fallen asleep, only heaving with the memory of their late unrest. I reached a tall rock at length, climbed the rude stair leading up to the flagstaff, and looked abroad, if looking it could be called, into the thick dark. But the wind blew so strong on the top that I was glad to descend. Between me and the basin where yesterday morning I had bathed in still water and sunshined with my boys, rolled the deadly waves. I wandered on the rough narrow space, yet uncovered, stumbling over the stones and rocky points between which they lay, stood here and there half meditating, and at length, finding sheltered nook in a mass of rock, sat with the wind howling and the waves bursting around me. There I fell into a sort of brown study, almost half asleep. But I had not sat long before I came broad awake, for I heard voices, low and earnest. One I recognized as Joe's voice. The other was a woman's. I could not tell what they said for some time, and therefore felt no immediate necessity for disclosing my proximity, but sat debating with myself whether I should speak to them or not. At length, in a lull of the wind, I heard the woman say, I could fancy with a sigh, "I'm sure you'll do what is right, Joe. Don't ye think of me, Joe. It's just of you that I do think, Aggie. You know it's been for my sake. Surely you know that." There was no answer for a moment. I was still doubting what I had best do. Go away quietly or let them know I was there. When she spoke again, there was a momentary lull now in the noises of both wind and water, and I heard what she said well enough. "It ben't for me to contradict you, Joe, but I don't think you're going to die. You be no worse than last year. Be you now, Joe?" It flashed across me how once before a stormy night and darkness had brought me close to a soul in agony. Then I was in agony myself. Now the world was all fair and hopeful around me, the portals of the world beyond ever opening wider as I approached them, and letting out more of their glory to gladden the path to their threshold. But here were two souls straying in a mist which faith might roll away, and leave them walking in the light. The moment was come. I must speak. "Joe!" I called out. "Who's there?" he cried, and I heard him start to his feet. "Only Mr. Walton. Where are you?" "We can't be very far off," he answered, not in a tone of any pleasure at finding me so nigh. I rose, and peering about through the darkness, found that they were a little higher up on the same rock by which I was sheltered. "You mustn't think," I said, "that I have been eavesdropping. I had no idea any one was near me till I heard your voices, and I did not hear a word till just the last sentence or two." "I saw some one go up the castle rock," said Joe, "but I thought he was gone away again. It will be a lesson to me." "I'm no telltale, Joe," I returned, as I scrambled up the rock. "You will have no cause to regret that I happened to overhear a little. I'm sure, Joe, you will never say anything you need to be ashamed of. But what I heard was sufficient to let me into the secret of your trouble." "Will you let me talk to Joe, Agnes? I've been young myself, and, to tell the truth, I don't think I'm old yet." "I'm sure, sir," she answered, "you won't be hard on Joe and me. I don't suppose there be anything wrong in liking each other, though we can't be married." She spoke in a low tone, and her voice trembled very much, yet there was a certain womanly composure in her utterance. "I'm sure it's very bold of me to talk so," she added, "but Joe will tell you all about it." I was close beside them now, and fancied I saw through the dusk the motion of her hand stealing into his. "Well, Joe, this is just what I wanted," I said. "A woman can be braver than a big smith sometimes. Agnes has done her part. Now you do yours, and tell me all about it." No response followed my adjuration. I must help him. "I think I know how the matter lies, Joe. You think you are not going to live long, and that therefore you ought not to marry. Am I right?" "Not far off it, sir," he answered. "Now, Joe," I said, "can't we talk as friends about this matter? I have no right to intrude into your affairs, none in the least, except what friendship gives me. If you say I'm not to talk about it, I shall be silent. To force advice upon you would be as impertinent as useless." "It's all the same, I'm afraid, sir. My mind has been made up for a long time. What right have I to bring other people into trouble? But I take it kind of you, sir, though I mayn't look over pleased. Agnes wants to hear your way of it. I'm agreeable." This was not very encouraging, still I thought it sufficient ground for proceeding. I suppose you will allow that the root of all Christian behaviour is the will of God. Surely, sir. Is it not the will of God, then, that when a man and woman love each other, they should marry? Certainly, sir, where there be no reasons against it. Of course, and you judge you see reason for not doing so, else you would. I do see that a man should not bring a woman into trouble for the sake of being comfortable himself for the rest of a few weary days. Agnes was sobbing gently behind her handkerchief. I knew how gladly she would be Joe's wife, if only to nurse him through his last illness. Not except it would make her comfortable too, I grant you, Joe. But listen to me. In the first place, you don't know, and you're not required to know, when you are going to die. In fact, you have nothing to do with it. Many a life has been injured by the constant expectation of death. It is a life we have to do with, not death. The best preparation for the night is to work while the day lasts, diligently. The best preparation for death is life. Besides, I have known delicate people who have outlived all their strong relations, and been left alone in the earth, because they had possibly taken too much care of themselves. But marriage is God's will, and death is God's will, and you have no business to set one against the other, as antagonistic to the other. For anything you know, the gladness and the peace of marriage may be the very means intended for your restoration to health and strength. I suspect your desire to marry, fighting against a fancy that you ought not to marry, has a good deal to do with the state of health in which you now find yourself. A man would get over many things if he were happy, that he cannot get over when he is miserable. But it's for Aggie, you forget that. I do not forget it. What right have you to seek for her another kind of welfare than you would have yourself? Are you to treat her as if she were worldly when you are not? To provide for her a comfort which yourself you would despise? Why should you not marry because you have to die soon? If you are thus doomed, which to me is by no means clear, why not have the happiness you may for the rest of your sojourn? If you find at the end of 20 years that here you are after all, you will be rather sorry you did not do as I say. And if I find myself dying at the end of 6 months, you will thank God for those 6 months. The whole thing, my dear fellow, is a want of faith in God. I do not doubt you think you are doing right. But, I repeat, the whole thing comes from want of faith in God. You will take things into your own hands and order them after a preventative and self-protective fashion, lest God should have ordained the worst for you, which worst, after all, would be best met by doing his will without inquiry into the future, and which worst is no evil. Death is no more an evil than marriage is. But you don't see it as I do, persisted the blacksmith. Of course I don't. I think you see it as it is not. He remained silent for a little. A shower of spray fell upon us. He started. What a wave! He cried. That spray came over the top of the rock. We shall have to run for it. I fancied that he only wanted to avoid further conversation. There's no hurry, I said. It was high water an hour and a half ago. You don't know this coast, sir, returned he, or you wouldn't talk like that. As he spoke he rose, and going from under the shelter of the rock, looked along. For God's sake, Aggie, he cried in terror, come at once. Every other wave be rushing across the breakwater as if it were on the level. So saying, he hurried back, caught her by the hand, and began to draw her along. "Hadn't we better stay where we are?" I suggested. "If you can stand the night in the cold. But Aggie here is delicate, and I don't care about being out all night. It's not the tide, sir. It's a ground swell, from a storm somewhere out at sea, that never asks no questions about tide or no tide." "Come along then," I said. "But just wait 1 minute more. It is better to be ready for the worst." For I remembered that the day before I had seen a crowbar lying among the stones, and I thought it might be useful. In a moment or two I had found it, and returning, gave it to Joe. Then I took the girl's disengaged hand. She thanked me in a voice perfectly calm and firm. Joe took the bar in haste, and drew Agnes towards the breakwater. Any real thoughts of danger had not yet crossed my mind, but when I looked along the outstretched back of the mould, and saw a deep sheet of white sweep across it, I felt that there was grounds for his anxiety, and prepared myself for a struggle. "Do you know what to do with the crowbar, Joe?" I said, grasping my own stout oak stick more firmly. "Perfectly," answered Joe. "To stick between the stones and hold on. We must watch our time between the waves." "You take the command then, Joe," I returned. "You see better than I do, and you know the ways of that raging wild beast there better than I do. I will obey orders, one of which no doubt will be, not for the wind or sea, to lose hold of Agnes. Eh, Joe?" Joe gave a grim enough laugh in reply, and we started, he carrying his crowbar in his right hand towards the advancing sea, and I and my oak stick in my left towards the still water within. "Quick march," said Joe, and away we went out on the breakwater. Now the back of the breakwater was very rugged, for it was formed of huge stones, with wide gaps between, where the water had washed out the cement and worn their edges. But what impeded our progress secured our safety. "Halt!" cried Joe, when we were yet but a few yards beyond the shelter of the rocks. "There's a topper coming." We halted at the word of command, as a huge wave, with combing crest, rushed against the far out sloping base of the mole, and flung its heavy top right over the middle of the mass, a score or two of yards in front of us. "Now for it!" cried Joe. "Run!" We did run. In my mind there was just sense enough of danger to add to the pleasure of excitement. I did not know how much danger there was. Over the rough worn stones we sped stumbling. "Halt!" cried the smith once more, and we did halt, but this time, as it turned out, in the middle front of the coming danger. "God be with us!" I exclaimed, when the huge billow showed itself through the night, rushing towards the mole. The smith struck his crowbar between two great stones. To this he held on with one hand, and threw the other arm around Agnes's waist. I too had got my oak firmly fixed, held on with one hand, and threw the other arm around Agnes. It took but a moment. "Now then," cried Joe, "here she comes. Hold on, sir. Hold on, Aggie." But when I saw the height of the water, as it rushed on us up the sloping side of the mound, I cried out in my turn, "Down, Joe, down on your face, and let it over us easy. Down, Agnes." They obeyed. We threw ourselves across the breakwater, with our heads to the coming foe, and I grasped my stick close to the stones with all the power of a hand that was then strong. Over us burst the mighty wave, floating us up from the stones where we lay. But we held on, the wave passed, and we sprung grasping to our feet. "Now, now!" cried Joe and I together, and heavy as we were, with the water pouring from us, we flew across the remainder of the heap, and arrived, panting and safe, at the other end, ere one wave more had swept the surface. The moment we were in safety we turned and looked back over the danger we had traversed. It was to see a huge billow sweep the breakwater from end to end. We looked at each other for a moment without speaking. "I believe, sir," said Joe at length, with slow and solemn speech, "if you hadn't taken the command at that moment, we should all have been lost. It seems likely enough, when I look back on it. For one thing, I was not sure that my stick would stand, so I thought I had better grasp it low down." "We were awfully near death," said Joe. "Nearer than you thought, Joe, and yet we escaped it. Things don't go all as we fancy, you see. Faith is as essential to manhood as foresight. Believe me, Joe, it is very absurd to trust God for the future, and not trust him for the present. The man who is not anxious is the man most likely to do the right thing. He is cool and collected and ready. Our Lord therefore told his disciples that when they should be brought before kings and rulers, they were to take no thought what answer they should make, for it would be given them when the time came. We were climbing the steep path up to the downs. Neither of my companions spoke. "You have escaped one death together," I said, at length. "Dare another." Still neither of them returned an answer. When we came near the parsonage, I said, "Now, Joe, you must go in and get to bed at once. I will take Agnes home. You can trust me not to say anything against you." Joe laughed rather hoarsely, and replied, "As you please, sir. Good night, Aggie. Mind you get to bed as fast as you can." When I returned from giving Agnes over to her parents, I made haste to change my clothes and put on my warm dressing gown. I may as well mention at once that not one of us was the worse for our ducking. I then went up to Connie's room. "Here I am, you see, Connie, quite safe. I've been lying listening to every blast of the wind since you went out, papa, but all I could do was trust in God." "Do you call that all, Connie?" "Believe me, there is more power in that than any human being knows the tenth part of yet. It is indeed all." I said no more then. I told my wife about it that night, but we were well into another month before I told Connie. When I left her, I went to Joe's room to see how he was, and found him having some gruel. I sat down on the edge of his bed and said, "Well, Joe, this is better than under water. I hope you won't be the worse for it." "I don't care much what comes of me, sir. It will be all over soon." "But you ought to care what comes of you, Joe. I will tell you why. You are an instrument out of which ought to come praise to God, and therefore you ought to care for the instrument." "That way, yes, sir, I ought. And you have no business to be like some children who say, 'Mamma won't give me so and so,' instead of asking her to give it them." "I see what you mean, sir. But really you put me out before the young woman. I couldn't say before her what I meant. Suppose, you know, sir, there was to come a family. It might be, you know." "Of course. What else would you have? But if I was to die, where would she be then?" "In God's hands, just as she is now. But I ought to take care that she is not left with a burden like that to provide for." "Oh, Joe, how little you know a woman's heart! It would just be the greatest comfort she could have for losing you, that's all. Many a woman has married a man she did not care enough for, just that she might have a child of her own to let out her heart upon. I don't say that is right, you know. Such love cannot be perfect. A woman ought to love her child because it is her husband's more than because it is her own, and because it is God's more than either's. I saw in the papers the other day that a woman was brought before the recorder of London for stealing a baby, when the judge himself said that there was no imaginable motive for her actions but a motherly passion to possess the child. It is the need of a child that makes so many women take to poor miserable, broken-nosed lap-dogs, for they are self-indulgent and cannot face the troubles and dangers of adopting a child. They would if they might get one of a good family, or from a respectable home, but they dare not take an orphan out of the dirt, lest it should spoil their silken chairs. But that has nothing to do with our argument. What I mean is this, that if Agnes really loves you, as no one can look in her face and doubt, she will be far happier if you leave her a child. Yes, she will be happier if you only leave her your name for hers, than if you died without calling her your wife." I took Joe's basin from him, and he lay down. He turned his face to the wall. I waited a moment, but finding him silent, bade him good night and left the room. A month after, I married them. End of chapter 12.
Volume 2, Chapter 13 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 2, Chapter 13. The Harvest. It was some time before we got the bells to work to our mind, but at last we succeeded. The worst of it was to get the cranks, which at first required strong pressure on the keys, to work easily enough; but neither Joe nor his cousin spared any pains to perfect the attempt, and, as I say, at length we succeeded. I took Wynnie down to the instrument, and made her try whether she could not do something, and she succeeded in making the old tower discourse loudly and eloquently. By this time the thanksgiving for the harvest was at hand. On the morning of that, first of all I would summon the folk to their prayers with the sound of the full peal, and I wrote a little hymn of praise to the God of the harvest, modelling it to one of the oldest tunes in that part of the country, and I had it printed on slips of paper, and laid it plentifully on the benches. What with the calling of the bells, like voices in the highway, and the solemn meditation of the organ within, to bear aloft the thoughts of those who heard, and came to the prayer and thanksgiving in common, and the message which God had given me to utter them, I hoped that we should indeed keep holiday. Wynnie summoned the parish, with the 100th psalm pealed from aloft, drooping from the airy regions of the tower on village and hamlet and cottage, calling aloud. For who could dissociate the words from the music, though the words are in the Scotch psalms, written none the less by an Englishman, however English wits may amuse themselves with laughing at their quaintness, calling aloud, "All people that on earth do dwell, sing to the Lord with cheerful voice. Him serve with mirth, his praise forth tell. Come ye before him and rejoice." Then we sang the psalm before the communion service, making bold in the name of the Lord to serve him with mirth as in the old version, and not with the fear with which some editor, weak in faith, had presumed to alter the line. Then before the sermon we sang the hymn I had prepared, a proceeding justifiable by many an example in the history of the Church, while she was not only able to number singers amongst her clergy, but those singers were capable of influencing the whole heart and judgment of the nation with their songs. Ethelwyn played the organ. The song I had prepared was thus: "We praise the life of all, from buried seeds so small, who makes the order's ranks of autumn stand, who stores the corn in rick and barn, to feed the winter of the land. We praise the life of light, who from the brooding night draws out the morning holy, calm, and grand, veils up the moon, sends out the sun, to glad the face of all the land. We praise the life of work, who from sleep's lonely dark leads forth his children to arise and stand, then go their way the livelong day, to trust and labour in the land. We praise the life of good, who breaks sin's lazy mood, Toilsomely ploughing up the fruitless sand, the furrowed waste they leave and haste home, home, to till their fathers' land. We praise the Life of life, who in this soil of strife casts us at birth like seed from sower's hand, to die and sow like corn to grow a golden harvest in his land. After we had sung this hymn, the meaning of which is far better than the versification, I preached from the word of St. Paul, if by any means I might attain unto the resurrection of the dead, not as though I had already attained, either were already perfect. And this is something like what I said to them. The world, my friends, is full of resurrections, and it is not always of the same resurrection that St. Paul speaks. Every night that folds us up in darkness is a death. And those of you that have been out early, and have seen the firsts of the dawn, will know it. The day rises out of the night like a being that has burst its tomb, and escaped into life. That you may feel that the sunrise is a resurrection, the word resurrection just means a rising again. I will read you a little description of it from a sermon by a great writer and a great preacher called Jeremy Taylor. Listen. But as when the sun approaching towards the gates of the morning, he first opens a little eye of heaven, and sends away the spirits of darkness, and gives light to a cock, and calls up the lark to matins, and by gilds the fringes of a cloud, and peeps over the eastern hills, thrusting out his golden horns like those which decked the brows of Moses, when he was forced to wear a veil, because himself had seen the face of God. And still, while a man tells the story, the sun gets up higher, till he shows a fair face and a full light, and then he shines one whole day, under a cloud often, and sometimes weeping great and little showers, and sets quickly. So is a man's reason and his life. Is not this a resurrection of the day out of the night? Or hear how Milton makes his Adam and Eve praise God in the morning. Ye mists and exhalations that now rise From hill or streaming lake, dusky or grey, Till the sun paint your fleecy skirts with gold, In honour of the world's great Author, rise, Whether to deck with clouds the uncoloured sky, Or wet the thirsty earth with falling showers, Rising or falling, still advance his praise. But it is yet more of a resurrection to you. Think of your own condition through the night and in the morning. You die, as it were, every night. The death of darkness comes down over the earth, but a deeper death, the death of sleep, descends on you. A power overshadows you. Your eyelids close. You cannot keep them open if you would. Your limbs lie moveless. The day is gone. Your whole life is gone. You have forgotten everything. An evil man might come and do with your goods as he pleased. You are helpless. But the God of the resurrection is awake all the time, watching his sleeping men and women, even as a mother who watches her sleeping baby, only with larger eyes and more full of love than hers. And so, you know not how, all at once you know that you are what you are, that there is a world that wants you outside of you, and a God that wants you inside of you. You rise from the death of sleep, not by your own power, for you knew nothing about it. God put his hand over your eyes, and you were dead. He lifted his hand and breathed light on you, and you rose from the dead, thanked the God who raised you up, and went forth to do your work. From darkness to light, from blindness to seeing, from knowing nothing to looking abroad on the mighty world, from helpless submission to willing obedience, is not this a resurrection indeed? That St. Paul saw it to be such may be shown from his using the two things with the same meaning when he says, "Awake, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light." No doubt he meant a great deal more. No man who understands what he is speaking about can well mean only one thing at a time. But to return to the resurrections we see around us in nature. Look at the death that falls upon the world in winter, and look how it revives when the sun draws near enough in the spring to wile the life in it once more out of its grave. See how the pale, meek snowdrops come up with their bowed heads, as if full of the memory of the fierce winds they encountered last spring, and yet ready in the strength of their weakness to encounter them again. Up comes the crocus, bringing its gold safe from the dark of the colourless grave into the light of its parent gold. Primroses and anemones and bluebells, and 1,000 other children of the spring, hear the resurrection trumpet of the wind from the west and south, obey, and leave their graves behind to breathe the air of the sweet heavens. Up and up they come, till the year is glorious with the rose and the lily, till the trees are not only clothed upon with new garments of loveliest green, but the fruit tree bringeth forth its fruit, and the little children of men are made glad with apples and cherries and hazelnuts. The earth laughs out in green and gold, the sky shares in the grand resurrection, the garments of its mourning, wherewith it made men sad. Its clouds of snow and hail and stormy vapours are swept away, have sunk indeed to the earth, and are now humbly feeding the roots of the flowers whose dead stalks they beat upon all the winter long. Instead, the sky has put on the garments of praise. Her blue, coloured after the sapphire floor on which stands the throne of Him who is the resurrection and the life, is dashed and glorified with the pure white of sailing clouds, and at morning and evening prayer puts on colours in which the human heart drowns itself with delight, green and gold and purple and rose. Even the icebergs, floating about in the lonely summer seas of the north, are flashing all the glories of the rainbow. But indeed, is not this whole world itself a monument of the resurrection? The earth was without form and void. The wind of God moved on the face of the waters, and up arose this fair world. Darkness was on the face of the deep. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. In the animal world as well, you behold the goings of the resurrection. Plainest of all, look at the story of the butterfly, so plain that the pagan Greeks called it and the soul by one name, Psyche. Psyche meant with them a butterfly or the soul, either. Look how the creeping thing, ugly to our eyes, so that we can hardly handle it without a shudder, finding itself growing sick with age, straightway falls a-spinning and weaving at its own shroud, coffin, and grave, all in one, to prepare, in fact, for its resurrection. For it is for the sake of the resurrection that death exists. Patiently it spins its strength, but not its life, away; folds itself up decently, that its body may rest in quiet till the new body is formed within it; and at length, when the appointed hour has arrived, out of the body of this crawling thing breaks forth the winged splendour of the butterfly, not the same body, a new one, built out of the ruins of the old, even as St. Paul tells us that it is not the same body we have in the resurrection, but a nobler body like ourselves, with all the imperfect and evil thing taken away. No more creeping for the butterfly, wings of splendour now. Neither yet has it lost the feet wherewith to alight on all that is lovely and sweet. Think of it, up from the toilsome journey over the low ground, exposed to the foot of every passer-by, destroying the lovely leaves upon which it fed, and the fruit which they should shelter, up to the path at will through the air, and a gathering of food which hurts not the source of it, a food which is but a tribute from the loveliness of the flowers to the yet higher loveliness of the flower–angel. Is not this a resurrection? Its children too shall pass through the same process, to wing the air of a summer noon, and rejoice in the ethereal and the pure. To return yet again from the human thoughts suggested by the symbol of the butterfly. Here let me pause for a moment, and there was a corresponding pause, though but momentary, in the sermon as I spoke, to mention a curious, and to me at the moment an interesting fact. At this point of my address I caught sight of a white butterfly, a belated one, flitting about the church. Absorbed for a moment, my eye wandered after it. It was near the bench where my own people sat, and for one flash of thought I longed that the butterfly would alight on my Wynnie, for I was more anxious about her resurrection at the time than about anything else. But the butterfly would not. And then I told myself that God would, and that the butterfly was only the symbol of a grand truth, and of no private interpretation, to make which of it was both selfishness and superstition. But all this passed in a flash, and I resumed my discourse. I come now naturally to speak of what we commonly call the resurrection. Some say, how can the same dust be raised again, when it may be scattered to the winds of heaven? It is a question I hardly care to answer. The mere difficulty can in reason stand for nothing with God. But the apparent worthlessness of the supposition renders the question uninteresting to me. What is of import is, that I should stand clothed upon with a body which is my body because it serves my ends, justifies my consciousness of identity by being, in all that was good in it, like that which I had before, while now it is tenfold capable of expressing the thoughts and feelings that move within me. How can I care whether the atoms that form a certain inch of bone should be the same as those which formed that bone when I died? All my lifetime I never felt or thought of the existence of such a bone. On the other hand, I object to having the same worn muscles, the same shrivelled skin, with which I happen to die. Why give me the same body as that? Why not rather my youthful body, which was strong and facile and capable? The matter of the muscle of my arm at death would not serve to make half the muscle I had when young. But I thank God that St. Paul says it will not be the same body. That body dies, up springs another body. I suspect myself that those were right who say that this body being the seed, the moment it dies in the soul of this world, that moment is a resurrection of the new body. The life in it rises out of it in a new body. This is not after it is put in the mere earth, for it is dead then, and the germ of life gone out of it. If a seed rots, no new body comes out of it. The seed dies into a new life, and so does man. Dying and rotting are two very different things. But I am not sure by any means. As I say, the whole question is rather uninteresting to me. What do I care about my old clothes after I have done with them? What is it to me to know what becomes of an old coat or an old pulpit gown? I have no such clinging to the flesh. It seems to me that people believe their bodies to be themselves, and are therefore very anxious about them. And no wonder then. Enough for me that I shall have eyes to see my friends, a face that they shall know me by, and a mouth to praise God withal. I leave the matter with one remark, that I am well content to rise as Jesus rose, however that was. For me the will of God is so good that I would rather have his will done than my own choice given me. But I now come to the last, because infinitely the most important part of my subject, the resurrection for the sake of which all the other resurrections exist, the resurrection unto life. This is the one of which St. Paul speaks in my text. This is the one I am most anxious, indeed the only one I am anxious to set forth and impress upon you. Think then of all the deaths you know, the death of the night when the sun is gone, when friend says not a word to friend, but both lie drowned and parted in the sea of sleep; the death of the year, when winter lies heavy on the graves of the children of summer, when the leafless trees moan in the blasts from the ocean, when the beasts even look dull and oppressed, when the children go about shivering with cold, when the poor and improvident are miserable with suffering, or think of such a death of disease as befalls us at times, when the man who says, "Would God it were morning," changes but his word and not his tune when the morning comes, crying, "Would God it were evening," when what life is left is known to us only by suffering, and hope is amongst things that were once and are no more. Think of all these, think of them all together, and you will have but the dimmest, faintest picture of the death from which the resurrection of which I have now to speak is the rising. I shrink from the attempt, knowing how weak words are, to set forth the death, set forth the resurrection. Were I to sit down to yonder organ, and crash out the most horrible dissonances that ever took shape in sound, I should give you but a weak figure of this death. Were I capable of drawing from many a row of pipes an exhalation of dulcet symphonies and voices sweet, such as Milton himself could have invaded our ears withal, I could give you but a faint figure of this resurrection. Nevertheless, I must try what I can do in my own way. If into the face of the dead body, lying on the bed, waiting for its burial, the soul of the man should begin to dawn again, drawing near from afar, to look out once more at those eyes, to smile once again through those lips, the change on that face would be indeed great and wondrous, but nothing for marvel or greatness to that which passes on the countenance, the very outward bodily face of the man who wakes from his sleep, arises from the dead, and receives light from Christ. Too often indeed the reposeful look on the face of the dead body would be troubled, would vanish away at the revisiting of the restless ghost. But when a man's own right true mind, which God made in him, is restored to him again, and he wakes from the death of sin, then comes the repose without the death. It may take long for the new spirit to complete the visible change, but it begins at once, and will be perfected. The bloated look of self-indulgence passes away like the leprosy of Naaman. The cheek grows pure, the lips return to the smile of hope instead of the grin of greed, and the eyes that made innocence shrink and shudder with their yellow leer grow childlike and sweet and faithful. The mammon eyes, hitherto fixed on the earth, are lifted to meet their kind. The lips that mumbled over figures and sums of gold learn to say words of grace and tenderness. The truculent, repellent, self-satisfied face begins to look thoughtful and doubtful, as if searching for some treasure of whose whereabouts it has no certain sign. The face anxious, wrinkled, peering, troubled, on whose lines you read the dread of hunger, poverty, and nakedness, thaws into a smile, the eyes reflect in courage the light of the Father's care. The back grows erect under its burden with the assurance that the hairs of its head are all numbered, but the face can with all its changes set but dimly forth the rising from the dead which passes within. The heart, which cared but for itself, becomes aware of surrounding thousands like itself, in the love and care for which it feels a dawning blessedness undreamt of before. From selfishness to love, is not this a rising from the dead? The man whose ambition declares that his way in the world would be to subject everything to his desires, to bring every human care, affection, power, and aspiration to his feet, such a world it would be, and such a king it would have, if individual ambition might work its will, if a man's opinion of himself could be made out in the world, degrading, compelling, oppressing, doing everything for its own glory, and such a glory. But a pang of light strikes this man to the heart. An arrow of truth, feathered with suffering and loss and dismay, finds out the open joint in his armour, I was going to say. No, finds out the joint in the coffin, where the heart lies festering in a death so dead that itself calls to life. He trembles, he awakes, he arises from the dead. No more he seeks the slavery of all. Where can he find whom to serve? How can he become, if but a threshold in the temple of Christ, where all serve all, and no man thinks first of himself? He to whom the mass of his fellows, as he massed them, was common and unclean, bows before every human sign of the presence of the making God. The sun, which was to him but a candle with which to search after his own ends, wealth, power, place, praise, the world, which was but the cavern where he thus searched, are now full of the mystery of loveliness, full of the truth of which sun and wind and land and sea are symbols and signs. From a withered old age of unbelief, the dim eyes of which refuse the glory of things a passage to the heart, he is raised up a child full of admiration, wonder, and gladness. Everything is glorious to him. He can believe, and therefore he sees. It is from the grave into the sunshine, from the night into the morning, from death into life. To come out of the ugly into the beautiful, out of the mean and selfish into the noble and loving, out of the paltry into the great, out of the false into the true, out of the filthy into the clean, out of the commonplace into the glorious, out of the corruption of disease into the fine vigour and gracious movements of health. In a word, out of evil into good. Is not this a resurrection indeed? the resurrection of all, the resurrection of life? God grant that with St. Paul we may attain to this resurrection of the dead. This rising from the dead is often a long and painful process. Even after he had preached the gospel to the Gentiles, and suffered much for the sake of his Master, Paul sees the resurrection of the dead towering grandly before him, not yet climbed, not yet attained unto, a mountainous splendour and marvel still shining aloft in the air of existence, still, thank God, to be attained, but ever growing in height and beauty, as, forgetting those things that are behind, he presses towards the mark, if by any means he may attain to the resurrection of the dead. Every blessed moment in which a man bethinks himself that he has been forgetting his high calling, and sends up to the Father a prayer for aid, every time a man resolves that what he has been doing he will do no more, every time that the love of God, or the feeling of the truth, rouses a man to look first up at the light, then down at the skirts of his own garments, that moment a divine resurrection is wrought in the earth. Yea, every time that a man passes from resentment to forgiveness, from cruelty to compassion, from hardness to tenderness, from indifference to carefulness, from selfishness to honesty, from honesty to generosity, from generosity to love, a resurrection, the bursting of a fresh bud of life out of the grave of evil, gladdens the eye of the Father watching his children. Awake, then, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ will give thee light. As the harvest rises from the wintry earth, so rise thou up from the trials of this world, a full ear in the harvest of him who sowed thee in the soil, that thou mightest rise above it. As the summer rises from the winter, so rise from the cares of eating and drinking and clothing into the fearless sunshine of confidence in the Father. As the morning rises out of the night, so rise thou from the darkness of ignorance to do the will of God in the daylight. And as man feels that he is himself when he wakes from the troubled and grotesque visions of the night into the glory of the sunrise, even so wilt thou feel that then first thou knowest what thy life, the gladness of thy being, is. As from painful tossing in disease, rise into the health of well-being. As from the awful embrace of thy own dead body, burst forth in thy spiritual body. Arise thou, responsive to the indwelling will of the Father, even as thy body will respond to thy indwelling soul. White wings are crossing, glad waves are tossing, the earth flames out in crimson and green. Spring is appearing, summer is nearing. Where hast thou been? Down in some cavern, death's sleepy tavern, housing, carousing with spectres of night. The trumpet is pealing, sunshine and healing. Spring to the light. With this quotation from a friend's poem, I close my sermon, oppressed with a sense of failure. For ever the marvel of simple awaking, the mere type of the resurrection, eluded all my efforts to fix it in words. I had to comfort myself with the thought that God is so strong that he can work even from our failures. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13.
Volume 3, Chapter 1 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 1. A Walk with My Wife. The autumn was creeping up on the earth, with winter holding by its skirts behind. But before I lose my hold on the garments of summer, I must write a chapter about a walk and a talk I had one night with my wife. It had rained a good deal during the day, but as the sun went down, the air began to clear, and when the moon shone out near the full, she walked the heavens, not like one that hath been led astray, but as queen and huntress, chaste and fair. "What a lovely night it is," said Ethelwyn, who had come into my study. where I always sat with unblinded windows, that the night and her creatures might look in upon me, and had stood gazing out for a moment. "Shall we go for a little turn?" I said. "I should like it very much," she answered. "I will go and put on my bonnet at once." In a minute or two she looked in again, all ready. I rose, laid aside my Plato, and went with her. We turned our steps along the edge of the down, and descended upon the breakwater, where we seated ourselves upon the same spot where in the darkness I had heard the voices of Joe and Agnes. What a different night it was from that! The sea lay as quiet as if it could not move from the moonlight that lay upon it. The glory over it was so mighty in its peacefulness, that the wild element beneath was afraid to toss itself even with the motions of its natural unrest. The moon was like the face of a saint before which the stormy people has grown dumb. The rocks stood up solid and dark in the universal ether, and the pulse of the ocean throbbed against them with a lapping gush, soft as the voice of a passionate child soothed into shame of its vanquished petulance. But the sky was the glory. Although no breath moved below, there was a gentle wind abroad in the upper regions. The air was full of masses of cloud, the vanishing fragments of one great vapour which had been pouring down in rain most of the day. These masses were all setting with one steady motion eastward into the abysses of space, now obscuring the fair moon, now solemnly sweeping away from before her. As they departed, outshone her marvellous radiance, as calm as ever. It was plain that she knew nothing of what we called her covering, her obscuration, the dimming of her glory. She had been busy all the time weaving her lovely opaline damask on the other side of the mass in which we said she was swallowed up. "Have you ever noticed, wifey," I said, "how the eyes of our minds, almost our bodily eyes, are opened sometimes to the cubicalness of nature, as it were?" "I don't know, Harry, for I don't understand your question," she answered. Well, it was a stupid way of expressing what I meant. No human being could have understood it from that. I will make you understand in a moment, though. Sometimes, perhaps generally, we see the sky as a flat dome, spangled with star points and painted blue. Now I see it as an awful depth of blue air, depth within depth, and the clouds before me are not passing away to the left, but sinking away from the front of me into the marvellous unknown regions, which, let philosophers say what they will about time and space, and I dare say they are right, and yet very awful to me. "Thank God, my dear," I said, catching hold of her arm as the terror of mere space grew upon me, "for himself. He is deeper than space, deeper than time. He is the heart of all the cube of history." "I understand you now, husband," said my wife. "I knew you would," I answered. "But," she said again, "is it not something the same with the things inside us? I can't put it in words as you do. Do you understand me now?" "I'm not sure that I do. You must try again." "You understand me well enough, only you like to make me blunder where you can talk," said my wife, putting her hand in mine. "But I will try. Sometimes, after thinking about something for a long time, you come to a conclusion about it, and you think you have settled it plain and clear to yourself, for ever and a day. You hang it upon your wall like a picture, and are satisfied for a fortnight. But some day, when you happen to cast a look at it, you find that instead of hanging flat on the wall, your picture has gone through it, opens out into some region you don't know where, shows you far receding distances of air and sea. In short, where you thought one question was settled for ever, 100 are opened up for the present hour." "Bravo, wife!" I cried in true delight. "I do indeed understand you now. You have said it better than I could ever have done. That's the plague of you women. You have been taught for centuries and centuries that there is little or nothing to be expected of you, and so you won't try. Therefore we men know no more than you do whether it is in you or not. And when you do try, instead of trying to think, you want to be in Parliament all at once." "Do you apply that remark to me, sir?" demanded Ethelwyn. "You must submit to bear the sins of your kind upon occasion," I answered. "I am content to do that, so long as yours will help mine," she replied. "Then may I go on?" I said, with interrogation. "Till sunrise, if you like. We were talking of the cubicalness, I believe you called it, of nature. And you capped it with cubicalness of thought. And quite right, too. There are people, as a dear friend of mine used to say, who are so accustomed to regard everything in the flat, as dogma cut and not always dried my moral olfactories aver, that if you prove to them the very thing they believe, but after another mode than that they have been accustomed to, they are offended, and count you a heretic. There is no help for it. Even St. Paul's chief opposition came from the Judaizing Christians of his time, who did not believe that God could love the Gentiles, and therefore regarded him as a teacher of falsehood. We must not be fierce with them. Who knows what wickedness of their ancestors goes to account for their stupidity? For that there are stupid people, and that they are, in every consequence of their stupidity, conceited. Who can deny? The worst of it is, that no man who is conceited can be convinced of the fact. Don't say that, Harry. That is to deny conversion. You are right, Ethelwyn. The moment a man is convinced of his folly, he ceases to be a fool. The moment a man is convinced of his conceit, he ceases to be conceited. But there must be a final judgment, and the true man will welcome it, even if he is to appear a convicted fool. A man's business is to see first that he is not acting the part of a fool, and next, to help any honest people who care about the matter to take heed likewise that they are not offering to pull the mote out of their brother's eye. But there are even societies established and supported by good people for the express purpose of pulling out motes. The mote-pulling society. That ought to take with a certain part of the public. Come, come, Harry. You are absurd. Such people don't come near you. They can't touch me, no, but they come near good people whom I know, brandishing the long pins with which they pull the motes out, and threatening them with judgment before their time. They are but pins, to be sure, not daggers. But you have wandered, Harry, into the narrowest underground, musty ways, and have forgotten all about the cubicalness of nature. You are right, my love, as you generally are, I answered, laughing. Look at that great antlered elk or moose, fit quarry for Diana of the silver bow. Look how it glides solemnly away into the unpastured depths of the aerial deserts. Look again at that reclining giant, half raised upon his arm, with his face turned toward the wilderness. What eyes they must be under those huge brows! On what message to the nation is he borne as by the slow sweep of ages, on towards his mysterious goal? "Stop, stop, Harry," said my wife. "It makes me unhappy to hear grand words clothing only cloudy fancies. Such words ought to be used about the truth, and the truth only. If I could carry it no further, my dear, then it would indeed be degrading of words. But there never was a vagary that uplifted the soul, or made the grand words flow from the gates of speech. that had not its counterpart in truth itself. Man can imagine nothing, even in the clouds of the air, that God has not done or is not doing. Even as that cloudy giant yields and is shepherded by the slow unwilling wind, so is each of us borne onward to an unseen destiny, a glorious one if we will but yield to the Spirit of God that bloweth where it listeth, with a grand listing, coming whence we know not, and going whither we know not. The very clouds of the air are hung up as dim pictures of the thoughts and history of man. I do not mind how long you talk like that, husband, even if you take the clouds for your text. But it did make me miserable to think that what you were saying had no more basis than the fantastic forms which the clouds assume. I see I was wrong, though. The clouds themselves, in such a solemn stately march as this, used to make me sad for the very same reason. I used to think, what is it all for? They are but vapours blown by the wind. They come no whence, and they go no whither. But now I see them and all things as ever moving symbols of the motions of man's spirit and destiny. A pause followed, during which we sat and watched the marvellous depths of the heavens, deep as I do not think I ever saw them before or since, covered with a stately procession of ever appearing and ever vanishing forms, great sculpturesque blocks of a shattered storm, the icebergs of the upper sea. These were not far off against a blue background, but floating near us in the heart of a blue-black space, gloriously lighted by a golden rather than silvery moon. At length my wife spoke. "I hope Mr. Percival is out tonight," she said. "How he must be enjoying it if he is. I wonder the young man is not returning to his professional labours," I said. "Few artists can afford such long holidays as he is taking." "He is laying in stock, though, I suppose," answered my wife. "I doubt that, my dear. He said not, on one occasion. You may remember." "Yes, I remember. But still he must paint better the more familiar he gets with the things God cares to fashion." "Doubtless, but I'm afraid the work of God he is chiefly studying at present is our Wynnie." "Well, is she not a worthy object of his study?" returned Ethelwyn, looking up in my face with an arch expression. "Doubtless again, Ethel, but I hope she is not studying him quite so much in her turn. I have seen her eyes following him about." My wife made no answer for a moment. Then she said, "Don't you like him, Harry?" "Yes, I like him very much." "Then why should you not like Wynnie to like him?" "I should like to be surer of his principles, for one thing." "I should like to be surer of Wynnie's." I was silent. Ethelwyn resumed. "Don't you think they might do each other good?" Still I could not reply. "They both love the truth, I am sure, only they don't perhaps know what it is yet. I think if they were to fall in love with each other, it would very likely make them both more desirous of finding it still." "Perhaps," I said at last. "But you are talking about awfully serious things, Ethelwyn." "Yes, as serious as life," she answered. "You make me very anxious," I said. "The young man has not, I fear, any means of gaining a livelihood for more than himself. Why should he before he wanted it? I like to see a man who can be content with an art and a living by it. I hope I have not been to blame in allowing them to see much of each other," I said, hardly heeding my wife's words. "It came about quite naturally," she rejoined. "If you had opposed their meeting, you would have been interfering just as if you had been Providence, and you would have only made them think more about each other." "He hasn't said anything, has he?" I asked in positive alarm. "Oh dear, no. It may be all my fancy. I'm only looking a little ahead. I confess I should like him for a son-in-law. I approve of him," she added, with a sweet laugh. "Well," I said, "I suppose son-in-laws are possible, however disagreeable. Results of having daughters." I tried to laugh, but hardly succeeded. "Harry," said my wife, "I don't like you in such a mood. It's not like you at all. It is unworthy of you. How can I help being anxious when you speak of such dreadful things as the possibility of having to give away my daughter, my precious wonder that came to me through you, out of the infinite, the tender little darling? Out of the heart of God, you used to say, Henry." "Yes, and with a destiny he has ordained. It is strange to me how you forget your best and noblest teaching sometimes. You are always telling us to trust in God. Surely it is a poor creed that will only allow us to trust in God for ourselves. A very selfish creed. There must be something wrong there. I should say that a man who can only trust God for himself is not half a Christian. Either he is so selfish that that satisfies him, or he has such a poor notion of God that he cannot trust him with what most concerns him. The former is not your case, Harry. It is the latter, then. You see I must take my turn at the preaching sometimes, mayn't I, dearest?" She took my hand in both of hers. The truth arose in my heart. I never loved my wife more than at that moment, and now I could not speak for other reasons. I saw that I had been faithless to my God, and the moment I could command my speech, I hastened to confess it. "You are right, my dear," I said, "quite right. I have been wicked, for I have been denying my God. I have been putting my providence in the place of his, trying, like an anxious fool, to count the hairs on Winnie's head, instead of being content that the grand loving Father should count them. My love, let us pray for Winnie, for what is prayer but giving her to God and his holy blessed will?" We sat hand in hand. Neither spoke aloud for some minutes, but we spoke in our hearts to God, talking to him about Winnie. Then we rose together and walked homeward, still in silence. But my heart and hand clung to my wife's as to the angel whom God had sent to deliver me out of the prison of my faithlessness. And as we went, lo, the sky was glorious again. It had faded from my sight, had grown flat as a dogma, uninteresting as a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. The moon had been but a round thing with the sun shining upon it, and the stars were only minding their own business. But now the solemn march towards an unseen, unimagined goal had again begun. Winnie's life was hid with Christ in God. Away strode the cloudy pageant, with its banners blowing in the wind, which blew where it grandly listed, marching as to a solemn triumphal music that drew them from afar towards the gates of pearl by which the morning walks out of the New Jerusalem to gladden the nations of the earth. Solitary stars, with all their sparkles drawn in, shone, quiet as human eyes, in the deep solemn clefts of dark blue air. They looked restrained and still, as if they knew all about it, all about the secret of this midnight march. For the moon, she saw the sun, and therefore made the earth glad. "You have been a moon to me this night, my wife," I said. "You were looking full at the truth, while I was dark. I saw its light in your face, and believed, and turned my soul to the sun. And now I am both ashamed and glad. God keep me from sinning so again." "My dear husband, it was only a mood, a passing mood," said Ethelwyn, seeking to comfort me. "It was a mood, and thank God it's now past. But it was a wicked one. It was a mood in which the Lord might have called me a devil, as he did Saint Peter. Such moods have to be grappled with and fought the moment they appear. They must not have their way for a single thought even. But we can't help it always, can we, husband? We can't help it out and out, because our wills are not yet free with the freedom God is giving us as fast as we will let him. When we are able to will thoroughly, then we shall do what we will. At least, I think we shall. But there is a mystery in it God only understands. All we know is that we can struggle and pray, but a mood is an awful oppression sometimes when you least believe in it and most wish to get rid of it. It is like a headache in the soul. "What do the people do that don't believe in God?" said Ethelwyn. The same moment Wynnie, who had seen us pass the window, opened the door of the bark house for us, and we passed into Connie's chamber and found her lying in the moonlight, gazing at the same heavens as her father and mother had been revelling in. End of chapter 1. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 2. Our Last Shore Dinner. The next day was very lovely. I think it is the last of the kind of which I shall have occasion to write in my narrative of the Seaboard Parish. I wonder if my readers are tired of so much about the common things of nature. I reason about it something in this way. We are easily affected by the smallest things that are of the unpleasant kind, that we ought to train ourselves to the influence of those that are of the opposite nature. The unpleasant ones are like the thorns which make themselves felt as we scramble, for we often do scramble in a very undignified manner through the thickets of life, and, feeling the thorns, we grumble, and are blind to all but the thorns. The flowers and the lovely leaves and the red berries and the clusters of filberts and the birds' nests do not force themselves upon our attention as the thorns do, and the thorns make us forget to look for them. But the scratch would be forgotten, and that in mental hurt is often equivalent to a cure, for a forgotten scratch on the mind or heart will never fester. If we but allow our being a moment's repose upon any of the quiet, waiting, unobtrusive beauties that lie around the half-trodden way, offering their gentle healing, and when I think how, not unfrequently, otherwise noble characters are anything but admirable when under the influence of trifling irritations, the very paltriness of which seem what the mind, which would at once rouse itself to a noble endurance of any mighty evil, I would gladly help so with the sweet anecdotes to defeat the fly in the ointment of the apothecary, that the whole pot shall send forth a pure savour. We ought for this to cultivate the friendships of little things. Beauty is one of the surest antidotes to vexation. Often when life looks dreary about me, for some real or fancied injustice or indignity, has a thought of truth been flashed into my mind from a flower, a shape of frost, or even a lingering shadow, not to mention such glories as angel-wing clouds, rainbows, stars, and sunrises. Therefore I hope that in my loving delay over such aspects of nature as impressed themselves upon me in this most memorable part of my history, I shall not prove wearisome to my reader, for therein I shall utterly contravene my hope and intent in the recording of them. This day there was to be an unusually low tide, and we had reckoned on enlarging our acquaintance with the bed of the ocean. of knowing a few yards more of the millions of miles lapped in the mystery of waters. It was to be low water about 2 o'clock, and we resolved to dine upon the sands. But all the morning the children were out playing on the threshold of old Neptune's palace, for in his quieter mood he will, like a fierce mastiff, let children do with him what they will. I gave myself a whole holiday, sometimes the most precious part of my life, both for myself and those for whom I labour, and wandered about on the shore, now passing the children, and assailed with a volley of cries and entreaties to look at this one's castle and that one's ditch, now leaving them behind, with what in its ungraduated flatness might well enough personate an endless desert of sand between, over the expanse of which I could imagine them disappearing on a far horizon, whence however a faint occasional cry of excitement and pleasure would reach my ears. The sea was so calm, and the shore so gently sloping, that you could hardly tell where the sand ceased and the sea began. The water sloped to such a thin pellicle, thinner than any knife's edge, upon the shining brown sand, and you saw the sand underneath the water to such a distance out. Yet this depth, which would not drown a red spider, was the ocean. In my mind I followed that bed of shining sand, bared of its hiding waters, out and out, till I was lost in an awful wilderness of chasms, precipices, and mountain peaks, in whose caverns the sea serpent may dwell, with his breath of pestilence. The kraken, with his scaly rind, may there be sleeping, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep, while, faint as sunlights flee about his shadowy sides, as he lies, battening upon huge sea-worms in his sleep, there may lie all the horrors that Schiller's diver encountered, the frightful Mulch, and the worst of all, to which he gives no name, which came creeping with 100 knots at once. But here are only the gracious rainbow's woven shells, an evanescent jelly or two, and the queer baby crabs that crawl out from the holes of the bordering rocks. What awful gradations of gentleness lead from such as these down to those cabins where wallow the inventions of nature's infancy, when the little child of untutored imagination, she drew on the slate of her fancy creations, in which flitting shadows of beauty served only to heighten the shuddering, gruesome horror. The sweet sun and air, the hand of man, and the growth of the ages, have all but swept from such upper plains of the earth. What hunter's bow has twanged, what adventurer's rifle has cracked in those leagues of mountain waste, vaster than all the upper world can show, where the beasts of the ocean graze the seaweed, their pasture. Diana of the silver bow herself, when she descends into the interlunar caves of hell, sends no such monsters fleeing from her spells. Yet if such there be, such horrors too must lie in the undiscovered caves of man's nature, of which all this outer world is but a typical analysis. By equally slow gradations may the inner eye descend from the truth of a Cordelia to the falsehood of an Iago. As these golden sands slope from the sunlight into the wallowing abyss of darkness, even so from the love of the child to his holy mother slopes the inclined plane of humanity to the hell of the sensualist. But with one difference in the moral world, I said aloud as I paced up and down on the shimmering margin, that everywhere in the scale the eye of the all-seeing Father can detect the first quiver of the eyelid that would raise itself heavenward, responsive to his waking spirit. I lifted my eyes in the relief of the thought, and saw how the sun of the autumn hung above the waters oppressed with the mist of its own glory. Far away to the left a man who had been clambering on a low rock, inaccessible save in such a tide, gathering mussels, threw himself into the sea and swam ashore. Above his head the storm tower stood in the stormless air. The sea glittered and shone, and the long-winged birds knew not which to choose. The balmy air of the cool deep, now flitting like arrowheads through the one, now alighting eagerly upon the other, to forsake it anew for the thinner element. I thanked God for his glory. "Oh, papa, it's so jolly, so jolly!" shouted the children as I passed them again. "What is it that's so jolly, Charlie?" I asked. "My castle," screeched Harry in reply, "only it's tumbled down. The water would keep coming in underneath." "I tried to stop it with a newspaper," cried Charlie, "but it wouldn't, so we were forced to let it be, and down it went into the ditch." "We blew it up rather than surrender," said Dora. "We did, only Harry always forgets, and says it was the water did it." I drew near the rock that held the bath. I had never approached it from this side before. It was high above my head, and a stream of water was flowing from it. I scrambled up, undressed, and plunged into its dark hollow, where I felt like one of the sea beasts of which I had been dreaming, down in the caves of the unvisited ocean. But the sun was over my head, and the air with an edge of winter was about me. I dressed quickly, descended on the other side of the rock, and wandered again on the sands to seaward of the breakwater, which lay above, looking dry and weary, and worn with years of contest with the waves, which had at length withdrawn defeated to their own country, and left it as if to victory and a useless age of peace. How different was the scene when a raving mountain of water filled all the hollow where I now wandered, and rushed over the top of that mole now so high above me, and I had to cling to its stones to keep me from being carried off like a bit of floating seaweed. This was the loveliest and strangest part of the shore. Several long ridges of rock, of whose existence I scarcely knew, worn to a level with the sand, hollowed and channeled with the terrible run of the tide across them, and looking like the old and outworn cheek teeth of some awful beast of prey, stretched out seaward. Here and there among them rose a well-known rock, but now so changed in look by being lifted all the height between the base on the waters, and the second base in the sand, that I wondered at each, walking round and viewing it on all sides. It seemed almost a fresh growth out of the garden of the shore, with uncouth hollows around its fungous root, and a forsaken air about its brows as it stood in the dry sand and looked seaward. But what made the chief delight of the spot, closed in by rocks from the open sands, was the multitude of fairy rivers that flowed across it to the sea. The gladness these streams gave me I cannot communicate. The tide had filled thousands of hollows in the breakwater, hundreds of cracked basins in the rocks, huge sponges of sand, from all of which, from cranny and crack, and oozing sponge, the water flowed in restricted haste back to the sea, tumbling in tiny cataracts down the faces of the rocks, bubbling from their roots as from wells, gathering in tanks of sand, and overflowing in broad shallow streams, curving and sweeping in their sandy channels, just like the great rivers of the continent, here spreading into smooth silent lakes and reaches, here babbling along in ripples and waves innumerable, flowing, to lose their small beings in the same ocean that met on the other side of the waters of the Mississippi, the Orinoco, the Amazon, All their channels were of golden sand, and the golden sunlight was above and through and in them all. Gold and gold met, with the waters between. And what gave an added life to their motion was, that all the ripples made shadows of the clear yellow below them. The eye could not see the rippling on the surface, but the sun saw it, and drew it in multitudinous shadowy motions upon the sand, with the play of 1,000 fancies of gold burnished and dead, of sunlight and yellow, trembling, melting, curving, blending, vanishing ever, ever renewed. It was as if all the watermarks upon a web of golden silk had been set in wildest yet most graceful curvilinear motion by the breath of 100 playful zephyrs. My eye could not be filled with seeing. I stood in speechless delight for a while, gazing at the endless ending, which was the humour of the game, and thinking how in all God's works the laws of beauty are wrought out in evanishment, in birth and death. There is no hoarding, but an ever-fresh creating, an eternal flow of life from the heart of the all-beautiful. Hence even the heart of man cannot hoard. His brain or his hand may gather into its box and hoard, but the moment the thing has passed into the box, the heart has lost it and is hungry again. If a man would have, it is the giver he must have. The eternal, the original, the ever outpouring is alone within his reach. The everlasting creation is his heritage. Therefore all that he makes must be free to come and go through the heart of his child. He can enjoy it only as it passes, can enjoy only its life, its soul, its vision, its meaning, not itself. To hoard rubies and sapphires is as useless and hopeless for the heart, as if I were to attempt to hoard this marvel of sand and water and sunlight in the same iron chest with the musty deeds of my wife's inheritance. Father, I murmured half aloud, thou alone art, and I am because thou art. Thy will shall be mine. I know that I must have spoken aloud because I remember the start of consciousness and discomposure occasioned by the voice of Percival greeting me. I beg your pardon, he added. I did not mean to startle you, Mr. Walton. I thought you were only looking at nature's child play, not thinking. I know few things more fit to set one thinking than what you have very well called nature's child play, I returned. Is nature very heartless now, do you think, to go on with this kind of thing at our feet, when away up yonder lies the awful London, with so many sores festering in her heart? You must answer your own question, Mr. Walton. You know I cannot. I confess I feel the difficulty deeply. I will go further and confess that the discrepancy makes me doubt many things I would gladly believe. I know you are able to distinguish between the glad unbelief and the sorrowful doubt. Else were I unworthy of the humblest place in the kingdom, unworthy to be a doorkeeper in the house of my God, I answered, and recoiled at the sound of my own words, for they seemed to imply that I believed myself worthy of the position I occupied. I hastened to correct them. But do not mistake my thoughts, I said. I do not dream of worthiness in the way of honour, only of fitness for the work to be done. For that I think God has fitted me in some measure. The doorkeeper's office may be given him, not because he has done some great deed worthy of the honour, but because he can sweep the porch and scour the threshold, and will, in the main, try to keep them clean. That is all the worthiness I dare to claim, even to hope that I possess. No one who knows you can mistake your words except wilfully, returned Percival courteously. Thank you, I said. Now I will just ask you, in reference to the contrast between human life and nature, How will you go back to your work in London, after seeing all this Child's and other plays of nature? Suppose you had nothing more here but rain and high seas and sea fogs, would you have been better fitted for doing something to comfort those who know nothing of such influences than you will be now? One of the most important qualifications of a sick nurse is a ready smile. A long-faced nurse in a sick room is a visible embodiment and presence of the disease against which the eager life of the patient is fighting in agony. Such ought to be banished, with their black dresses and their morning shop looks, from every sick chamber, and permitted to minister only to the dead, who do not mind looks. With what a power of life and hope does a woman, young or old, I do not care, with a face of the morning, a dress like the spring, a bunch of wild flowers in her hand, with the dew upon them, and perhaps in her eyes too. I don't object to that. That is sympathy, not the worship of darkness. With what a message from nature and life does she, looking death in the face with a smile, drawn upon the vision of an invalid. She brings a little health, a little strength to a fight, a little hope to endure, actually lapped in the folds of her gracious garments. For the soul itself can do no more than any medicine, if it be fed with the truth of life. But you are not, I beg your pardon for interposing on your eloquence with dull objection, said Percival. Are you not begging all the question? Is life such an affair of sunshine and gladness? If life is not, then I confess all this show of nature is worse than vanity. It is a vile mockery. Life is gladness. It is the death in it that makes the misery. We call life in death life, and hence the mistake. If gladness were not at the root, whence its opposite sorrow, against which we arise, from which we recoil, with which we fight? We recognize it as death, the contrary of life. There could be no sorrow but for a recognition of primordial bliss. This in us that fights must be life. It is the nature of light, not of darkness. Darkness is nothing until the light comes. This very child play, as you call it, of nature, is her assertion, the secret that life is the deepest, that life shall conquer death. Those who believe this must bear the good news to them that sit in the darkness and the shadow of death. Our Lord has conquered death, yea, the moral death that he called the world. And now, having sown the seed of light, the harvest is springing in human hearts, is springing in this dance of radiance, and will grow and grow until the hearts of the children of the kingdom shall frolic in the sunlight of the Father's presence. Nature has God at her heart. She is but the garment of the invisible. God wears his singing robes in a day like this, and says to his children, "Be not afraid. Your brothers and sisters up there in London are in my hands. Go and help them. I am with you. Bear to them the message of joy. Tell them to be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. Tell them to endure hunger and not sin, to endure passion and not yield, to admire and not desire. Sorrow and pain are serving my ends, for by them will I slay sin and save my children." I wish I could believe as you do, Mr. Walton. I wish you could. But God will teach you, if you are willing to be taught. I desire the truth, Mr. Walton. God bless you. God is blessing you, I said. Amen, returned Percival devoutly, and we strolled away together in silence towards the cliffs. The recession of the tide allowed us to get far enough away from the face of the rocks to see the general effect. With lisping of the inch-deep wavelets at our heels, we stood and regarded the worn yet defiant, the wasted and jagged yet reposeful face of the guardians of the shore. Who could imagine, in weather like this, and with this baby of a tide lying behind us, low at our feet, and shallow as the water a schoolboy pours upon his slate to wash it withal, that those great cliffs before us bear on their front the scars and dints of centuries, of chiliads of stubborn resistance, of passionate contest with this same creature that is at this moment unable to rock the cradle of an infant. Look behind you, at your feet, Mr. Percival. Look before you at the chasms, rents, caves, and hollows of those rocks. I wish you were a painter, Mr. Walton, he said. I wish I were, I returned. At least, I know I should rejoice in it, if it had been given me to be one. But why do you say so now? Because you have always some individual predominating idea, which would give interpretation to nature while it gave harmony, reality, and individuality to your representation of her. I know what you mean, I answered, but I have no gift whatever in that direction. I have no idea of drawing, or of producing the effects of light and shade, though I think I have a little notion of colour, perhaps about as much as the little London boy who stopped a friend of mine once to ask the way to the field where the buttercups grew had of nature. I wish I could ask your opinion of some of my pictures. That I should never presume to give. I could only tell you what they made me feel, or perhaps only think. Some day I may have the pleasure of looking at them. May I offer you my address? He said, and took a card from his pocket-book. It is a poor place, but if you should happen to think of me when you are next in London, I shall be honoured by your paying me a visit. I shall be most happy, I returned, taking his card. Did it ever occur to you, in reference to the subject we were upon a few minutes ago, how little you can do without shadow in making a picture? Little indeed, answered Percival. In fact, it would be no picture at all. I doubt if the world would fare better without its shadows. But it would be a poor satisfaction, with regard to the nature of God, to be told that he allowed evil for artistic purposes. It would indeed, if you regard the world as a picture. But if you think of his art as expended, not upon the making of a history or a drama, but upon the making of an individual, a being, a character, then I think a great part of the difficulty concerning the existence of evil which oppresses you will vanish, so long as a creature has not sinned. Sin is possible to him. Does it seem inconsistent with the character of God that in order that sin should become impossible, he should allow sin to come? That, in order that his creatures should choose the good and refuse the evil, in order that they might become such, with their whole nature infinitely enlarged, as to turn from sin with a perfect repugnance of the will, he should allow them to fall, that, in order that, from being sweet childish children, they should become noble, childlike men and women, he should let them try to walk alone. Why should he not allow the possible in order that it should become impossible? For possible it would ever have been, even in the midst of all the blessedness, until it had been, and had been thus destroyed. Thus sin is slain, uprooted, and the war must ever exist, it seems to me, where there is creation still going on. How could I be content to guard my children, so that they should never have temptation, knowing that in all probability they would fail if at any moment it should cross their path? Would the deepest communion of father and child ever be possible between us? Evil would ever seem to be in the child, so long as it was possible it should be there developed. And if this can be said for the existence of moral evil, the existence of all other evil becomes a comparative trifle. Nay, a positive good, for by this the other is combated. I think I understand you, returned Percival. I will think over what you have said. These are very difficult questions. Very. I don't think argument is of much use about them, except as it may help to quiet a man's uneasiness a little, and so give his mind peace to think about duty. For about the doing of duty there can be no question, once it is seen, and the doing of duty is the shortest, in very fact, the only way into the light. As we spoke we had turned from the cliffs and wandered back across the salt streams to the sands below. From the direction of the house came a little procession of servants, with Walter at their head, bearing the preparations for our dinner. Over the gates of the loch, down the sides of the embankment of the canal, and across the sands, in the direction of the children, who were still playing merrily. Will you join our early dinner, which is to be out of doors, as you see, somewhere hereabouts on the sands? I said. I shall be delighted, he answered, if you will let me be of some use first. I presume you mean to bring your invalid out. Yes, and you shall help me carry her, if you will. That is what I had hoped, said Percival, and we went together towards the parsonage. As we approached, I saw Wynnie sitting at the drawing-room window, but when we entered the room she was gone. My wife was there, however. Where is Wynnie? I asked. She saw you coming, she answered, and went to get Connie ready, for I guessed Mr. Percival had come to help you carry her out. But I could not help doubting there might be more than that in Wynnie's disappearance. What if she should have fallen in love with him, I thought, and he should never say a word on the subject? That would be dreadful for us all. They had been repeatedly but not very much together of late, and I was compelled to allow to myself that if they did fall in love with each other it would be a very natural on both sides, for there was evidently a great mental resemblance between them, so that they could not help sympathizing with each other's peculiarities, and any one could see what a fine couple they would make. Wynnie was much taller than Connie, almost the height of her mother. She had very fair skin and brown hair, a broad forehead, a wise, thoughtful, often troubled face, a mouth that seldom smiled, but on which a smile seemed always asleep, and round soft cheeks that dimpled like water when she did smile. I have described Percival before. Why should not two such walk together along the path to the gates of the light? And yet I could not help some anxiety. I did not know anything of his history. I had no testimony concerning him from any one that knew him. His past life was a blank to me, his means of livelihood probably insufficient, certainly, I judged, precarious, and his position in society. But there I checked myself. I had had enough of that kind of thing already. I would not willingly offend in that worldliness again. The God of the whole earth could not choose that I should look at such works of his hands after that fashion, and I was his servant, not Mammon's or Belial's. All this passed through my mind in about 3 turns of the winnowing fan of thought. Mr. Percival had begun talking to my wife, who took no pains to conceal that his presence was pleasant to her, and I went upstairs, almost unconsciously, to Connie's room. When I opened the door, forgetting to announce my approach as I ought to have done, I saw Wynnie leaning over Connie, and Connie's arm around her waist. Wynnie started back, and Connie gave a little cry, for the jerk thus occasioned had hurt her. Wynnie had turned her head away, but turned it again at Connie's cry, and I saw a tear on her face. "My darlings, I beg your pardon," I said. "It was very stupid of me not to knock at the door." Connie looked up at me with large resting eyes, and said, "It's nothing, papa. Wynnie is in one of her gloomy moods, and didn't want you to see her crying. She gave me a little pull, that was all. It didn't hurt me much, only I'm such a goose. I'm in terror before the pain comes. Look at me," she added, seeing, doubtless, some perturbation on my countenance. "I'm all right now." And she smiled in my face perfectly. I turned to Wynnie, put my arm about her, kissed her cheek, and left the room. I looked round at the door, and saw that Connie was following me with her eyes, but Wynnie's were hidden in her handkerchief. I went back to the drawing room, and in a few minutes Walter came to announce that dinner was about to be served. The same moment Wynnie came to say that Connie was ready. She did not lift her eyes, or approach to give Percivale any greeting, but went again as soon as she had given her message. I saw that he looked first concerned and then thoughtful. "Come, Mr. Percivale," I said, and he followed me up to Connie's room. Wynnie was not there, but Connie lay, looking lovely, all ready for going. We lifted her and carried her by the window out on the down, for the easiest way through the longest was by the path to the breakwater, along its broad back and down from the end of it upon the sands. Before we reached the breakwater, I found that Wynnie was following behind us. We stopped in the middle of it and set Connie down, as if I wanted to take a breath. But I had thought of something to say to her, which I wanted Wynnie to hear without its being addressed to her. "Do you see, Connie," I said, "how far off the water is?" "Yes, papa, it is a long way off. I wish I could get up and run down to it. You can hardly believe that all between, all those rocks and all that sand, will be covered before sunset." "I know it will be, but it doesn't look likely, does it, papa?" "Not the least likely, my dear. Do you remember that stormy night when I came through your room to go out for a walk in the dark?" "Remember it, papa! I cannot forget it. Every time I hear the wind blowing when I wake in the night I fancy you are out in it, and have to wake myself up, quite to get rid of the thought. Well, Connie, look down into the great hollow there, with rocks and sand at the bottom of it, stretching far away." "Yes, papa. Now look over the side of your litter. You see those holes all about between the stones?" "Yes, papa." "Well, one of those little holes saved my life that night, when the great gulf there was full of huge mounds of roaring water, which rushed across this breakwater with force enough to sweep a whole cavalry regiment off its back." "Papa!" exclaimed Connie, turning pale. Then first I told her all the story, and Wynnie listened behind. "Then I was right in being frightened, papa," cried Connie, bursting into tears, for since her accident she could not well command her feelings. "You were right in trusting in God, Connie. But you might have been drowned, papa," she sobbed. "Nobody has the right to say that anything might have been other than what it has been. Before a thing has happened we can say might or might not, but that has to do only with our ignorance. Of course I am not speaking of things wherein we ought to exercise will and choice. That is our department. But this does not look like that now, does it? Think what a change, from the dark night and the roaring water to its fulness of sunlight and the bare sands, with the water lisping on their edge away there in the distance. Now I want you to think that in life troubles will come which look as if they would never pass away. The night and the storm look as if they would last for ever. But the calm in the morning cannot be stayed. The storm in its very nature is transient. The effort of nature, as that of the human heart, ever is to return to its repose, for God is peace. "But if you will excuse me, Mr. Walton," said Percivale, "you can hardly expect experience to be of use to any but those who have had it. It seems to me that its influences cannot be imparted." That depends on the amount of faith in those to whom its results are offered. Of course, as experience, it can have no weight with another, for it is no longer experience. Once removed, and it ceases. But faith in a person who has experience can draw over or derive, to use an old Italian word, some of its benefits to him who has the faith. Experience must thus, in a sense, be accumulated, and we may go on to fresh experience of our own. At least I can hope that the experience of a father may take the form of hope in the minds of his daughters. Hope never hurt anyone, never yet interfered with duty, nay, always strengthens to the performance of duty, gives courage, and clears the judgment. St. Paul says we are saved by hope. Hope is the most rational thing in the universe. Even the ancient poets, who believed it was delusive, yet regarded it as an anecdote given by the mercy of the gods against some, at least, of the ills of life. But they counted it delusive. A wise man cannot consent to be deluded. Assuredly not. The sorest truth rather than a false hope. But what is a false hope? Only one that ought not to be fulfilled. The old poets could give themselves little room for hope, and less for its fulfilment. For what were the gods in whom they believed? I cannot say in whom they trusted. Gods who did the best their own poverty of being was capable of doing for men when they gave them the illusion of hope. But I see they are waiting for us below. One thing I repeat, the waves that foamed across the spot where we now stand are gone away, have sunk and vanished. "But they will come again, papa," faltered Wynnie. "And God will come with them, my love," I said, as we lifted the litter. In a few minutes more we were all seated on the sand around a tablecloth spread upon it. I shall never forget the peace and the light outside and in, as far as I was concerned at least, and I hope the others too, that afternoon. The tide had turned, and the waves were creeping up over the level, soundless almost as thought, but it would be time to go home long before they had reached us. The sun was in the western half of the sky, and now and then a breath of wind came from the sea, with a slight saw edge in it, but not enough to hurt. Connie could stand much more in that way now, and when I saw how she could move herself on her couch, and thought how much she had improved since first she had laid upon it, hope for her kept fluttering joyously in my heart. I could not help fancying even that I saw her move her legs a little, but I could not be in the least sure, and she, if she did move them, was clearly unconscious of it. Charles and Harry were every now and then starting up from their dinner and running off with a shout, to return with apparently increased appetite for the rest of it. And neither their mother nor I cared to interfere with the indecorum. Dora alone took it upon her to rebuke them. Wynnie was very silent, but looked more cheerful. Connie seemed full of quiet bliss. My wife's face was a picture of heavenly repose. The old nurse was walking about with the baby, occasionally with one hand helping the other servants to wait upon us. They, too, seemed to have a share in the gladness of the hour, and, like Ariel, did their spiriting gently. "This is the will of God," I said, after the things were removed, and we had sat for a few moments in silence. "What is the will of God, husband?" asked Ethelwyn. "Why, this, my love," I answered. "This living air, and wind, and sea, and light, and the land all about us. This consenting, consorting harmony of nature, that mirrors a like peace in our souls. The perfection of such visions, the gathering of them all in one is, I should say, in the face of Christ Jesus. You will say that face was troubled sometimes. Yes, but with a trouble that broke not the music, but deepened the harmony. When he wept at the grave of Lazarus, You do not think it was for Lazarus himself, or for his own loss of him, that he wept? That could not be, seeing he had the power to call him back when he would. The grief was for the poor troubled hearts left behind, to whom it was so dreadful because they had not faith enough in his Father, the God of life and love, who was looking after it all, full of tenderness and grace, with whom Lazarus was present and blessed. It was the aching, loving heart of humanity for which he wept, that needed God so awfully, and could not yet trust in him. Their brother was only hidden in the skirts of their father's garment, but they could not believe that. They said he was dead, lost, away, all gone, as the children say. And it was so sad to think of a whole world full of grief of death, that he could not bear it without the human tears to help his heart, as they helped ours. It was for our dark sorrow that he wept, but the peace could be no less plain on the face that saw God. Did you ever think of that wonderful saying, "Again a little while, and ye shall see me, because I go to the Father"? The heart of man would have joined the "because I go to the Father" with the former result, the not seeing of him. The heart of man is not able, without more and more light, to understand that all vision is in the light of the Father. Because Jesus went to the Father, therefore the disciples saw him tenfold more. His body no longer in their eyes, his very being, his very self was in their hearts, not in their affections only, in their spirits, their heavenly consciousness. As I said this, a certain hymn, for which I had and have an especial affection, came into my mind, and without prologue or introduction, I repeated it. If I him but have, if he be but mine, if my heart hence to the grave ne'er forgets his love divine, know I naught of sadness, feel I naught but worship, love and gladness. If I him but have, glad with all I part, follow on my pilgrim staff, my Lord only, with true heart. Leave them, nothing saying, on broad, bright, and crowded highways straying. If I him but have, glad I fall asleep. I the flood that his heart gave, strength within my heart shall keep, and with soft compelling make it tender through and through its swelling. If I him but have, mine the world I hail, glad as cherub smiling grave, holding back the Virgin's veil. Sunk and lost in seeing, earthly fears have died from all my being. Where I have but him is my fatherland, and all gifts and graces come heritage into my hand. Brothers long deplored, I in his disciples find restored. "What a lovely hymn, papa!" exclaimed Connie. She could always speak more easily than either her mother or sister. "Who wrote it?" "Frederick von Hardenberg, known, where he is known, as Novalis." "But he must have written it in German. Did you translate it?" "Yes. You will find, I think, that I have kept form, though, and feeling. However, I may have failed in making an English poem of it." "Oh, you dear papa, it is lovely. Is it long since you did it?" "Years before you were born, Connie. To think of you having lived so long, and being one of us," she returned. "Was he a Roman Catholic, papa?" "No, he was a Moravian. At least his parents were. I don't think he belonged to any section of the church in particular." "But oughtn't he, papa?" "Certainly not, my dear, except he saw good reason for it. But what is the use of asking such questions after a hymn like that?" "Oh, I didn't think anything bad, papa, I assure you. It was only that I wanted to know more about him." The tears were in her eyes, and I was sorry I had treated as significant what was really not so. But the constant tendency to consider Christianity as associate of necessity with this or that form of it, instead of as simply obedience to Christ, had grown more and more repulsive to me as I had grown myself, for it always seemed like an insult to my brethren in Christ. Hence the least hint of it in my children I was too ready to be down upon like a most unchristian ogre. I took her hand in mine, and she was comforted, for she saw in my face that I was sorry, and yet she could see that there was reason at the root of my haste. "But," said Wynnie, who I thought afterwards must have strengthened herself to speak from the instinctive desire to show Percivale how far she was from being out of sympathy with what he might suppose formed a barrier between him and me. "But," she said, "the lovely feeling in that poem seems to me, as in all the rest of such poems, to belong only to the New Testament, and have nothing to do with this world round about us. These things look as if they were only for drawing and painting and being glad in, not as if they had relations with all those awful and solemn things. As soon as I try to get the two together, I lose both of them. That is because the human mind must begin with one thing and grow to the rest. At first Christianity seemed to men to have only to do with their conscience. That was the first relation, of course. But even with art it was regarded as having no relation except for the presentment of its history. Afterwards men forgot the conscience almost in trying to make Christianity comprehensible to the understanding. Now, I trust, we are beginning to see that Christianity is everything or nothing. Either the whole is a lovely fable setting forth the loftiest longing of the human soul after the vision of the divine, or is it such a fact as is the heart not only of theology so called, but of history, politics, science, and art. The treasures of the Godhead must be hidden in him, and therefore by him only can be revealed. This will interpret all things, or it has not yet been. Teachers of men have not taught this, because they have not seen it. If we do not find him in nature, we may conclude either that we do not understand the expression of nature, or have mistaken ideas or poor feelings about him. It is one great business in our life to find the interpretation which will render this harmony visible. Till we find it, we have not seen him to be all in all. Recognizing a discord when they touched the notes of nature and society, the hermits forsook the instrument altogether, and contented themselves with a partial symphony, lofty, narrow, and weak. Their example, more or less, has been followed by almost all Christians. Exclusion is so much the easier way of getting harmony in the orchestra than study, insight, and interpretation, that most have adopted it. It is for us, and all who have hope in the infinite God, to widen its bases as we may, to search and find the true tone and right idea, place, and combination of instruments, until to our enraptured ear they all, with one voice of multiform yet harmonious utterance, declare the glory of God and of his Christ. "A grand idea," said Percivale. "Therefore likely to be a true one," I returned. "People find it hard to believe grand things. But why? If there be a God, is it not likely everything is grand, save where the reflection of his great thoughts is shaken, broken, distorted by the watery mirrors of our unbelieving and troubled souls? Things ought to be grand, simple, and noble. The ages of eternity will go on showing that such they are and ever have been. God will yet be victorious over our wretched unbeliefs." I was sitting facing the sea, but with my eyes fixed on the sand, boring holes in it with my stick, for I could talk better when I did not look my familiar faces in the face. I did not feel thus in the pulpit. There I sought the faces of my flock, to assist me in speaking to their needs. As I drew to the close of my last monologue, a colder and stronger blast from the sea blew in my face. I lifted my head and saw that the tide had crept up a long way and was coming in fast. A luminous fog had sunk down over the western horizon, and almost hidden the sun, had obscured half of the sea, and destroyed all our hopes of a sunset. A certain veil as of the commonplace, like that which so often settles down over the spirit of man after a season of vision and glory and gladness, had dropped over the face of nature. The wind came in little bitter gusts across the dull waters. It was time to lift Connie and take her home. This was the last time we ate together on the open shore. End of chapter 2. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 3, A Pastoral Visit. The next morning rose neither kerchiefed in a comely cloud, nor robed in flames and amber light, but covered all in a rainy mist, which the wind mingled with salt spray torn from the tops of the waves. Every now and then the wind blew a blastful of larger drops against the window of my study, with an angry clatter and clash, as if daring me to go out and meet its ire. The earth was very dreary, for there were no shadows anywhere. The sun was hustled away by the crowding vapours, and earth, sea, and sky were possessed by a grey spirit that threatened wrath. The breakfast bell rang, and I went down, expecting to find my Winnie, who was always down first to make the tea, standing at the window with a sad face, giving fit response to the aspect of nature without, her soul talking with the grey spirit. I did find her at the window, looking out upon the restless tossing of the waters, but with no despondent answer to the trouble of nature. On the contrary, her cheek, though neither rosy nor radiant, looked luminous, and her eyes were flashing out upon the ebb tide which was sinking away into the troubled ocean below. Does my girl reader expect me to tell her next that something had happened, that Percival had said something to her, or that, at least, he had just passed the window, and given her a look which she might interpret as she pleased? I must disappoint her. It was nothing of a sort. I knew the heart and feeling of my child. It was only that kind nature was in sympathy with her mood. The girl was always more peaceful in storm than in sunshine. I remember that now. A moment of life instantly began in her when the obligations of gladness had departed with the light, her own being aroused to provide for its own needs. She could smile now when nature required from her no smile in response to hers, and I could not help saying to myself, she must marry a poor man some day. She is a creature of the north and not of the south. The hot sun of prosperity would wither her up. Give her a bleak hillside and a glint or two of sunshine between the hailstorms, and she will live and grow. Give her poverty and love, and life will be interesting to her as a romance. Give her money and position, and she will grow dull and haughty. She will believe in nothing that poet can sing or architect build. She will, like Cassius, scorn her spirit for being moved to smile at anything. I had stood regarding her for a moment. She turned and saw me, and came forward with her usual morning greeting. "I beg your pardon, papa. I thought it was Walter." "I am glad to see a smile on your face, my love. Don't think me very disagreeable, papa. I know I am a trouble to you, but I am a trouble to myself first. I fear I have a discontented mind and a complaining temper, but I do try, and I will try hard to overcome it. It will not get the better of you, so long as you do the duty of the moment. But I think, as I told you before, that you are not very well, and that your indisposition is going to do you good by making you think about some things you are ready to think about, but which you might have banished if you had been in good health and spirits. You are feeling as you never felt before, that you need a presence in your soul of which at least you haven't enough yet. But I preached quite enough to you yesterday, and I won't go on the same way again to-day. Only I wanted to comfort you. Come and give me my breakfast." "You do comfort me, papa," she answered, approaching the table. "I know I don't show what I feel as I ought, but you do comfort me much. Don't you like a day like this, papa?" "I do, my dear. I always did. And I think you take after me in that, as you do in a good many things besides. That is how I understand you so well." "Do I really take after you, papa? Are you sure that you understand me so well?" she asked, brightening up. "I know I do," I returned, replying to her last question. "Better than I do myself?" she asked with an arch smile. "Considerably, if I mistake not," I answered. "How delightful! To think that I am understood even when I don't understand myself. But even if I am wrong, you are yet understood. The blessedness of life is that we can hide nothing from God. If we could hide anything from God, that hidden thing would by and by turn into a terrible disease. It is the sight of God that keeps and makes things clean. But as we are both, by mutual confession, fond of this kind of weather, what do you say to going out with me? I have to visit a sick woman." "You don't mean Mrs. Coombes, papa?" "No, my dear. I did not hear she was ill." "Oh, I dare say it was nothing much. Only an old nurse said yesterday she was in bed with a bad cold, or something of that sort. We'll call and inquire as we pass. That is, if you are inclined to go with me." "How can you put an 'if' to that, papa? I have just had a message from that cottage that stands all alone on the corner of Mr. Barton's farm, over the cliff, you know. That woman is ill, and would like to see me. So the sooner we start, the better." "I shall have done my breakfast in 5 minutes, papa. Oh, here's mamma. Mamma, I'm going out for a walk in the rain with papa. You won't mind, will you?" "I don't think it would do you any harm, my dear. That's all I mind, you know. It was only once or twice when you were not well that I objected to it. I quite agree with your papa that only lazy people are glad to stay indoors when it rains. And it does blow so delightfully," said Wynnie, as she left the room to put on her long cloak and her bonnet. We called at the sexton's cottage, and found him sitting gloomily by the low window, looking seaward. "I hope your wife is not very poorly, Coombes," I said. "No, sir. She be very comfortable in bed." "Bed's not a bad place to be in such weather," he answered, turning again a dreary look towards the Atlantic. "Poor things! What a passion for comfort you have, Coombes! How does that come about, do you think?" "I suppose I was made so, sir." "To be sure you were. God made you so. Surely, sir. Who else?" "Then I suppose he likes making people comfortable if he makes people like to be comfortable." "It do look likely enough, sir. Then when he takes it out of your hands, you mustn't think he doesn't look after the people you would make comfortable if you could." "I must mind my work, you know, sir." "Yes, surely. And you mustn't want to take his out of his hands, and go grumbling as if you would do so much better if he would only let you get your hands to it." "I dare say you be right, sir," he said. "I must just go and have a look about, though. Here's Agnes. She'll tell you about mother." He took his spade from the corner and went out. He often brought his tools into the cottage. He had carved the handle of his spade all over with the names of the people he had buried. "Tell your mother, Agnes, that I will call in the evening and see her, if she would like to see me. We are going now to see Mrs. Stokes. She is very poorly, I hear." "Let us go through the churchyard, papa," said Wynnie, "and see what the old man is doing." "Very well, my dear. It is only a few steps round. Why do you humour the sexton's foolish fancy so much, papa? It is such nonsense. You taught us it was, surely, in your sermons about the resurrection." "Most certainly, my dear. But it would be of no use to try to get it out of his head by any argument. He has a kind of craze in that direction. To get people's hearts right is of much more importance than convincing their judgments. Right judgment will follow. All such fixed ideas should be encountered from the deepest grounds of truth, and not from the outsides of their relations. Coombes has to be taught that God cares for the dead more than he does, and therefore it is unreasonable for him to be anxious about them." When we reached the churchyard, we found the old man kneeling on the grave before its headstone. It was a very old one, with a death's head and a crossbones carved upon the top of it in very high relief. With his pocket knife he was removing the lumps of green moss out of the hollows of the eyes of the carven skull. We did not interrupt him, but walked past with a nod. "You saw what he was doing, Wynnie. That reminds me of almost the only thing in Dante's grand poem that troubles me. I cannot think of it without a renewal of my concern, though I have no doubt he is as sorry as I am than ever he could have written it. When, in the Inferno, he reaches the lowest regions of torture, which is a solid lake of ice, he finds the lost plunged in it to various depths, some, if I remember rightly, entirely submerged, and visible only through the ice, transparent as crystal, like the insects found in amber. One man, with his head only above the ice, appeals to him as condemned to the same punishment to take pity on him, and remove the lumps of frozen tears from his eyes, that he might weep a little before they freeze again and stop the relief once more. Dante says to him, 'Tell me who you are, and if I do not assist you, I deserve to lie at the bottom of the ice myself.' The man tells him who he is, and explains to him one awful mystery of these regions. Then he says, 'Now stretch forth thy hand and open my eyes.' And, says Dante, I did not open them for him, and rudeness to him was courtesy." "But he promised, you said." "He did, and yet he did not do it. Pity and truth had abandoned him together. One would think little of it comparatively, were it not that Dante is so full of tenderness and grand religion. It is very awful, and may teach us many things. But what made you think of that now?" "Merely what Coombes was about. The visual image was all. He was scooping the green moss out of the eyes of the death's head on the gravestone." By this time we were out on the top of the downs, and the wind was buffeting us, and every other minute assailing us with a blast of rain. Wynnie drew her cloak closer about her, bent her head towards the blast, and struggled on bravely by my side. No one who wants to enjoy a walk in the rain must carry an umbrella. It is pure folly. When we came to one of the stone fences, we cowered down by its side for a few moments to recover our breath, and then struggled on again. Anything like conversation was out of the question. At length we dropped into a hollow, which gave us a little repose. Down below the sea was dashing into the mouth of the glen, or coombe, as they call it there. On the opposite side of the hollow, the little house to which we were going stood up against the grey sky. I begin to doubt whether I ought to have brought you, Winnie. It was thoughtless of me. I don't mean for your sake, but because your presence might be embarrassing in a small house, for probably the poor woman may prefer seeing me alone. I will go back, papa. I shan't mind it a bit. No, you had better come on. I shall not be long with her, I dare say. We may find some place that you can wait in. Are you wet? Only my cloak. I am as dry as a tortoise inside. Come along, then. We shall soon be there. When we reached the house, I found that Winnie would not be in the way. I left her seated by the kitchen fire, and was shown into the room where Mrs. Stokes lay. I cannot say I perceived, but I guessed somehow, the moment I saw her, that there was something upon her mind. She was a hard-featured woman, with a cold, troubled black eye that rolled restlessly about. She lay on her back, moving her head from side to side. When I entered she only looked at me, and turned her eyes away towards the wall. I approached the bedside, and seated myself by it. I always do so at once, for the patient feels more at rest than if you stand tall up before her. I laid my hand on hers. "Are you very ill, Mrs. Stokes?" I said. "Yes, very," she answered with a groan. "It be come to the last with me." "I hope not, indeed, Mrs. Stokes. It's not come to the last with us, so long as we have the Father in heaven." "Ah, but it be with me. He can't take any notice of the like of me. But indeed he does, whether you think it or not. He takes notice of every thought we think, and every deed we do, and every sin we commit." I said the last words with emphasis, for I suspected something more than usual upon her conscience. She gave another groan, but made no reply. I therefore went on. "Our Father in heaven is not like some fathers on earth, who, so long as their children don't bother them, let them do anything they like. He will not have them do what is wrong. He loves them too much for that. He won't look at me," she said, half murmuring, half sighing it out, so that I could hardly hear what she said. "It's because he is looking at you, that you are feeling uncomfortable," I answered. "He wants you to confess your sins. I don't mean to me, but to himself. Though if you would like to tell me anything, and I can help you, I shall be very glad. You know Jesus Christ came to save us from our sins, and that's why we call him our Saviour. But he can't save us from our sins if we won't confess that we have any. I'm sure I never said but what I be a great sinner, as well as other people." "You don't suppose that's confessing your sins?" I said. "I once knew a woman of very bad character, who allowed to me she was a great sinner. But when I said, 'Yes, you have done so and so,' she would not allow one of those deeds to be worthy of being reckoned amongst her sins. When I asked her what great sins she had been guilty of, then, seeing these counted for nothing, I could get no more out of her than that she was a great sinner, like other people, as you have just been saying. I hope you don't be thinking I have done anything of that sort," she said with awakening energy. "No man or woman dare say I've done anything to be ashamed of." "Then you've committed no sins," I returned. "But why did you send for me? You must have something to say to me." "I never did send for you. It must have been my husband." "Ah, then I'm afraid I have no business here," I returned, rising. "I thought you had sent for me." She returned no answer. I hoped that by retiring I should set her thinking, and make her more willing to listen the next time I came. I think clergymen may do much harm by insisting when people are in a bad mood, as if they had everything to do, and the Spirit of God nothing at all. I bade her good day, hoped she would be better soon, and returned to Winnie. As we walked home together, I said, "Winnie, I was right. It would not have done at all to take you into the sick room. Mrs. Stokes had not sent for me herself, and rather resented my appearance, but I think she will send for me before many days are over. End of chapter 3.
Volume 3, Chapter 4 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 3, Chapter 4, The Art of Nature. We had a week of hazy weather after this. I spent it chiefly in my study and in Connie's room. A world of mist hung over the sea. It refused to hold any communion with mortals. As if ill-tempered or unhappy, it folded itself in its mantle and lay still. What was it thinking about? All nature is so full of meaning that we cannot help fancying sometimes that she knows her own meanings. She is busy with every human mood in turn, sometimes with 10 of them at once, picturing our own inner world before us, that we may see, understand, develop, reform it. I was turning over some such thought in my mind one morning when Dora knocked at the door, saying that Mr. Percival had called, and that Mamma was busy, and would I mind if she brought him up to the study? "Not in the least, my dear," I answered. "I shall be very glad to see him." "Not much of weather for your sacred craft, Percival," I said as he entered. "I suppose if you were asked to make a sketch today, it would be much the same as if a stupid woman were to ask you to take her portrait." "Not quite so bad as that," said Percival. "Surely the human face is more than nature." "Nature is never stupid." "The woman might be pretty." "Nature is full of beauty in her worst moods. While the prettier such a woman, the more stupid she would look, and the more irksome you would feel the task, for you could not help making claims upon her which you would never think of making upon nature." "I dare say you are right. Such stupidity has a good deal to do with moral causes. You do not even feel that nature is to blame." "Nature is never ugly. She may be dull, sorrowful, troubled. She may be lost in tears and parlor, but she cannot be ugly. It is only when you rise into animal nature that you find ugliness." "True, in the main only, for no lines of absolute division can be drawn in nature. I have seen ugly flowers." "I grant it, but they are exceptional, and none of them are without beauty." "Surely not. The ugliest soul even is not without some beauty. But I grant you that the higher you rise, the more is ugliness possible, just because the greater beauty is possible. There is no ugliest to equal in its repulsiveness the ugliness of a beautiful face." A pause followed. "I presume," I said, "you are thinking of returning to London now. There seems so little to be gained by remaining here. When the weather begins to show itself, I could wish myself in my own parish, but I am sure the change, even though the winter, will be good for my daughter." "I must be going soon," he answered, "but it would be too bad to take offense at the old lady's first touch of temper. I mean to wait and see whether we shall not have a little bit of St. Martin's summer, as Shakespeare calls it, for which, hail London, Queen of Smoke and what?" I asked, seeing he hesitated. "Soap. I was fancying you would say, for you never will allow the worst of things, Mr. Walton." No, surely, I will not. For one first has never been by anybody yet. We have no experience to justify it. We were chatting in this loose manner when Walter came to the door to tell me that a messenger had come from Mr. Stokes. I went down to see him and found her husband. "My wife be very bad, sir," he said. "I wish you could come and see her." "Does she want me to see?" I asked. "She's been more uncomfortable than ever since you was last here," he said. "But," I repeated, "has she said she would like to see me?" "I can't say it, sir," answered the man. "Then it is you who want me to see her?" "Yes, sir, but I be sure she do want to see you. I know her way, you see, sir. She never would say she wanted anything in all her life. She would always leave you to find out. So I got sharp at that, sir." "And then would she allow that she wanted it when you got it her?" "No, never, sir. She be particular, my wife. She always be." "Does she know that you have come to ask me now?" "No, sir." "Have you courage to tell her?" The man hesitated. "If you haven't courage to tell her," I resumed, "I have nothing more to say. I can't go, or rather, I will not go." "I will tell her." "Then you will tell her that I refuse to come until she sent for me herself." "Then that rather hard on a dying woman, sir." "I have my reasons. Except she send for me herself the moment I will go, she will take refuge in the fact that not send for me. I know your wife's particular too, Mr. Stokes." "Well, I will tell her, sir. It's time to speak my own mind." "I do think so. It was a long time ago." "When she sends for me, if it be in the middle of the night, I shall be with her at once." He left me, and I returned to Percival. "I was just thinking, before you came," I said, "about the relation of nature to our inner world. You know, I am quite ignorant of your art, but I often think about the truths that lie at the root of it." "I am greatly obliged to you," he said, "for talking about these things. I assure you, it is of more service to me than any professional talk. I always think that the professions should not herd together so much as they do. They want to be shown upon from other quarters. I believe we all have to help each other, Percival. The sun himself could give us no light that would be of any service to us but for the reflective power of the airy particles, through which he shines. But anything I know I have found out merely by foraging for my own necessities." "That is just what makes the result valuable," he replied. "Tell me what you were thinking." "I was thinking," I answered, "how everyone likes to see his own thoughts set outside of him, that he may contemplate them objectively, as the philosophers called it. He likes to see the other side, as it were." "Yes, that is, of course, true, else I suppose there would be no art at all." "Surely, but that is not the aspect in which I was considering the question. Those who can so set them forth are artists, and however they may fail of effecting such a representation of their ideas as will satisfy themselves, yet they experience satisfaction in the measure in which they have succeeded. But there are many more men who cannot yet utter their ideas in any form. Mind, I do that. If they will only be good, they shall have this power some day, for I do think that many things we call differences in kind may in God's grand scale prove to be only differences in degree. And indeed the artist, by artist I mean, of course, artistic, musician, painter, poet, sculptor, in many things it requires just as much the most helpless and dumb of his brethren, seeing in proportion to the things that he can do. He is aware of the things he cannot do, the thoughts he cannot express. Hence arises the enthusiasm with which people hail the work of an artist. They rejoice, namely, in seeing their own thoughts, or failings, or something like them, expressed, and hence it comes that of those who have money, some hang their walls with pictures of choice, others— "I beg your pardon," said Percivale, interrupting, "but most people, I fear, hang their walls with pictures of other people's choice, for they don't buy them at all till the artist has got a name." That is true, and yet there is a shadow of choice even there, for they won't at least buy what they dislike. And again, the growth in popularity may be only what first attracted their attention, not determined their choice. But there are others who only buy them for their value in the market. Of such is not the talk, as the Germans would say. In far as your description, such are only tradesmen, and have no claim to be confederation now. Then I pardon for interrupting. I am punished more than I deserve, if you have lost your thread. I don't think I have. Let me see. Yes, I was saying that people hang their walls with pictures of their choice, or provide music, and etc., of their choice. Let me keep to the pictures of their choice. Consciously or unconsciously, is determined by some expression that these pictures give to what is in themselves. The buyers, I mean, they like to see their own feelings outside of themselves. Is there not another possible motive, that the pictures teach them something? That, I venture to think, shows a higher moral condition than the other, but still partakes of the other, for it is only what is already that makes us able to lay hold of a lesson. It is there in the germ, else nothing from without would take it up. I don't quite see what lies or has to do with nature and her influences. One more step, and I shall arrive at it. You will admit that the pictures and objects of art of all kinds, with which a man adorns the house he has chosen or built to live in, have thenceforward not a little to do with the education of his tastes and feelings, even when he is not aware of it. They are working upon him for good. If he has chosen what is good, alone shall be our supposition. Certainly, that is clear. Now I come to it. God, knowing our needs, built our house for our needs, not as one man may build for another, but as no man can build for himself. For our comfort, education, training, he has put into form for all the otherwise hidden thoughts and feelings of our heart. Even when he speaks of the hidden things of the Spirit of God, he uses the forms of pictures of nature. The world is, as it were, the human, unseen world turned inside out, that we may see it. On the walls of the house that he has built for us, God has hung up the pictures, ever-living, ever-changing pictures of all that passes in our souls. Form and color and motion are there, ever modeling, ever renewing, near wearing. Without this living part from within, we should have no word to utter that should represent a single act of the inner world. Metaphysics could have no existence, not to speak of poetry, not to speak of constant language of affection. But all is done in such spiritual suggestion, portrait, and definition are so avoided. The whole is in such fluent evanescence that its producing mind is only aided, never overwhelmed. It never amounts to representation. It affords but the material which the thinking, feeling soul can use, interpret, and apply for what its own purposes of speech. It has, as it were, the forms the to cast into a lovely chaos by the inferior laws of matter, thence to be withdrawn by what we call the creative genius that God has given to men, and molded, and arranged, and built up to its own shapes and its own purposes. Then I presume you would say that no mere transcript, if I may use the word, of nature is worthy work of an artist. It is an impossibility to make a mere transcript. No man can help seeing nature as he is himself, for she has all in her, but if he sees no meaning in especial that he wants to give, his portrait of her will represent only her dead face, not her living impassioned countenance. Then artist ought to interpret nature? Indubitably, but that will only be to interpret themselves, something of humanity that is theirs, whether they have discovered it already or not. If to this they add some teaching for humanity, then indeed they may claim to belong to the higher order of art, however imperfect they may be in their powers of representing, however lowly, therefore, their position may be in that order. End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Volume 3, Chapter 5 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. The Sore Spot. We went on talking for some time. Indeed, we talked so long that the dinner hour was approaching, when one of the maids came with the message that Mr. Stokes had called again, wishing to see me. I could not help smiling inwardly at the news. I went down at once and found him smiling too. "My wife do send me for you this time, sir," he said. "Between you and me, I cannot help thinking she have something on her mind she wants to tell you, sir." "Why shouldn't she tell you, Mr. Stokes? That would be the most natural. And then, if you wanted any help about it, why, of course, here I am. She don't think well enough of my judgment for that, sir, and I dare say she be quite right. She always do make me give in before she have done talking, but she have been a right good wife to me, sir. Perhaps she would have been a better if you hadn't given in quite so much. It is very wrong to give in when you think you are right. But I never be sure of it when she talked to me a while. Ah, then I have nothing to say except that you ought to have been sure. Sometimes, I don't say always. But she do want you very bad now, sir. I don't think she'll behave to you as she did before. Do come, sir. Of course I will, instantly. I returned to the study and asked Percival if he would like to go with me. He looked, I thought, as if he would rather not. I saw that it was hardly kind to ask him. Well, perhaps it is better not, I said, for I do not know how long I may have to be with the poor woman. You had better wait here and take my place at the dinner table. I promise not to depose you if I should return before the meal is over. He thanked me very heartily. I showed him into the drawing room, told my wife where I was going, and not to wait dinner for me. I would take my chance and join Mr. Stokes. You have no idea, then, I said, after we had gone about halfway, what makes your wife so uneasy. No, I haven't, he answered, except it be, he resumed, that she was too hard, as I thought, upon our Mary, when she wanted to marry beneath her, as wife thought. How beneath her? Who was it she wanted to marry? She did marry him, sir. She has a bit of her mother's temper, you see, and she would take her own way. Ah, there's a lesson to mothers, is it not? If they want to have their own way, they mustn't give their own temper to their daughters. But how are they to help it, sir? Ah, how indeed? But what is your daughter's husband? A labourer, sir. He works on a farm out by Carpstone. But you have worked on Mr. Barton's farm for many years, if I don't mistake. I have, sir, but I am a sort of foreman now, you see. But you weren't so always, and your son-in-law, whether he work his way up or not, is, I presume, much where you were when you married Mrs. Stokes. True as you say, sir, and it's not me that has anything to say about it. I never gave the man an A. But you see, my wife, she always do be wanting to get her head up in the world. And since she took to the shopkeeping—" "The shopkeeping," I said, with some surprise. "I didn't know that." "Well, you see, sir, it's only for a quarter or so of the year. You know it's a favourite walk for the folks as comes here for the bathing, past our house, to see the great cave down below, and my wife she got a bit of a sign put up, and put a few gingerbread bottles in the window, and—" "A bad place for the ginger beer," I said. "They were only empty ones, with corks and strings, you know, sir. My wife, she know better than to put the gingerbread in its own self in the sun. But I do think she carry her head higher after that, and a farm labourer, as they called them, was none good enough for her daughter." "And hasn't she been kind to her since she married, then?" "She never done her no harm, sir." "But she hasn't gone to see her very often, or asked her to come and see you very often, I suppose?" "There's ne'er a one of them crossed the door of the other," he answered, with some evident feeling of his own in the matter. "Ah, but you don't approve of that yourself, Stokes?" "Approve of it? No, sir. I be a farm labourer once myself, and so I do want to see my own daughter now and then. But she take after her mother, she do. I don't know which of the two it is as does it. But there's no coming and going between Carpstone and this." We were approaching the house. I told Stokes he had better let her know I was there, for that, if she had changed her mind, It was not too late for me to go home again without disturbing her. He came back saying she was still very anxious to see me. "Well, Mrs. Stokes, how do you feel to-day?" I asked, by way of opening the conversation. "I don't think you look much worse." "He much worse, sir. You don't know what I suffer, or you wouldn't make so little of it. I be very bad." "I know you are very ill, but I hope you are not too ill to tell me why you are so anxious to see me. You have got something to tell me, I suppose." With pale and death-like countenance, she appeared to be fighting more with herself than with the disease which yet had nearly overcome her. The drops stood upon her forehead, and she did not speak. Wishing to help her, if I might, I said, "Was it about your daughter you wanted to speak to me?" "No," she muttered. "I have nothing to say about my daughter. She was my own. I could do as I pleased with her." I thought with myself, we must have a word about that by and by. But meantime she must relieve her heart of the one thing whose pressures she feels. Then I said, "You want to tell me about something that was not your own." "Who said I ever took what was not my own?" she returned fiercely. "Did Stokes dare to say I took anything that wasn't my own?" "No one has said anything of the sort. Only I cannot help thinking, from your own words and from your own behaviour, that must be the cause of your misery." "It is very hard that a parson should think such things," she muttered again. "My poor woman," I said, "you sent for me because you had something to confess to me. I want to help you if I can. But you are too proud to confess it yet, I see. There is no use in my staying here. It only does you harm. So I will bid you good morning. If you cannot confess to me, confess to God. God knows it, I suppose, without that." "Yes, but that does not make it less necessary for you to confess it. How is he going to forgive you, if you won't allow that you have done wrong?" "It be not so easy that as you think. How would you like to say you had took something that wasn't your own?" "Well, I shouldn't like it, certainly. But if I had it to do, I think I should make haste and do it, and so get rid of it." "But that's the worst of it. I can't get rid of it." "But," I said, laying my hand on hers and trying to speak as kindly as I could, although her whole behaviour would have been exceedingly repulsive but for evidently great suffering, "you have now all but confessed, taking something that did not belong to you. Why don't you summon courage and tell me all about it? I want to help you out of the trouble as easily as ever I can. But I can't if you don't tell me what you've got that isn't yours." "I haven't got anything," she muttered. "You had something, then, whatever may have become of it now." She was again silent. "What did you do with it?" "Nothing." I rose and took up my hat. She stretched out her hand as if to lay hold of me, with a cry. "Stop, stop! I'll tell you all about it. I lost it again. That's the worst of it. I've got no good of it." "What was it?" "A sovereign," she said, with a groan. "And now I'm a thief, I suppose." "No more a thief than you were before. Rather less, I hope. But you do think it would have been any better for you if you hadn't lost it, and had got some good of it, as you say?" She was silent again. "If you hadn't lost it, you would most likely have been a great deal worse for it than you are, a more wicked woman altogether." "I'm not a wicked woman." "It is wicked to steal, is it not?" "I didn't steal it." "How did you come by it then?" "I found it." "Did you try to find out the owner?" "No. I knew whose it was." "Then it was very wicked not to return it. And I say again, that if you had not lost the sovereign, you would have been most likely a more wicked woman than you are now. It was very hard to lose it. I could have given it back, and then I wouldn't have lost my character as I have done this day." "Yes, you could, but I doubt if you would." I would. Now, if you had it, are you sure you would give it back?" "Yes, that I would," she said, looking me so full in the face that I was sure she meant it. "How would you give it back? Would you get your husband to take it?" "No, I wouldn't trust him." "With the story, you mean? You do not wish to imply that he would not restore it?" "I don't mean that. He would do what I told him. How would you return it then?" "I should make a parcel of it and send it." "Without saying anything about it?" "Yes. Where's the good? The man would have his own." "No, he would not. He has a right to your confession, for you have wronged him. That would never do." "You are too hard upon me," she said, beginning to weep angrily. "Do you want to get the weight of this sin off your mind?" I said. "Of course I do. I am going to die. Oh dear, oh dear. Then this is just what I want to help you in. You must confess, or the weight of it will stick there." "But if I confess, I shall be expected to pay it back." "Of course. That is only reasonable." "But I haven't got it. I tell you I have lost it." "Have you not a sovereign in your possession?" "No, not one." "Can't you ask your husband to let you have one?" "There, I knew it was no use. I knew you would only make matters worse. I do wish I had never seen that wicked money." "You ought not to abuse the money. It was not wicked. You ought to wish that you had returned it. But that is no use. The thing is to return it now. Has your husband got a sovereign?" "No, he may ha' got one since I be laid up, but I never can tell him about it, and I should be main sorry to spend one of his hard earnings in that way, poor man." "Well, I'll tell him, and we'll manage it somehow." I thought for a few moments she would break out in opposition, but she hid her face with the sheet instead, and burst into a great weeping. I took this as permission to do as I had said, and went to the room door and called her husband. He came, looking scared. His wife did not look up, but lay weeping. I hoped much for her and him too, for this humiliation before him, for I had little doubt she needed it. "Your wife, poor woman," I said, "is in great distress because, I do not know when or how, she picked up a sovereign that did not belong to her, and, instead of returning, put it away somewhere and lost it. This is what is making her so miserable." "Deary me," said Stokes, in the tone with which he would have spoken to a sick child, and going up to his wife he sought to draw down the sheet from her face, apparently that he might kiss her. But she kept tight hold of it, and he could not. "Deary me," he went on, "we'll soon put that all to rights. When was it, Jane, that you found it?" "When we wanted so to have a pig of our own, and I thought I could soon return it," she sobbed from under the sheet. "Deary me, 10 years ago! Where did you find it, old woman?" "I saw Squire Tresham drop it, as he paid me for some ginger beer he got for some ladies that was with him. I do believe I should have given it back at the time, but he made faces at the ginger beer, and said it was very nasty. And I thought, well, I would punish him for it." "You see it was your temper that made a thief of you, then," I said. "My old man won't be so hard on me as you, sir. I wish I had told him first." "I would wish that too," I said, "were it not that I'm afraid you might have persuaded him to be silent about it, and so have made him miserable and wicked too. But now, Stokes, what is to be done? This money must be paid. Have you got it?" The poor man looked blank. "She will never be at ease till this money is paid," I insisted. "Well, sir, I ain't got it, but I'll borrow it of some one. I'll go to master and ask him." "No, my good fellow, that won't do. Your master would want to know what you were going to do with it, perhaps, and we mustn't let more people know about it than just ourselves and Squire Tresham. There is no occasion for that. I'll tell you what, I'll give you the money, and you must take it, or if you like I will take it to the squire, and tell him all about it. Do you authorize me to do this, Mrs. Stokes?" "Please, sir, it's very kind of you. I will work hard to pay you again, if it please God to spare me. I am very sorry I was so cross-tempered to you, sir, but I couldn't bear the disgrace of it." She said all this from under the bedclothes. "Well, I'll go," I said, "and as soon as I've had my dinner, I'll get a horse and ride over to Squire Tresham's. I'll come back to night and tell you about it. And now I hope you will be able to thank God for forgiving you this sin. But you must not hide and cover it up, but confess it clean out to him, you know." She made me no answer, but went on sobbing. I hastened home, and as I entered sent Walter to ask the loan of a horse which a gentleman, a neighbour, had placed at my disposal. When I went into the dining room, I found that they had not sat down to dinner. I expostulated. It was against the rule of the house, when my return was uncertain. "But, my love," said my wife, "why should you not let us please ourselves sometimes? Dinner is so much nicer when you are with us." "I am very glad you think so," I answered. "But there are the children. It's not good for growing creatures to be kept waiting for their meals." "You see, there are no children. They have had their dinner." "Always in the right, wife. But there's Mr. Percival." "I never dine till 7 o'clock, to save daylight," he said. "Then I am beaten on all points. Let us dine." During dinner I could scarcely help observing how Percival's eyes followed Wynnie, or rather, every now and then settled down upon her face. That she was aware, almost conscious of this, I could not doubt. One glance at her satisfied me of that. But certain words of the apostle kept coming again and again into my mind, for they were winged words those, and even when they did not enter they fluttered their wings at my window. "Whatsoever is not of faith is sin." And I kept reminding myself that I must heave the load of sin off me, as I had been urging poor Mrs. Stokes to do. For God was ever seeking to lift it, only he could not without my help, for that would be to do me more harm than good by taking the one thing in which I was like him away from me, my action. Therefore I must have faith in him, and not be afraid. For surely all fear is sin, and one of the most oppressive sins from which the Lord came to save us. Before dinner was over, the horse was at the door. I mounted, and set out for Squire Tresham's. I found him a rough but kind-hearted elderly man. When I told him the story of the poor woman's misery, he was quite concerned at her suffering. When I produced the sovereign, he would not receive it at first, but requested me to take it back to her and say she must keep it by way of an apology for his rudeness about her ginger beer. For I took care to tell him the whole story, thinking it might be a lesson to him too. But I begged him to take it, for it would, I thought, not only relieve her mind more thoroughly, but help to keep her from coming to think lightly of the affair afterwards. Of course I could not tell him that I had advanced the money, for that would have quite prevented him from receiving it. I then got on my horse again, and rode straight to the cottage. "Well, Mrs. Stokes," I said, "it's all over now. That's one good thing done. How do you feel yourself now?" "I feel better now, sir. I hope God will forgive me." "God does forgive you, but there are more things you need forgiveness for. It is not enough to get rid of one sin. We must get rid of all our sins, you know. They're not nice things, are they, to keep in our hearts? It is just like shutting up nasty corrupting things, dead carcasses, under lock and key, in our most secret drawers, as if they were precious jewels. I wish I could be good, like some people, but I wasn't made so. There's my husband now. I do believe he never do anything wrong in his life. But then, you see, he would let a child take him in." and far better too, infinitely better to be taken in. Indeed, there is no harm in being taken in, but there is awful harm in taking in." She did not reply, and I went on. "I think you would feel a good deal better yet, if you would send for your daughter and her husband now, and make it up with them, especially seeing you are so ill." "I will, sir. I will directly. I am tired of having my own way, but I was made so." "You weren't made to continue so, at all events. God gives us the necessary strength to resist what is bad in us. He is making at you now, only you must give in, else he cannot get on with the making of you. I think very likely he made you ill now, just that you might bethink yourself and feel that you have done wrong. I have been feeling that for many a year. That made it the more needful to make you ill, for you have been feeling your duty and yet not doing it, and that was the worst of all. You know Jesus came to lift the weight of our sins, our very sins themselves, off our hearts, by forgiving them and helping us to cast them away from us. Everything that makes you uncomfortable must have sin in it somewhere, and he came to save you from it. Send for your daughter and her husband, and when you have done that, you will think of something else to set right that's wrong." "But there would be no end to that way of it, sir." "Certainly not, till everything was put right." "But a body might have nothing else to do that way." "Well, that's the very first thing that has to be done. It is our business in this world. We were not sent here to have our own way and try to enjoy ourselves. That is hard on a poor woman that has to work for her bread. To work for your bread is not to take your own way, for it is God's way. But you have wanted many things your own way. Now, if you would just take his way, you would find that he would take care you should enjoy your life. I'm sure I haven't had much enjoyment in mine." "That was just because you would not trust him with his own business, but must take it into your hands. If you will but do his will, he will take care that you have a life to be very glad of, and very thankful for. And the longer you live, the more blessed you will find it. But I must leave you now, for I have talked to you long enough. You must try and get asleep. I will come and see you again to-morrow, if you like." "Please do, sir. I shall be very grateful." As I rode home, I thought, if the lifting of one sin off the human heart was like a resurrection, what would it be when every sin was lifted from every heart? Every sin, then, discovered in one's own soul must be a pledge of renewed bliss in its removing. And when the thought came again of what St. Paul had said somewhere, "Whosoever is not of faith is sin," I thought what a weight of sin had to be lifted from the earth, and how blessed it might be. But what could I do for it? I could just begin with myself, and pray God for that inward light which is his Spirit, that so I might see him in everything and rejoice in everything as his gift, and then all things would be holy, for whatsoever is of faith must be opposite of sin. And that was my part towards the heaving the weight of sin, which, like myriads of gravestones, was pressing the life out of us men, off the whole world. Faith in God is life and righteousness, the faith that trusts so that it will obey, none other. Lord, lift the people thou hast made into holy obedience and thanksgiving, that they may be glad in this thy world. End of chapter 5. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. The Gathering Storm. The weather cleared up again the next day, and for a fortnight it was lovely. In this region we saw less of the sadness of the dying year than in our own parish, for there being so few trees in the vicinity of the ocean. The autumn had nowhere to hang out her morning flags, but there, indeed, so mild is the air and so equable the temperature all the winter through, compared with the inland counties, that the bitterness of the season is almost unknown. This, however, is no guarantee against furious storms of wind and rain. Not long after the occurrence last recorded, Turner paid us another visit. I confess I was a little surprised at his being able to get away so soon again, for of all men a county surgeon can least easily find time for a holiday. But he had managed it, and I had no doubt, from what I knew of him, had made thorough provision for his cure in his absence. He brought us good news from home. Everything was going on well. Weir was working as hard as usual, and everybody agreed that I could not have got a man to take my place better. He said he found Connie much improved, and from my own observation I was sure he was right. She was now able to turn a good way from one side to the other, and finding her health so steady besides. Turner encouraged her in making gentle and frequent use of her strength, impressing it upon her, however, that everything depended on avoiding everything like a jerk or a twist of any sort. I was with them when he said this. She looked up at him with a happy smile. "I will do all I can, Mr. Turner," she said, "to get out of people's way as soon as possible." Perhaps she saw something in our faces that made her add, "I know you don't mind the bother I am, but I do. I want to help, and not be helped, more than other people, as soon as possible. I will therefore be as gentle as mamma and as brave as papa, and see if we don't get well. Mr. Turner, I mean to have a ride on Old Spry next summer. I do," she added, nodding her pretty head up from the pillow, when she saw the glance the doctor and I exchanged. "Look here," she went on, poking the eider-down quilt up with her foot. "Magnificent," said Turner, "but mind, you must do nothing out of bravado. That won't do at all." "I have done," said Connie, putting on a face of mock submission. That day we carried her out for a few minutes, but hardly laid her down, for we were afraid of the damp from the earth. A few feet nearer or farther from the soil will make a difference. It was the last time for many weeks. Any one interested in my Connie need not be alarmed. It was only because of the weather, not because of her health. One day I was walking home from a visit I had been paying to Mrs. Stokes. She was much better, in a fair way to recover indeed, and her mental health was improved as well. Her manner to me was certainly very different, and the tone of her voice, when she spoke to her husband especially, was changed. A certain roughness in it was much modified, and I had good hopes that she had begun to climb up instead of sliding down the hill of difficulty, as she had been doing hitherto. It was a cold and gusty afternoon. The sky eastward and overhead was tolerably clear when I set out from home, but when I left the cottage to return, I could see that some change was at hand. Shaggy vapours of light grey were blowing rapidly across the sky from the west. A wind was blowing fiercely up there, although the gusts down below came from the east. The clouds it swept along with it were formless, with loose fringes. Disreputable, troubled, hasty clouds they were, looking like mischief. They reminded me of Shelley's Ode to the West Wind, in which he compares the loose clouds to hair, and calls them the locks of the approaching storm. Away to the west a great thick curtain of fog, of a luminous yellow, covered all the sea horizon, extending north and south as far as the eye could reach. It looked ominous. A surly secret seemed to lie in its bosom. Now and then I could discern the dim ghost of a vessel through it, as tacking from north or south it came near enough to the edge of the fog to show itself for a few moments, ere it retreated again into its bosom. There was exhaustion, it seemed to me, in the air, notwithstanding the coolness of the wind, and I was glad when I found myself comfortably seated by the drawing-room fire, and saw Winnie bestirring herself to make the tea. "It looks stormy, I think, Winnie," I said. Her eyes lightened as she looked out to sea from the window. "You seem to like the idea of it," I added. "You told me I was like you, papa, and you look as if you liked the idea of it too." "Per se, certainly a storm is pleasant to me. I should not like a world without storms any more than I should like that Frenchman's idea of the perfection of the earth, when all was to be smooth as a trim-shaven lawn, rocks and mountains banished, and the sea breaking on the shore only in wavelets of ginger beer or lemonade. I forget which. But the older you grow, the more sides of a thing will present themselves to your contemplation. The storm may be grand and exciting in itself, but you cannot help thinking of the people that are in it. Think for a moment of the multitude of vessels, great and small, which are gathered within the skirts of that angry vapour out there. I fear the toils of the storm are around them. Look at the barometer in the hall, my dear, and tell me what it says." She went and returned. "It was not very low, papa, only at rain. But the moment I touched it, the hand dropped an inch." "Yes, I thought so. All things look stormy. It may not be very bad here, however." "That doesn't make much difference, though, does it, papa?" "No further than that being creatures in time and space, we must think of things from our own standpoint. But I remember very well how, when we were children, you would not let nurse teach us Dr. Watts' hymns for children, because you said they tended to encourage selfishness." "Yes, I remember it very well. Some of them make the contrast between the misery of others and our own comfort so immediately apparent. Mind, I only say apparent, ground of thankfulness, that they are not fit for teaching. I do think that if you could put Dr. Watts to the question, he would abjure any such intention, saying that only he meant to heighten the sense of our obligation. But it does tend to selfishness and, what is worse, self-righteousness, and is very dangerous therefore. What right have I to thank God that I am not as other men are in anything? I have to thank God for the good things he has given to me, but how dare I suppose that he is not doing the same for other people in proportion to their capacity? I don't like to appear to condemn Dr. Watts' hymns. Certainly he has written the very worst hymns I know, but he has likewise written the best, for public worship, I mean." "Well, but papa, I've heard you say that any simple feeling that comes of itself cannot be wrong in itself. If I feel a delight in the idea of a storm, I cannot help it coming." "I never said you could, my dear. I only said that as we get older, other things we did not feel at first come to show themselves more to us, and impress us more." Thus my child and I went on, like two pendulums crossing each other in their swing, trying to reach the same dead beat of mutual intelligence. "But," said Winnie, "you said everybody is in God's hands as well as we." "Yes, surely, my dear, as much out in yon stormy haze as here beside the fire." "Then we ought not to be miserable about them, even if there comes a storm, ought we?" "No, surely. And besides, if I think we could help any of them, the very persons that enjoyed the storm the most would be the busiest to rescue them from it. At least I fancy so. But isn't the tea ready?" Yes, Papa, I'll just go and tell Mamma." When she returned with her mother, and the children had joined us, Wynnie resumed the talk. "I know what I'm going to say is absurd, Papa, and yet I don't see my way out of it, logically. I suppose you would call it, what is the use of taking any trouble about them if they are in God's hands? Why should we try to take them out of God's hands?" "Ah, Wynnie, at least you do not seek to hide your bad logic, or whatever you call it. Take them out of God's hands? If you could do that, it would be perdition indeed. God's hands is the only safe place in the universe, and the universe is in his hands. Are we not in God's hands on the shore because we say they are in his hands who go down to the sea in ships? If we draw them on shore, surely they're not out of God's hands." I see. But God could save them without us." "Yes, but what would become of us then? God is so good to us, that we must work our little salvation in the earth with him, just as a father lets his little child help him a little, that the child may learn to be and to do. So God puts it in our heart to save this life to our fellows, because we would instinctively save it to ourselves, if we could. He requires us to do our best, but God may not mean to save them. He may mean them to be drowned. We do not know. But we know that we must try our little salvation, for it will never interfere with God's great and good and perfect will. Ours will be foiled if he sees that best. But people always say, when anyone escapes unhurt from an accident, by the mercy of God. They don't say it is by the mercy of God when he is drowned. But people cannot be expected, ought not, to say what they do not feel. Their own first sensations of deliverance from impending death would break out in the "thank God," and therefore they say it is God's mercy when another is saved. If they go farther, and refuse to consider it God's mercy when a man is drowned, that is just the sin of the world, the want of faith. But the man who creeps out of the drowning, choking billows into the glory of the new heavens and the new earth, do you think his thanksgiving for the mercy of God which has delivered him is less than that of the man who creeps, exhausted and worn, out of the waves onto the dreary, self-beaten shore? In nothing do we show less faith than the way in which we think and speak about death. "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" says the apostle. "Hear, hear, hear," cry the Christian people everywhere. It is an awful sting, a fearful victory, but God keeps it away from us many a time when we ask him to let it pierce us to the heart. At last, to be sure, but that can't be helped. I mean, this is how they feel in their hearts who do not believe that God is as merciful when he sends death as when he sends life, who, Christian people as they are, yet look upon death as an evil thing which cannot be avoided, and would, if they might live always, be content to live always. Death or life, each is God's, for he is not the God of death, but of the living. There are no dead, for all live to him. "But don't you think we naturally shrink from death, Harry?" said my wife. "There can be no doubt about that, my dear." "Then if it be natural, God must have meant that it should be so." "Doubtless, to begin with, but not to continue or end with. A child's sole desires is for food, the very possible to begin with. But how would it be if the child should reach, say, 2 years of age, and refuse to share this same food with his little brother? Or what comes of the man who never so far rises above the desire for food that nothing could make him forget his dinner hour? Just so the life of Christians should be strong enough to overcome the fear of death. We ought to love and believe him so much, that when he says we shall not die, we should at least believe that death must be something very different from what it looks to us to be, so different that what we mean by the word does not apply to the reality at all, and so Jesus cannot use the word, because it would seem to us that he meant what we mean by it, which he, seeing it all around, cannot mean. "That does seem quite reasonable," said Ethelwyn. Turner had taken no part in the conversation. He, too, had just come in from a walk over the hills. He was now standing looking out at the sea. "She looks uneasy, does she not?" I said. "You mean the Atlantic," he returned, looking round. "Yes, I think so. I am glad she's not a patient of mine. I fear she is going to be very feverish, probably delirious before morning. She won't sleep much, and will talk rather loud when the tide comes in. Disease has often an ebb and flow like the tide, has it not? Often. Some diseases are like a plant that has its time to grow and blossom, then dies. Others, as you say, ebb and flow again and again before they vanish. It seems to me, however, that the ebb and flow does not belong to the disease, but to nature, which works through the disease. It seems to me that my life has its tides, just like the ocean, only a little more regularly. It is high water with me always in the morning and the evening. In the afternoon life is at its lowest, and I believe it is lowest again when we sleep, and hence it comes that to work the brain at night has such an injurious effect on the system. But this is perhaps all a fancy. There may be some truth in it, but I was just thinking when you spoke to me what a happy thing it is that the tide does not vary by even 6 hours, but has the odd minutes, whence we see endless changes in the relation of the water to the times of the day. And then the spring tides and the neap tides. What a provision there is in the world for change. Yes, change is one of the forms that infinitude takes for the use of us human immortals. But come and have some tea, Turner. You would not care to go out again. What shall we do this evening? Shall we go to Connie's room and have some Shakespeare? I could wish nothing better. What play shall we have? "Let us have the Midsummer Night's Dream," said Ethelwyn. "You like to go by contraries, apparently, Ethel. But you're quite right. It is in the winter of the year that art must give us its summer. I suspect that most of the poetry about spring and summer is written in winter. It is generally when we do not possess that we lay full value upon what we lack. There is one reason," said Wynnie, with a roguish look, "why I like that play. I should think there might be more than one, Wynnie. But one reason is enough for a woman at once, isn't it, papa?" "I'm not sure of that. But what is your reason?" "That the fairies are not allowed to play any tricks with the women. They are true throughout." "I might choose to say that was because they were not tried. And I might venture to answer that Shakespeare, being true to nature always, as you say, papa, knew very well how absurd it would be to represent a woman's feelings as under the influence of the juice of a paltry flower." "Capital, Wynnie," said her mother, and Turner and I chimed in with our approbation. "Shall I tell you what I like best in the play?" said Turner. "It is the common sense of Theseus in accounting for all the bewilderments of the night." "But," said Ethelwyn, "he was wrong after all. What is the use of common sense if it leads you wrong? The common sense of Theseus simply amounted to this, that he would only believe his own eyes." "I think Mrs. Walton is right, Turner," I said. "For my part, I have more admired the open-mindedness of Hippolyta, who would yield more weight to the consistency of the various testimony that could be altogether counterbalanced by the negation of her own experience. Now I will tell you what I most admire in the play. It is the reconciling power of the poet. He brings together such marvellous contrasts, without a single shock or jar to your feeling of the artistic harmony of the conjunction. Think for a moment. The ordinary commonplace courtiers, the lovers, men and women, in the condition of all conditions in which fairy powers might get hold of them, the quarrelling king and queen of fairyland, with their courtiers, blossoms, cobwebs, and the rest, and the court jester, Puck, the ignorant clownish artisans rehearsing their play, fairies and clowns, lovers and courtiers, are all mingled in one exquisite harmony, clothed with the night of early summer, rounded in the wedding of the king and queen. But I have talked enough about it. Let us get our books. As we sat in Connie's room, delighting ourselves with the reflex of the poet's fancy, the sound of the rising tide kept mingling with the fairy talk and the foolish rehearsal. "Musk roses," said Titania, and the first of the blasts going round by the south to west rattled the window. "Good hay, sweet hay, hath no fellow," said Bottom, and the roar of the waters was in our ears. "So doth the woodbine the sweet honeysuckle gently intwist," said Titania, and the blast poured the rain in a spout against the window. "Slow in pursuit, but matched in mouth like bells," said Thesis, and the wind whistled shrill through the chinks of the bark-house opening from the room. We drew the curtains closer, made up the fire higher, and read on. It was time for supper ere we had done, and when we left Connie to have hers and go to sleep, it was with the hope that, through all the rising storm, she would dream of breeze-haunted summer woods. End of chapter 6. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 7. The Gathered Storm. I woke in the middle of the night and the darkness to hear the wind howling. It was wide awake now, and up with the intent. It seized the house, and shook it furiously, and the rain kept pouring, only I could not hear it save in the rallentando passages of the wind. But through all the wind I could hear the roaring of the big waves on the shore. I did not wake my wife, but I got up, put on my dressing gown, and went softly to Connie's room, to see whether she was awake, for I feared, if she were, she would be frightened. Winnie always slept in a little bed in the small room. I opened the door very gently and peeped in. The fire was burning, for Winnie was an admirable stoker, and could generally keep the fire in all night. I crept to the bedside. There was just light enough to see that Connie was fast asleep, and that her dreams were not of storms. It was a marvel how well the child always slept. But, as I turned to leave the room, Winnie's voice called me in a whisper. Approaching her bed, I saw her wide eyes like the eyes of the darkness, for I could scarcely see anything of her face. "Awake, darling?" I said. "Yes, papa. I have been awake a long time. But isn't Connie sleeping delightfully? She does sleep so well. Sleep is surely very good for her. It is the best thing for us all, next to God's Spirit. I sometimes think, my dear, but are you frightened by the storm? Is that what keeps you awake?" "I don't think that is what keeps me awake, but sometimes the house shakes so that I do feel a little nervous. I don't know how it is. I never felt afraid of anything natural before. What our Lord said about not being afraid of anything that could only hurt the body applies here, and in all the terrors of the night. Think about him, dear." "I do try, papa. Don't you stop. You will get cold. It is a dreadful storm, is it not?" Suppose there should be people drowning out there now. There may be, my love. People are dying almost every other moment. I suppose on the face of the earth drowning is only an easy way of dying. Mind, they are all in God's hands. Yes, papa, I will turn round and shut my eyes and fancy that his hand is over them, making them dark with his care. And it will not be fancy, my darling, if you do. You remember those odd but no less devout lines of George Herbert, just after he says so beautifully, "And now with the darkest, closest, weary eyes," he adds, "Thus in thy ebony box thou dost enclose us, till the day put our amendment in our way, and give new wheels to our disordered clocks." He is very fond of boxes, by the way, so go to sleep, dear. You are a good clock of God's making, but you want new wheels, according to our beloved brother George Herbert. Therefore sleep. Good night. This was tiresome talk, was it, in the middle of the night, reader? Well, but my child did not think so, I know. Dark, dank, weeping, the morning dawned. All dreary was the earth and sky. The wind was still hunting the clouds across the heavens. It lulled a little while we sat at the breakfast, but soon the storm was up again, and the wind raved. I went out. The wind caught me as if with invisible human hands, and shook me. I fought with it, and made my way into the village. The streets were deserted. I peeped up in the inn yard as I passed. Not a man or horse was to be seen. The little shops looked as if nobody had crossed their thresholds for a week. Not a door was open. One child came out of the baker's with a big loaf in her apron. The wind threatened to blow the hair off her head, if not herself first in the canal. I took her by the hand and led her, or rather let her lead me home, while I kept her from being carried away by the wind. Having landed her safely inside her mother's door, I went on, climbed the heights above the village, and looked abroad over the Atlantic. What a waste of aimless tossing to and fro! Grey mist above, full of falling rain, grey, wrathful waters underneath, foaming and bursting as billow broke upon billow. The tide was ebbing now, but almost every other wave swept the breakwater. They burst on the rocks at the end of it, and rushed in shattered spouts and clouds of spray far into the air over their heads. Will the time ever come, I thought, when man shall be able to store up even this force for his own ends? Who can tell? The solitary form of a man stood at some distance gazing, as I was gazing, out on the ocean. I walked towards him, thinking with myself who it could be that loved nature so well that he did not shrink from her even in her most uncompanionable moods. I suspected, and soon found I was right. It was Percival. "What a clashing of water drops," I said, thinking of the line somewhere in Coleridge's Remorse. "They are but water drops, after all, that make this great noise upon the rocks, only there is a great many of them." "Yes," said Percival, "but look out yonder. You see a single sail, close reefed? That is all I can see, away in the mist there. As soon as you think of the human struggle with the elements, as soon as you know that hearts are in the midst of it, it is a clashing of water drops no more. It is an awful power, with which the will and all that it rules have to fight for the mastery, or at least for freedom. Surely you are right. It is the presence of thought, feeling, effort that gives the majesty to everything. It is even a dim attribution of human feelings to this tormented passionate sea that gives it much of its awe, although, as we were saying the other day, it is only a picture of a troubled mind. But as I have now seen how matters are with the elements, and have had a good pluvial bath as well, I think I will go home and change my clothes. "I have hardly had enough of it yet," returned Percivale. "I shall have a stroll along the heights here, and when the tide has fallen a little way from the foot of the cliffs, I shall go down on the sand and watch a while there. Well, you're a younger man than I am, but I've seen the day, as Lear says. What an odd tendency we old men have to boast of the past. We would be judged by the past, not by the present. We always speak of the strength that is withered and gone, as if we had some claim upon it still. But I am not going to talk in this storm. I'm always talking. I will go with you as far as the village, and then I will turn and take my way along the downs for a mile or two. I don't mind being wet. I didn't once. Don't you think, resumed Percival, that in some sense the old man, not that I can allow you that dignity yet, Mr. Walton, has a right to regard the past as his own? That would be scanned, I answered, as we walked towards the village. Surely the result of the past are the man's own. Any action of the man's, upon which the life in him reposes, remains his. But suppose a man has done a good deed once, and instead of making that a foundation upon which to build more good, grew so vain of it that he became incapable of doing anything more of the same sort. You could not say that the action belonged to him still. Therein he has severed his connection with the past. Again, what has never in any deep sense been a man's own, cannot surely continue to be his afterwards. Thus the things that a man has merely possessed once, the very people who most admire him for their sakes when he had them, give him no credit for after he has lost them. Riches that have taken to themselves wings leave with the poor man only a surpassing poverty. Strength, likewise, which can so little depend on any exercise of the will in man, passes from him with the years. It was not his all the time, it was but lent him, and had nothing to do with his inward force. A bodily feeble man may put forth a mighty life strength in effort, and show nothing to the eyes of his neighbour, while the strong man gains endless admiration for what he could hardly help. But the effort of the one remains, for it was his own. The strength of the other passes from him, for it was never his own. So with beauty, which the commonest woman acknowledges never to have been hers in seeking to restore it by deception. So, likewise, in a great measure with intellect. But if you take away intellect as well, what do you leave a man that can in any way be called his own? Certainly his intellect is not his own. One thing only is his own, to will the truth. This, too, is as much God's gift as everything else. I ought to say it is more God's gift than anything else, for he gives it to be the man's own more than anything else can be. And when he wills the truth, he has God himself. Man can possess God. All other things follow as necessary results. What poor creatures we should have been if God had not made us to do something, to look heavenwards, to lift up the hands that hang down, and strengthen the feeble knees. Something like this was in the mind of the prophet Jeremiah when he said, "Thus saith the Lord, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am the Lord which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Lord." My own conviction is, that a vague sense of a far higher life in ourselves than we yet know anything about is at the root of all our false efforts to be able to think of something of ourselves. We cannot commend ourselves, and therefore we set about priding ourselves. We have little or no strength of mind, faculty of operation, or worth of will, and therefore we talk of our strength of body, worship the riches we have or have not, it is all one, and boast of our paltry intellectual successes. The man most ambitious of being considered a universal genius must at last confess himself a conceited dabbler, and be ready to part with all he knows for one glimpse more of that understanding of God which the wise men of old held to be essential to every man, but which the growing luminaries of the present day will not allow to be even possible for any man. We had reached the brow of the heights, and here we parted. A fierce blast of wind rushed at me, and I hastened down the hill. How dreary the streets did look! How much more dreary than the stormy down! I saw no living creature as I returned but a terribly draggled dog, a cat that seemed to have a bad conscience, and a lovely little girl face, which, forgetful of its own rights, would flatten the tip of the nose belonging to it against the window pane. Every rain pool was a mimic sea, and had a mimic storm within its own narrow bounds. The water went hurrying down the kennels like a long brown snake anxious to get to its hole and hide from the tormenting wind, and every now and then the rain came in full rout before the conquering blast. When I got home I peeped in at Connie's door the first thing, and saw that she was raised a little more than usual. That is, the end of the conch against which she leaned was at a more acute angle. She was sitting staring, rather than gazing, out at the wild tumult which she could see over the shoulder of the down on which her window immediately looked. Her face was paler and keener than usual. "Why, Connie, who set you up so straight?" "Mr. Turner, papa. I wanted to see out, and he raised me himself. He says I'm so much better, I may have it in the seventh notch as often as I like." "But you look too tired for it. Hadn't you better lie down again?" "It's only the storm, papa. The more reason you should not see it if it tires you so." "It does not tire me, papa. Only I keep constantly wondering what is going to come out of it. It looks so as if something must follow. You didn't hear me come into your room last night, Connie. The storm was raging then as loud as it is now, but you were out of its reach, fast asleep. Now it's too much for you. You must lie down." "Very well, papa." I lowered the support, and when I returned from changing my wet garments, she was already looking much better. After dinner I went to my study, but when evening began to fall I went out again. I wanted to see how our next neighbours, the sexton and his wife, were faring. The wind had already increased in violence. It threatened to blow a hurricane. The tide was again rising, and was coming in with great rapidity. The old mill shook to the foundation as I passed through it to reach the lower part where they lived. When I peeped in from the bottom of the stair, I saw no one, but, hearing the steps of someone overhead, I called out. Agnes's voice made answer, as she descended an inner stair which led to the bedrooms above. "Mother's gone to church, sir." "Gone to church?" I said, a vague pang darting through me as I thought whether I had forgotten any service. But the next moment I recalled what the old woman had herself told me of her preference for the church during a storm. "Oh, yes, Agnes, I remember," I said. "Your mother thinks the weather bad enough to take to the church, does she? How do you come to be here now? Where is your husband?" "He'll be here in an hour or so, sir. He don't mind the wet. You see, we don't like the old people to be left alone when it blows what the sailors call great guns." "And what becomes of his mother then? There don't be any sea out there, sir. Leastways," she added with a quiet smile, and stopped. "You mean, I suppose, Agnes, that there is never any perturbation of the elements out there?" She laughed, for she understood me well enough. The temper of Joe's mother was proverbial. "But really, sir," she said, "she don't mind the weather a bit, and though we don't live in the same cottage with her, for Joe wouldn't hear of that, we see her far oftener than we see my mother, you know. I'm sure it's quite fair, Agnes. Is Joe very sorry that he married you now?" She hung her head and blushed so deeply through all her sallow complexion, that I was sorry I had teased her, and said so. This brought a reply. "I don't think he be, sir. I do think he gets better. He's been working very hard the last week or two, and he says it agrees with him." "And how are you?" "Quite well, thank you, sir." I had never seen her look half so well. Life was evidently a very different thing to both of them now. I left her and took my way to the church. When I reached the churchyard, there, in the middle of the rain and the gathering darkness, was the old man busy with the duties of his calling. A certain headstone stood right under a drip from the roof of the southern transept, and this drip had caused the mould at the foot of the stone, on the side next to the wall, to sink, so that there was a considerable crack between the stone and the soil. The old man had cut some sod from another part of the churchyard, and was now standing, with the rain pouring on him from the roof, beating this sod down in the crack. He was sheltered from the wind by the church, but he was as wet as he could be. I may mention that he never appeared in the least disconcerted when I came upon him in the discharge of his functions. He was so content with his own feeling in the matter, that no difference of opinion could disturb him. "This will never do, Coombes," I said. "You will get your death of cold. You must be as full of water as a sponge. Old man, there's rheumatism in the world." "It be only my work, sir, but I believe I have done now for the night. I think he'll be a bit more comfortable now. The very wind would get at him through that hole." "Do go home then," I said, "and change your clothes. Is your wife in the church?" "She be, sir. This door, sir, this door," he added, as he saw me going round to the usual entrance. "You'll find her in there." I lifted the great latch and entered. I could not see her at first, for it was much darker inside the church. It felt very quiet in there somehow, although the place was full of the noise of winds and waters. Mrs. Coombes was not sitting on the bell keys where I looked for her first, for the wind blew down the tower in many currents and draughts. How did it roar up there, as if the louvers had been a windsail to catch the wind and send it down to ventilate the church. She was sitting at the foot of the chancel rail, with her stocking as usual. The sight of her sweet old face, lighted up by a moonlike smile as I drew near her, in the middle of the ancient dusk filled with sounds, but only sounds of tempest, gave me a sense of one dwelling in the secret place of the Most High, such as I shall never forget. It was no time to say much, however. "How long do you mean to stay here, Mrs. Coombes?" I asked. "Not all night?" "No, not all night, surely, sir. But I hadn't thought of going yet for a bit." "Well, there's Coombes out there wet to the skin, and I'm afraid he'll go on pottering at the churchyard bedclothes till he gets his bones as full of rheumatism as they can hold." "Deary me, I didn't know as my old man was there. He told me he had them all comfortable for the winter a week ago. But to be sure there's always some mending to do." I heard the voice of Joe outside, and the next moment he came into the church. After speaking to me, he turned to Mrs. Coombes. "You'll be coming home with me, mother. This will never do. Father's as wet as a mop. I had brought something for your supper, and Aggie's a cooking of it, and we're going to be comfortable over the fire, and have a chapter or two of the New Testament to keep down the noise of the sea. There, come along." The old woman drew her cloak over her head, put her knitting carefully in her pocket, and stood aside for me to lead the way. "No, no," I said. "I'm the shepherd, and you're the sheep, so I'll drive you before me. At least, you and Coombes. Joe here will be offended if I take on me to say I am his shepherd." "Nay, nay, don't say that, sir. You've been a good shepherd to me when I was a very sulky sheep. But if you'll please to go, sir, I'll lock the door behind, for you know in them parts the shepherd goes first, and the sheep follow the shepherd. and I'll follow like a good sheep," he added, laughing. "You're right, Joe," I said, and took the lead without more ado. I was struck by his saying "them parts," which seemed to indicate a habit of pondering on the places as well as the circumstances of the gospel story. The sexton joined us at the door, and we all walked to his cottage, Joe taking care of his mother-in-law, and I taking what care I could of Coombes by carrying his tools for him. But as we went I feared I had done ill in that, for the wind blew so fiercely that I thought the thin feeble little man would have got on better if he had been more heavily weighted against it. But I made him take hold of my arm, and so we got in. The old man took his tools from me and set them down in the mill, for the roof of which I felt some anxiety as we passed through, so full of wind was the whole space. But when we opened the inner door, the welcome of the glowing fire burst up the stairs as if they had been a well of warmth and light below. I went down with them. Coombes departed to change his clothes, and the rest of us stood round the fire, where Agnes was busy cooking something like white puddings for their supper. "Did you hear, sir," said Joe, "that the coastguard is off to the Goose Spot? There's a vessel ashore there, they say. I met them on the road with the rocket cart." "How far off is that, Joe?" "Some 5 or 6 miles, I suppose, along the coast nor'ards." "What sort of vessel is she?" "That I don't know. Some say she be a schooner, others a brigantine. The coastguard didn't know themselves." "Poor things," said Mrs. Coombes. "If any of them comes ashore, they'll be sadly knocked to pieces on the rocks in a night like this." She had caught a little infection of her husband's mode of thought. "It's not likely to clear up before morning, I fear, is it, Joe?" "I don't think so, sir. There's no likelihood." "Will you condescend to sit down and take a share with us, sir?" said the old woman. "There would be no condescension in that, Mrs. Coombes. I will another time with all my heart, but in such a night I ought to be home with my own people. They will be more uneasy if I'm away." Of course, sir. So I'll bid you good night. I wish this storm were well over." I buttoned my great coat, pulled my hat down on my head, and set out. It was getting on for high water. The night was growing very dark. There would be a moon some time, but the clouds were so dense she could not do much while they came between. The roaring of the waves on the shore was terrible. All I could see of them now was the whiteness of their breaking, but they filled the earth and the air with their furious noises. The wind roared from the sea. 2 oceans were breaking on the land. Only to the one had been set hitherto, to the other none. Ere the night was far gone, however, I had begun to doubt whether the ocean itself had not broken its bars. I found the whole household full of the storm. The children kept pressing their faces to the windows, trying to pierce, as by force of will, through the darkness, and discover what the wild thing out there was doing. They could see nothing. All was one mass of blackness and dismay, with a soul in it of ceaseless roaring. I ran up to Connie's room and found that she was left alone. She looked restless, pale, and frightened. The house quivered, and still the wind howled and whistled through the adjoining bark hut. "Connie, darling, have they left you alone?" I said. "Only for a few minutes, papa. I don't mind it." "Don't be frightened at the storm, my dear. He who could walk on the Sea of Galilee and still the storm of that little pool, can rule the Atlantic just as well. Jeremiah says he divided the sea when the waves thereof roar." The same moment Dora came running into the room. "Papa," she cried, "the spray, such a lot of it, came dashing on the windows in the dining room. Will it break them?" "I hope not, my dear. Just stay with Connie while I run down." "O, papa, I do want to see." "What do you want to see, Dora?" "The storm, papa. It is as black as pitch. You can't see anything." "Oh, but I want to be beside it." "Well, you shan't stay with Connie, if you are not willing." Go along. Ask Winnie to come here." The child was so possessed by the commotion without that she did not seem even to see my rebuke, not to say feel it. She ran off, and Winnie presently came. I left her with Connie, put on a long waterproof cloak, and went down to the dining room. A door led it immediately onto the little green in front of the house, between it and the sea. The dining room was dark, for they had put out the lights that they might see better from the windows. The children and some of the servants were there looking out. I opened the door cautiously. I needed the strength of two of the women to shut it behind me. The moment I opened it, a great sheet of spray rushed over me. I went down the little grassy slope. The rain had ceased, and it was not quite so dark as I had expected. I could see the gleaming whiteness all before me. The next moment a wave rolled over the low wall in front of me, breaking on it and wrapping me round in a sheet of water. Something hurt me sharply on the leg, and I found, on searching, that one of the large flat stones that lay for coping on the top of the wall was on the grass beside me. If it had struck me straight, it must have broken my leg. There came a little lull in the wind, and just as I turned to go into the house again, I thought I heard a gun. I stood and listened, but heard nothing more, and fancied I must have been mistaken. I returned and tapped at the door, but I had to knock loudly before they heard me within. When I went up to the drawing room, I found that Percival had joined our party. He and Turner were talking together at one of the windows. "Did you hear a gun?" I asked him. "No. Was there one?" "I'm not sure. I half fancied I heard one, but no other followed. There will be a good many fired to-night, though, along this awful coast." "I suppose they keep the lifeboat always ready," said Turner. "No lifeboat even, I fear, would live in such a sea," I said, remembering what the officer of the coast guard had told me. "They would try, though, I suppose," said Turner. "I do not know," said Percivale. "I don't know the people, but I have seen a lifeboat out in as bad a night. Whether in as bad a sea, I cannot tell. That depends on the coast, I suppose." We went on chatting for some time, wondering how the coast guard had fared with the vessel ashore at the Goose Spot. When he joined us, "How is Connie now, my dear?" "Very restless and excited, papa. I came down to say that if Mr. Turner didn't mind, I wish he would go up and see her." "Of course, instantly," said Turner, and moved to follow Winnie. But the same moment, as if it had been beside us in the room, so clear, so shrill was it, we heard Connie's voice shrieking, "Papa, papa, there's a great ship ashore down there. Come, come." Turner and I rushed from the room in fear and dismay. How, what, where could the voice come from, was the unformed movement of our thoughts. But the moment we left the drawing room the thing was clear, though not the less marvellous and alarming. We forgot all about the ship, and thought only of our Connie. So much does the near hide the greater that is afar. Connie kept on calling, and her voice guided our eyes. A little stair led immediately from this floor up to the bark hut, so that it might be reached without passing through the bedroom. The door at the top of it was open. The door that led from Connie's room into the bark hut was likewise open, and light shone through it into the place, enough to show a figure standing by the furthest window with the face pressed against the glass, and from this figure came the cry, "Papa, papa, quick, quick! The waves will knock her to pieces." In very truth it was Connie standing there. End of chapter 6. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. The Shipwreck. Things that happen altogether have to be told one after the other. Turner and I both rushed at the narrow stair. There was not room for more than one upon it. I was first, but stumbled on the lowest step and fell. Turner put his foot on my back, jumped over me, sprang up the stair, and when I reached the top of it after him, he was meeting me with Connie in his arms, carrying her back to her room. But the girl kept crying, "Papa, Papa, the ship, the ship!" My duty woke in me. Turner could attend to Connie far better than I could. I made one spring to the window. The moon was not to be seen, but the clouds were thinner, and the light enough was soaking through them to show a wave-tormented mass some little way out in the bay. And in that one moment in which I stood looking, a shriek pierced the howling of the wind, cutting through it like a knife. I rushed bareheaded from the house. When or how the resolve was born in me I do not know, but I flew straight to the sexton's, snatched the key from the wall, crying only, "Ship ashore," and rushed to the church. I remember my hand trembled so that I could hardly get the key in the lock. I made myself quieter, opened the door, and feeling my way to the tower, knelt before the keys of the bell hammers, opened the chest, and struck them wildly, fiercely. An awful jangling, out of tune and harsh, burst into the monstrous being in the storm-vexed air. Music itself was untuned, corrupted, and returning to chaos. I struck and struck at the keys. I knew nothing of their normal use. Noise, outcry, reveille was all I meant. In a few minutes I heard voices and footsteps from some parts of the village out of the sight of the shore. Men and women gathered to the summons. Through the door of the church which I had left open came voices in hurried question. "Ship ashore," was all I could answer, for what was to be done I was helpless to think. I wondered that so few appeared at the cry of the bells. After those first nobody came for what seemed a long time. I believe, however, I was beating the alarm for only a few minutes altogether, though when I looked back upon the time in the dark church it looked like half an hour at least. But indeed I felt so confused about all the doings of that night that in attempting to describe them in order, I feel as if I were walking in a dream. Still, from comparing mine with the recollected impression of others, I think I am able to give a tolerably correct result. Most of the incidents seemed burnt into my memory so that nothing could destroy the depth of the impression, but the order in which they took place is none the less doubtful. A hand was laid upon my shoulder. "Who is there?" I said, for it was far too dark to know any one. "Percival, what is to be done? The coast guard is away. Nobody seems to know about anything. It is of no use to go on ringing more. Everybody is out, even to the maid servants. Come down to the shore, and you will see." "But is there not the lifeboat?" "Nobody seems to know anything about it, except it's no manner of use to go trying of that with such a sea on." "But there must be some one in command of it," I said. "Yes," returned Percivale, "but there doesn't seem to be one of the crew amongst the crowd. All the sailor-like fellows are going about with their hands in their pockets." "Let us make haste, then," I said. "Perhaps we can find out. Are you sure the coast guard have nothing to do with the lifeboat?" "I believe not. They have enough to do with their rockets." I remember now that Roxton told me he had far more confidence in his rockets than in anything a lifeboat could do, upon this coast at least. While we spoke we came to the bank of the canal. This we had to cross, in order to reach that part of the shore opposite which the wreck lay. To my surprise the canal itself was in a storm. heaving and tossing and dashing over its banks. "Percival," I exclaimed, "the gates are gone. The sea has torn them away." "Yes, I suppose so. Would God I could get half a dozen men to help me. I have been doing what I could, but I have no influence amongst them." "What do you mean?" I asked. "What could you do if you had 1,000 men at your command?" He made me no answer for a few moments, during which we were hurrying on for the bridge over the canal. Then he said, "They regard me only as a meddling stranger, I suppose, for I have been able to get no useful answer. They are all excited, but nobody is doing anything." "They must know about it a great deal better than we," I returned. "And we must take care not to do them the injustice of supposing they are not ready to do all that can be done." Percivale was silent yet again. The record of our conversation looks as quiet on the paper as if they had been talking in a curtained room, but all the time the ocean was raving in my very ear, and the awful tragedy was going on in the dark behind us. The wind was almost as loud as ever, but the rain had quite ceased, and when we reached the bridge the moon shone out white, as if aghast at what she had at length succeeded in pushing the clouds aside that she might see. Awe and helplessness oppressed us. Having crossed the canal, we turned to the shore. There was little of it left, for the waves had rushed up almost to the village. The sand and the roads, every garden wall, every window that looked seaward was crowded with gazers. But it was a wonderfully quiet crowd, or seemed so at least, for the noise of the wind and the waves filled the whole vault, and what was spoken was heard only in the ear to which it was spoken. When we came amongst them we heard only a murmur as of more articulated confusion. One turn, and we saw the centre of strife and anxiety, the heart of the storm that filled heaven and earth, upon which all the blasts and the billows broke and raved. Out there in the moonlight lay a mass of something whose place was discernible by the flashing of the waves as they burst over it. She was far above low water mark, lay nearer the village by a furlong than the spot where we had taken our last dinner on the shore. It was strange to think that yesterday the spot lay bare to human feet, where now so many men and women were isolated in a howling waste of angry waters. For the cry of women came plainly to our ears, and we were helpless to save them. It was terrible to have to do nothing. Percivale went about hurriedly, talking to this one and that one, as if he still thought something might be done. He turned to me. "Do try, Mr. Walton, and find out for me where the captain of the lifeboat is." I turned to a sailor-like man who stood at my elbow and asked him. "It's no use, I assure you, sir," he answered. "No boat could live in such a sea. It would be throwing away the men's lives." "Do you know where the captain lives?" Percivale asked. "If I did, I tell you it is of no use." "Are you the captain yourself?" returned Percivale. "What is that to you?" he answered, surly now. "I know my own business." The same moment several of the crowd nearest the edge of the water made a simultaneous rush into the surf, and lay hold of something, which, as they returned drawing it to the shore, I saw to be a human form. It was the body of a woman, alive or dead I could not tell. I could just see the long hair hanging from the head, which itself hung backward helplessly as they bore her up the bank. I saw, too, a white face, and I can recall no more. "Run, Percivale," I said, "and fetch Turner. She may not be dead yet." "I can't," answered Percivale. "You had better go yourself, Mr. Walton." He spoke hurriedly. I saw he must have some reason for answering me so abruptly. He was talking to a young fellow whom I recognized as one of the most dissolute in the village, and just as I turned to go they walked away together. I sped home as fast as I could. It was easier to get along now that the moon shone. I found that Turner had given Connie a composing draught, and that he had good hope she would at least be nothing the worse for the marvellous result of her excitement. She was asleep, exhausted, and her mother was watching by her side. It seemed strange that she could sleep, but Turner said it was the safest reaction, partly, however, occasioned by what he had given her. In her sleep she kept on talking about the ship. We hurried back to see if anything could be done for the woman. As we went up the side of the canal we perceived a dark body meeting us. The clouds had again obscured, though not quite hidden the moon, and we could not at first make out what it was. When we came nearer it showed itself a body of men hauling something along. Yes, it was the lifeboat, afloat on the troubled waves of the canal, each man seated in his own place, his hands quiet upon his oar, his cork jacket braced about him, his feet out before him, ready to pull the moment they should pass beyond the broken gates of the lock out on the awful tossing of the waves. They sat very silent, and the men on the path towed them swiftly along. The moon uncovered her face for a moment, and shone upon the faces of the two of the rowers. "Percival! Joe!" I cried. "All right, sir," said Joe. "Does your wife know of it, Joe?" I almost gasped. "To be sure," answered Joe. "It's the first chance I've had of returning thanks for her. Please God, I shall see her again to-night." "That's good, Joe. Trust in God, my men, whether you sink or swim." "Aye, aye, sir," they answered as one man. "This is your doing, Percival," I said, turning and walking alongside of the boat for a little way. "It's more Jim Allen's," said Percival. "If I hadn't got hold of him, I couldn't have done anything." "God bless you, Jim Allen," I said. "You'll be a better man after this, I think." "Don't know, sir," returned Jim cheerily. "It's harder work than pulling an oar." The captain himself was on board. Percival having persuaded Jim Allen, the two had gone about in the crowd seeking proselytes. In a wonderfully short space they had found almost all the crew, each fresh one picking up another or more, till at length the captain, protesting against the folly of it, gave in, and once having yielded, was like a true Englishman, as much in earnest as any of them. The places of two who were missing were supplied by Percival and Joe, the latter of whom would listen to no remonstrance. "I have nothing to lose," Percival had said. "You have a young wife, Joe." "I've everything to win," Joe had returned. "The only thing that makes me feel a bit faint-hearted over it, is that I'm afraid it's not my duty that drives me to it, but the praise of men, leastways of a woman. What would Aggie think of me if I was to let them drown out there, and go to my bed and sleep? I must go." "Very well, Joe," returned Percival. "I dare say you are right. You can row, of course." "I can row hard, and do as I'm told," said Joe. "All right," said Percival. "Come along." This I heard afterwards. We were now hurrying against the wind towards the mouth of the canal, some 20 men hauling on the tow rope. The critical moment would be in the clearing of the gates, I thought, some parts of which might remain swinging. But they encountered no difficulty there, as I heard afterwards, for I remembered that this was not my post, and turned again to follow the doctor. "God bless you, my men," I said, and left them. They gave a great hurrah, and sped on to meet their fate. I found Turner in the little public house, whither they had carried the body. The woman was quite dead. "I fear it is an emigrant vessel," he said. "Why do you think so?" I asked, in some consternation. "Come and look at the body," he said. It was that of a woman about 20, tall and finely formed. The face was very handsome, but it did not need the evidence of the hands to prove that she was one of our sisters, who have to labor for their bread. What should such a girl be doing on board ship but going out to America or Australia? To her lover, perhaps," said Turner. "You see she has a locket on her neck. I hope nobody will dare to take it off. Some of these people are not far derived from those who thought a wreck a godsend." A sound of many feet was at the door just as we turned to leave the house. They were bringing another body, that of an elderly woman, dead, quite dead. Turner had ceased examining her, and we were going out together, when, through all the tumult of the wind and waves, a fierce hiss, vindictive, wrathful, tore the air over our heads. Far up, seaward, something like a fiery snake shot up from the high ground on the right side of the bay, over the vessel, and into the water beyond it. "Thank God that's the coast guard!" I cried. We rushed through the village and up on the heights, where they had planted their apparatus. A little crowd surrounded them. How dismal the sea looked in the struggling moonlight! I felt as if I was wandering in the mazes of an evil dream. But when I approached the cliff, and saw down below the great mass of the vessel's hulk, with the waves breaking every moment upon her side, I felt the reality awful indeed. Now and then there would come a kind of lull in the wild sequence of rolling waters, and then I fancied for a moment that I saw how she rocked on the bottom. Her masts had all gone by the board, and a perfect chaos of cordage floated and swung in the waves that broke over her. But her bowsprit remained entire, and shot out into the foamy dark, crowded with human beings. The first rocket had missed. They were preparing to fire another. Roxton stood with his telescope in his hand, ready to watch the result. "This is a terrible job, sir," he said, when I approached him. "I doubt if we should save one of them." "There's the lifeboat," I cried, as a dark spot appeared on the waters approaching the vessel from the other side. "The lifeboat!" he returned with contempt. "You don't mean to say they've got her out? She'll only add to the mischief. We'll have to save her too." She was still some way from the vessel, and in comparatively smooth water. But between her and the hull the sea raved in madness. The billows rode over each other, in pursuit, as it seemed, of some invisible prey. Another hiss, as of concentrated hatred, and the second rocket was shooting its parabola through the dusky air. Roxton raised his telescope to his eye the same moment. "Over her starn!" he cried. "There's a fellow getting down from the cathead to run aft. Stop, stop!" he shouted involuntarily. "There's an awful wave on your quarter." His voice was swallowed in the roaring of the storm. I fancy I could distinguish a dark something shoot from the bows towards the stern. But the huge wave fell upon the wreck. The same moment Roxton exclaimed, so coolly as to amaze me, forgetting how men must come to regard familiar things without discomposure: "He's gone! I said so. The next'll have better luck, I hope." That man came ashore alive, though. All were forward of the mast. The bowsprit, when I looked through Roxton's telescope, was shapeless as with a swarm of bees. Now and then a single shriek rose upon the wild air. But now my attention was fixed on the lifeboat. She had gone into the wildest of the broken water. At one moment she was down in a huge cleft, the next balanced like a beam on the knife edge of a wave, tossed about hither and thither, as if the waves delighted in mocking the rudder. But hitherto she had shipped no water. I am here drawing upon the information I have since received, but I did not see how a huge wave, following close upon the back of that on which she floated, rushed, towered up over her, toppled, and fell upon the lifeboat with tons of water. The moon was shining brightly enough to show this with tolerable distinctness. The boat vanished. The next moment there she was, floating helplessly about, like a living thing stunned by the blow of a falling wave. The struggle was over, as far as I could see. Every man was in his place, but the boat drifted away before the storm shorewards, and the men let her drift. Were they all killed as they sat? I thought of my Winnie, and returned to Roxton. "That wave has done for them," he said. "I told you it was no use. There they go." "But what is the matter?" I asked. "The men are sitting every man in his place." "I think so," he answered. "Two were swept overboard, but they caught the ropes and got in again. But don't you see they have no oars? That wave had broken every one of them off at the rowlocks, and now they were as helpless as a sponge." I turned and ran. Before I reached the brow of the hill, another rocket was fired and fell wide shorewards, partly because the wind blew with fresh fury at the very moment. I heard Roxton say, "She's breaking up. It's no use." The last did for her. I hurried off for the other side of the bay to see what became of the lifeboat. I heard a great cry from the vessel as I reached the brow of the hill and turned for a parting glance. The dark mass had vanished, and the waves were rushing at will over the space. When I got to the shore, the crowd was less. Many were running, like myself, towards the other side, anxious about the lifeboat. I hastened after them, for Percival and Joe filled my heart. They led the way to the little beach in front of the parsonage. It would be well for the crew if they were driven ashore there, for it was the only spot where they could escape being dashed on the rocks. There was a crowd before the garden wall, a bustle, a great confusion of speech. The people, men and women, boys and girls, were all gathered about the crew of the lifeboat, which already lay, as if it knew nothing but repose, on the grass within. "Percival!" I cried, making my way through the crowd. There was no answer. "Joe Harper!" I cried again, searching with eager eyes amongst the crew, to whom everybody was talking. Still there was no answer, and from the disjointed phrases I heard, I could gather nothing. All at once I saw Winnie looking over the wall, despair in her face, her wide eyes searching wildly through the crowd. I could not look at her till I knew the worst. The captain was talking to old Coombes. I went up to him. As soon as he saw me, he gave me his attention. "Where is Mr. Percival?" I asked, with all the calmness I could assume. He took me by the arm and drew me out of the crowd, nearer to the waves, and a little nearer to the mouth of the canal. The tide had fallen considerably, else there would not have been standing room, narrow as it was, which the people now occupied. He pointed in the direction of the Castle Rock. "If you mean the stranger gentleman—" "And Joe Harper, the blacksmith," I interposed. "They're there, sir." "You don't mean those two, just those two are drowned?" I said. "No, sir, I don't say that, but God knows they have little chance." I could not help thinking that God might know they were not in the smallest danger, but I only begged him to tell me where they were. "Do you see that schooner there, just between you and the Castle Rock?" "No," I answered. "I can see nothing. Stay, I fancy I can. But I am always ready to fancy I see a thing when I'm told it is there. I can't say I see it." "I can, though. The gentleman you mean, and Joe Harper too, are, I believe, on board of that schooner." "Is she aground?" "Oh dear no, sir. She's a light craft and can swim there well enough. If she be aground she'd have been ashore in pieces hours ago. But whether she'll ride it out, God only knows, as I said afore." "However did they get aboard of her? I never saw her from the heights opposite." "You were all taken up by the ship ashore, you see, sir, and she don't make much show in this light. But there she is, and they're aboard of her, and this is how it was." He went on to give me his part of the story, but I will now give the whole of it myself, as I have gathered and pieced it together. 2 men had been swept overboard, as Rockton said. One of them was Percival, but they had both got on board again, to drift oarless with the rest, now in the windless valley, now aloft on a tempest-swept hill of water, away towards a goal they knew not, neither had chosen, and which yet they could by no means avoid. A little out of the full force of the current, and not far from the channel of the small stream, which, when the tide was out, flowed across the sands nearly from the canal gates to the Castle Rock, lay a little schooner belonging to a neighbouring port, Boscastle, I think, which, caught in the storm, had been driven into the bay when it was almost dark, some considerable time before the great ship. The master, however, knew the ground well. The current carried him a little out of the wind, and would have thrown him upon the rocks next, but he managed to drop anchor just in time, and the cable held, and there the little schooner hung in the skirts of the storm, with the jagged teeth of the rocks within an arrow's flight. In the excitement of the great wreck, no one had observed the danger of the little coasting bird. If the cable held till the tide went down, the anchor did not drag, she would be safe. If not, she must be dashed to pieces. In the schooner were 2 men and a boy. 2 men had been washed overboard an hour or so before they reached the bay. When they had dropped their anchor, they lay down exhausted on the deck. Indeed, they were so worn out that they had been unable to drop their sheet anchor, and were holding on only by their best bower. Had they not been a good deal out of the wind, this would have been useless. Even if it held, she was in danger of having her bottom stoved in by bumping against the sands as the tide went out. But that they had not to think of yet. The moment they lay down, they fell fast asleep in the middle of the storm. While they slept it increased in violence. Suddenly one of them awoke, and thought he saw a vision of angels, for over his head faces looked down upon him from the air, that is, from the top of a great wave. The same moment he heard a voice. 2 of the angels dropped on the deck beside him, and the rest vanished. Those angels were Percival and Joe. And angels they were, for they came just in time, as all angels do. Never a moment too soon, or a moment too late. The schooner was dragging her anchor. This was soon plain even to the less experienced eyes of the said angels. But it did not take them many minutes now to drop their strongest anchor, and they were soon riding in perfect safety for some time to come. One of the 2 men was the son of old Coombes, the sexton, who was engaged to marry the girl I have spoken of in the end of the 4th chapter in the 2nd volume. Percival's account of the matter, as far as he was concerned, was, that as they drifted helplessly along, he suddenly saw from the top of a huge wave the little vessel below him. They were, in fact, almost upon the rigging. The wave on which they rode swept the quarter-deck of the schooner. Percival says the captain of the lifeboat called out, "Aboard!" The captain said he remembered nothing of the sort. If he did, he must have meant it for the men on the schooner to get on board the lifeboat. Percival, however, who had a most chivalrous, ought I not to say Christian notion of obedience, fancying the captain meant them to board the schooner, sprang at her foreshrouds. Thereupon, the wave sweeping them along the schooner's side, Joe sprang at the main shrouds, and they dropped on the deck together. But, although my reader is at ease about their fate, we who were in the affair were anything but easy at the time corresponding to this point of the narrative. It was a terrible night we passed through. When I returned, which was almost instantly, for I could do nothing by staring out in the direction of the schooner, I found that the crowd was nearly gone. One little group alone remained behind. the centre of which was a woman. Wynnie had disappeared. The woman who remained behind was Agnes Harper. The moon shone out clear as I approached the group. Indeed, the clouds were breaking up and drifting away off the heavens. The storm had raved out its business, and was departing into the past. "Agnes," I said. "Yes, sir," she answered, and looked up as if waiting for a command. There was no colour in her cheeks or her lips, at least it seemed so in the moonlight, only in her eyes. But she was perfectly calm. She was leaning against a low wall, with her hands clasped, but hanging quietly down before her. "The storm is breaking up, Agnes," I said. "Yes, sir," she answered in the same still tone. Then, after just a moment's pause, she spoke out her heart. "Joe is at his duty, sir." I have given the utterance a point of interrogation. Whether she meant that point I am not quite sure. "Indubitably," I returned. "I have such faith in Joe that I should be sure of that in any case. At all events, he's not taking care of his own life, and if one is to go wrong, I would 10,000 times rather err on that side. But I am sure Joe has been doing right and nothing else." "Then there's nothing to be said, sir, is there?" she returned, with a sigh that sounded as of relief. I presume some of the surrounding condolers had been giving her Job's comfort by blaming her husband. "Do you remember, Agnes, what the Lord said to his mother when she reproached him with having left her and his father?" "I can't remember anything at this moment, sir," was her touching answer. "Then I will tell you," he said. "Why did you look for me? Didn't you know that I must be about something my father had given me to do? Now, Joe was and is about his father's business, and you must not be anxious about him. There could be no better reason for not being anxious." Agnes was a very quiet woman. When, without a word, she took my hand and kissed it, I felt what a depth there was in the feeling she could not utter. I did not withdraw my hand, for I knew that would be to rebuke her love for Joe. "Will you come in and wait?" I said indefinitely. "No, thank you, sir. I must go to my mother. God will look after Joe, won't he, sir?" "As sure there is a God, Agnes," I said, and she went away without another word. I put my hand on top of the wall and jumped over. I started back with terror, for I had almost alighted on the body of a woman lying there. The first insane suggestion was that it had been cast ashore, but the next moment I knew that it was my own Wynnie. She had not even fainted. She was lying with her handkerchief stuffed in her mouth to keep her from screaming. When I uttered her name, she rose, and without looking at me, walked away towards the house. I followed. She went straight to her own room and shut the door. I went to find her mother. She was with Connie, who was now awake, lying pale and frightened. I told Ethelwyn that Percivale and Joe were on board the little schooner, which was holding on by her anchor, that Wynnie was in terror about Percivale, that I had found her lying on the wet grass, and that she must get her into a warm bath and to bed. We went together to her room. She was standing in the middle of the floor, with her hands pressed against her temples. "Wynnie," I said, "our friends are not drowned. I think you will see them quite safe in the morning. Pray to God for them." She did not hear a word. "Leave her with me," said Ethelwyn, proceeding to undress her, "and tell nurse to bring up the large bath. There is plenty of hot water in the boiler. I gave orders to that effect, not knowing what might happen." Wynnie shuddered as her mother said this, but I waited no longer, for when Ethelwyn spoke, every one felt her authority. I obeyed her, and then went to Connie's room. "Do you mind being left alone a little while?" I asked her. "No, papa. Only, are they all drowned?" she said with a shudder. "I hope not, my dear. But be sure of the mercy of God, whatever you fear. You must rest in him. my love, for he is life, and will conquer death both in the soul and in the body. I'm not thinking of myself, papa. I know that, my dear, but God is thinking of you and every creature that he has made. And for our sakes you must be quiet in heart, that you may get better and be able to help us. I will try, papa, she said, and turning slowly on her side, she lay quite still. Dora and the boys were all fast asleep, for it was very late. I cannot, however, say what hour it was. Telling nurse to be on watch because Connie was alone, I went again to the beach. I called first, however, to inquire after Agnes. I found her quite composed, sitting with her parents by the fire, none of them doing anything, scarcely speaking, only listening intently to the sounds of the storm, now beginning to die away. I next went to the place where I had left Turner. 5 bodies laid there, and he was busy with a 6th. The surgeon of the place was with him, and they quite expected to recover this man. I then went down to the sands. An officer of the revenue was taking charge of all that came ashore, chests and bales and everything. For a week the sea went on casting out the fragments of that which she had destroyed. I have heard that, for years after, the shifting of the sands would now and then discover things buried that night by the waves. All the next day the bodies kept coming ashore, some peaceful as in sleep, others broken and mutilated. Many were cast upon other parts of the coast. Some 4 or 5 only, all men, were recovered. It was strange to me how I got used to it. The first horror over, the cry that yet another body had come awoke only a gentle pity, no more dismay or shuddering. But, finding I could be of no use, I did not wait longer than just till the morning began to dawn, with a pale ghastly light over the seething, raging sea. For the sea raged on, although the wind had gone down. There were many strong men about, with 2 surgeons and all the coast guard, who were well accustomed to the similar though not such extensive destruction. The houses along the shore were at the disposal of any who wanted aid. The parsonage was at some distance, and I confess that when I thought of the state of my daughters, as well as remembered former influences upon my wife, I was very glad to think there was no necessity for carrying thither any of those whom the waves cast on the shore. When I reached home, and found Wynnie quieter and Connie again asleep, I walked out along our own downs till I came whence I could see the little schooner still safe at anchor. From her position I concluded, correctly as I found afterwards, that they had let out her cable far enough to allow her to reach the bed of the little stream, where the tide would leave her more gently. She was clearly out of all danger now, and if Percivale and Joe had got safe on board of her, we might confidently expect to see them before many hours were past. I went home with the good news. For a few moments I doubted whether I should tell Wynnie, for I could not know with any certainty that Percivale was in the schooner. But presently I recalled former conclusions to the effect that we have no right to modify God's facts for fear of what may be to come. A little hope founded on the present appearance, even if that hope should never be realized, may be the very means of enabling a soul to bear the weight of a sorrow past the point at which it would otherwise break down. I would therefore tell Wynnie, and let her share my expectations of deliverance. I think she had been half asleep, for when I entered her room she started up in a sitting posture, looking wild, and putting her hands to her head. "I have brought you good news, Wynnie," I said. "I have been out on the downs, and there is light enough now to see that the little schooner is quite safe." "What schooner?" she asked listlessly, and lay down again, her eyes still staring, awfully unappeased. "Why, the schooner they say Percival got on board." "He isn't drowned, then?" she cried with a choking voice, and put her hands to her face, and burst into tears and sobs. "Wynnie," I said, "look what your faithlessness brings upon you. Everybody but you has known all night that Percival and Joe Harper are probably quite safe. They may be ashore in a couple of hours. But you don't know it. He may be drowned yet." "Of course there is room for doubt, but none for despair. See what a poor helpless creature hopelessness makes you." "But how can I help it, papa?" she asked piteously. "I'm made so." But as she spoke the dawn was clear upon the height of her forehead. "You are not made yet, as I am always telling you, and God has ordained that you shall have a hand in your own making. You have to consent, to desire what you know for a fault shall be set right by his loving will and spirit." "I don't know God, papa." "Ah, my dear, that is where it all lies. You do not know him, or you would never be without hope." "But what am I to do to know him?" she asked, rising on her elbow. The saving power of hope was always working in her. She was once more turning her face towards the life. "Read as you've never read before about Christ Jesus, my love. Read with the express object of finding out what God is like, that you may know him and may trust him. And now give yourself to him, and he will give you sleep." "What are we to do," I said to my wife, "if Percival continues silent? For even if he be in love with her, I doubt if he will speak." "We must leave all that, Harry," she answered. She was turning on myself the counsel I had been giving Wynnie. It is strange how easily we can tell our brother what he ought to do, and yet, when the case comes to be our own, do precisely as we had rebuked him for doing. I lay down and fell fast asleep. End of chapter 8. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 9. The Funeral. It was a lovely morning when I woke once more. The sun was flashing back from the sea, which was still tossing, but no longer furiously, as if it wanted to turn itself every way to flash the sunlight about. The madness of the night was over and gone. The light was abroad, and the world was rejoicing. When I reached the drawing room, which afforded the best outlook over the shore, there was the schooner lying dry on the sands, her two cables and anchors stretching out yards behind her. But halfway between the two sides of the bay rose a mass of something shapeless, drifted over with the sand. It was all that remained together of the great ship that had the day before been swept over the waters like a live thing with wings, of all the works of man's hands the nearest to the shape and sign of life. The wind had ceased altogether. Only now and then a little breeze arose, which murmured, "I am very sorry," and lay down again. And I knew that in the houses on the shore dead men and women were lying. I went down to the dining room. The three children were busy at their breakfast, but neither wife, daughter, nor visitor had yet appeared. I made a hurried meal, and was just rising to go and inquire further into the events of the night, when the door opened, and in walked Percival, looking very solemn, but in perfect health and well-being. I grasped his hand warmly. "Thank God," I said, "that you are returned to us, Percival." "I doubt if that is much to give thanks for," he said. "We are the judges of that," I rejoined. "Tell me all about it." While he was narrating the events I have already communicated, Wynnie entered. She started, turned pale, and then very red, and for a moment hesitated in the doorway. "Here is another to rejoice at your safety, Percivale," I said. Thereupon he stepped forward to meet her, and she gave him her hand with an emotion so evident that I felt a little distressed. Why, I could not easily have told, for she looked most charming in the act, more lovely than I had ever seen her. Her beauty was unconsciously praising God, and her heart would soon praise him too. But Percivale was a modest man, and I think attributed her emotion to the fact that he had been in danger in the way of duty, a fact sufficient to move the heart of any good woman. She sat down and began to busy herself with the teapot. Her hand trembled. I requested Percivale to begin his story once more, and he evidently enjoyed recounting to her the adventures of the night. I asked him to sit down and have a second breakfast, while I went into the village, whereto he seemed nothing loath. As I crossed the floor of the old mill to see how Joe was, the head of the sexton appeared emerging from it. He looked full of weighty solemn business. Bidding me good morning, he turned to the corner where his tools lay, and proceeded to shoulder spade and pickaxe. "Ah, Coombes, you'll want them," I said. "A good many of my people be come all at once. You see, sir," he returned, "I shall have enough ado to make 'em all comfortable like. But you must get help, you know. You can never make them all comfortable yourself alone." "We'll see what I can do," he returned. "I ben't a bit willing to let no one do my work for me, I do assure you, sir." "How many are there wanting your services?" I asked. "There be 15 of them now, and there be more, I don't doubt, on the way." "But you won't think of making separate graves for them all," I said. "They died together. Let them lie together." The old man set down his tools and looked me in the face with indignation. The face was so honest and old, that, without feeling I had deserved it, I yet felt the rebuke. "How would you like, sir," he said at length, "to be put in the same bed with a lot of people you didn't know nothing about?" I knew the old man's way, and that any argument which denied the premise of his peculiar fantasy was worse than thrown away upon him. I therefore ventured no further than to say that I had heard death was a leveller. "That may be very true, and mayhap they mightn't think of it after they've been down a while, 6 weeks, mayhap, or so. But anyhow it can't be comfortable for them poor things. One of them be a baby. I dare say he'd rather lie with his mother. The doctor he say one of the women be a mother. I don't know," he went on reflectively, "whether she be the baby's own mother, but I dare say neither of them'll mind, if I take it for granted and lay them down together. So that's one bed less." One thing was clear, that the old man could not dig 14 graves within the needful time. But I would not interfere with his office in the church, having no reason to doubt that he would perform its duties to perfection. He shouldered his tools again and walked out. I descended the stair, thinking to see Joe, but there was no one there but the old woman. "Where is Joe and Agnes?" I asked. "You see, sir, Joe had promised a little job of work to be ready to day, and so he couldn't stop. He did say Agnes needn't go with him, but she thought she couldn't part with him so soon, you see, sir." "She had received him from the dead, raised to life again," I said. "It was most natural. But what a fine fellow Joe is! Nothing will make him neglect his work." "I tried to get him to stop, sir, saying that he had done quite enough last night for all next day. But he told me it was his business to get the tire put on Farmer Wheatstone's cart wheel to day, just as much as it was his business to go in the lifeboat yesterday. So he would go, and Aggie wouldn't stay behind. "Fine fellow, Joe," I said, and took my leave. As I drew near the village, I heard the sound of hammering and sawing, and apparently everything at once in the way of joinery. They were making coffins in the joiners' shops, of which there were two in the place. I do not like coffins. They seem to me relics of barbarism. If I had my way, I would have the old thing decently wound in fair linen cloth, and so laid in the bosom of the earth whence it was taken. I would have it vanish, not merely from the world of vision, but from the world of form, as soon as may be. The embrace of the fine life-hoarding, life-giving mould seems to me comforting, in the vague, foolish fancy that will sometimes emerge from the froth of reverie. I mean, of subdued consciousness remaining in the outworn frame. But the coffin is altogether and vilely repellent. Of this, however, enough. I hate even the shadow of sentiment, though some of my readers, who may not yet have learned to distinguish between sentiment and feeling, may wonder how I dare to utter such a barbarism. I went to the house of the county magistrate hard by, for I thought something might have to be done in which I had a share. I found that he had sent a notice of the loss of the vessel to the Liverpool papers, requesting those who might wish to identify or claim any of the bodies to appear within 4 days at Kilkhaven. This threw the last upon Saturday, and before the end of the week it was clear that they must not remain above ground over Sunday. I therefore arranged that they should be buried late on the Saturday night. On the Friday morning a young woman and an old man, unbeknown to each other, arrived by the coach from Barnstaple. They had come to see the last of their friends in this world, to look, if they might, at the shadow left behind by the departing soul. For as the shadow of any object remains a moment upon the magic curtain of the eye after the object itself has gone, so the shadow of the soul, namely, the body, lingers a moment upon the earth after the object itself has gone to the high countries. It was well to see with what a sober sorrow the dignified little old man bore his grief. It was as if he felt that the loss of his son was only for a moment. But the young woman had taken on a hue of the corpse she came to seek. Her eyes were sunken as if with the weight of the light she cared not for, and her cheeks had already pined away as if to be ready for the grave. A being thus emptied of its glory seized and possessed my thoughts. She never even told us whom she came seeking, and after one involuntary question, which simply received no answer, I was very careful not even to approach another. I do not think the form she sought was there, and she may have gone home with the lingering hope to cast the grey aura of a doubtful dawn over her coming days, that, after all, that one had escaped. On the Friday afternoon, with the approbation of the magistrate, I had all the bodies removed to the church, some in their coffins, others on stretchers. They were laid in front of the communion rail. In the evening these two went to see them. I took care to be present. The old man soon found his son. I was at his elbow as he walked between the rows of the dead. He turned to me, and said quietly, "That's him, sir. He was a good lad. God rest his soul. He's with his mother, and if I'm sorry, she's glad." With that he smiled, or tried to smile. I could only lay my hand on his arm, to let him know that I understood him and was with him. He walked out of the church, sat down upon a stone, and stared at the mould of a new-made grave in front of him. What was passing between those eyes God only knew. Certainly the man himself did not know. Our lightest thoughts are of more awful significance than the most serious of us can imagine. For the young woman, I thought she left the church with a little light in her eyes, but she had said nothing. Alas, that the body was not there could no more justify her than Milton in letting her frail thoughts dally with false surmise. With him, too, she might well add, "Ay me, whilst thee the shores and sounding seas wash far away." But God had them in his teaching, and all I could do was to ask them to be my guests till the funeral and the following Sunday were over. To this they kindly consented, and I took them to my wife, who received them like herself, and had in a few minutes made them at home with her, to which no doubt their sorrow tended, for that brings out the relations of humanity and destroys its distinctions. The next morning a Scotsman of a very decided type, originally from Aberdeen, but a resident in Liverpool, appeared, seeking the form of his daughter. I had arranged that whoever came should be brought to me first. I went with him to the church. He was a tall, gaunt, bony man, with long arms and huge hands, a rugged, granite-like face, and a slow, ponderous utterance, which I had some difficulty in understanding. He treated the object of his visit with certain hardness, and at the same time lightness, which also I had some difficulty in understanding. "You want to see I said, and hesitated. "Oh, ay, the bodies," he answered. "She winna be there, I dare say, but I would just like to see, for I wada like her to be buried gin say be as she was there, wi'out bidding her good bye like." When we reached the church, I opened the door and entered. An awe fell upon me fresh and new. The beautiful church had become a tomb, solemn, grand, ancient. It rose as a memorial of the dead who lay in peace before her altar rail, as if they had fled thither for the sanctuary from a sea of troubles. And I thought with myself, will the time ever come when the churches shall stand as the tombs of holy things that have passed away, when Christ should have rendered up the kingdom to his Father, and no man shall need to teach his neighbour or his brother, saying, "Know the Lord"? The thought passed through my mind and vanished. As I led my companion up to the dead, he glanced at one and another and passed on. He had looked at 10 or 12 ere he stopped, gazing on the face of the beautiful form which had first come ashore. He stooped and stroked the white cheeks, taking the head in his great rough hands, and smoothed the brown hair tenderly, saying, as if he had quite forgotten that she was dead, Maggie, how came you here, lass?" Then, as if for the first time the reality had grown comprehensible, he put his hands before his face and burst into tears. His huge frame was shaken with sobs for one long minute, while I stood looking on with awe and reverence. He ceased suddenly, pulled a blue cotton handkerchief with yellow spots on it, I see it now, from his pocket, rubbed his face with it as if drying it with a towel, put it back, turned, and said, without looking at me, "I'll want a hem." "Wouldn't you like a piece of her hair?" I asked. "Gin you please," he answered gently, as if his daughter's form had been mine now, and her hair were mine to give. By the vestry door sat Mrs. Coombes, watching the dead, with her sweet solemn smile and her constant ministration of knitting. "Have you got a pair of scissors there, Mrs. Coombes?" I asked. "Yes, to be sure, sir," she answered, rising and lifting a huge pair by the string suspending them from her waist. "Cut off a nice piece of this beautiful hair," I said. She lifted the lovely head, chose, and cut off a long piece, and handed it respectfully to the father. He took it without a word, sat down on the step before the communion rail, and began to smooth out the wonderful sleeve of dusky gold. It was, indeed, beautiful hair. As he drew it out, I thought it must be a yard long. He passed his big fingers through and through it, but tenderly, as if it had been still growing on the live, lovely head, stopping every moment to pick out the bits of seaweed and shells, and shake out the sand that had been wrought into its mass. He sat thus for nearly half an hour, and we stood looking on with something closely akin to awe. At length he folded it up, drew from his pocket an old black leather book, laid it carefully in the innermost pocket, and rose. I led the way from the church, and he followed me. Outside the church he laid his hand on my arm, and said, groping with his other hand in his trouser pocket, "She'll have putten you to some expense for the coffin and sick like." "We'll talk about that afterwards," I answered. "Come home with me now, and have some refreshment." "Na, I thank ye. I hain't putten ye to enough of trouble already. I just wanna home." "We are going to lay them down this evening. You won't go before the funeral. Indeed, I think you can't get away till Monday morning. My wife and I will be glad of your company till then." "I'm no company for gentlefolk, sir." "Come and show me in which of these graves you would like to have her laid," I said. He yielded and followed me. Coombes had not dug many spadefuls before he saw what had been plain enough, that 10 such men as he could not dig the graves in time. But there were plenty of help to be had from the village and the neighbouring farms. Most of them were now ready, but a good many men were still at work. The brown hillocks lay all about the churchyard, the mole heaps of burrowing death. The stranger looked around him. His face grew critical. He stepped a little hither and thither. At length he turned to me and said, "I would not like to be greedy, but gin you would let her lie next the kirk here, that nook, I would take it kindly. And sin gin ever it came aboot that I came here again, I would ken where she was. Can ye get a small bit headstone putten up? I would leave the siller with ye to pay for it." "To be sure I can. What will you have put on the stone?" "Oh, just let me see. Maggie Jamieson. Nay, Margaret. But just Maggie. She was aye Maggie at home. Maggie Jamieson. Frame her father. It's the last thing I can give her. Maybe ye might put a verse o' scripture aneath, ye ken." "What verse would you like?" He thought for a little. "Isna there a text that says, 'The dead shall hear his voice'?" "Yes, the dead shall hear the voice of the Son of God." "Aye, that's it. We'll just put that on. They cannot do better than hear his voice," he added, with a strange mixture of Scotch ratiocination. I led the way home, and he accompanied me without further objection or apology. After dinner I proposed that we should go upon the downs, for the day was warm and bright. We sat on the grass. I felt that I could not talk to them as from myself. I knew nothing of the possible gulfs of sorrow in their hearts. To me their forms seemed each like a hill in whose unseen bosom lay a cavern of dripping waters, perhaps with a subterranean torrent of anguish raving through its hollows and tumbling down hidden precipices, whose voice God only heard, and God only could still. This daughter might, though from her face I did not think it, have gone away against her father's will. The son might have been a ne'er-do-well at home. How could I tell? The woman might be looking for the lover that had forsaken her. I could not divine. I would speak no words of my own. The Son of God has spoken words of comfort to his mourning friends, when he was the present God and they were the forefront of humanity. I would read some of the words he spoke. From them the human nature in each would draw what comfort it could. I took my New Testament from my pocket, and said, without any preamble, "When our Lord was going to die, He knew that his friends loved him enough to be very wretched about it. He knew that they would be overwhelmed for a time with trouble. He knew, too, that they could not believe the glad end of it all, to which end he looked across the awful death that awaited him, a death to which that our friends in the wreck was ease itself. I will just read to you what he said. I read from the 14th to the 17th chapter of St. John's Gospel. I knew there were worlds of meaning in the words into which I could hardly hope any of them would enter. But I knew likewise that the best things are just those from which the humble would draw the truth they are capable of seeing. Therefore I read as for myself, and left it to them to hear for themselves. Nor did I add any words of comment, fearful of darkening counsel by words without knowledge, for the Bible is awfully set against what is not wise. When I had finished, I closed the book, rose from the grass, and walked towards the brow of the shore. They rose likewise and followed me. I talked of slight things. The tone was all that communicated between us. But little of any sort was said. The sea lay still before us, knowing nothing of the sorrow it had caused. We wandered a little way along the cliff. The burial service was at 7 o'clock. "I have an invalid to visit out in this direction," I said. "Would you mind walking with me? I shall not stay more than 5 minutes, and we shall get back just in time for tea." They assented kindly. I walked first with one, then with another, heard a little of the story of each, was able to say a few words of sympathy, and point, as it were, a few times towards the hills whence cometh our aid. I may just mention here that since our return to Marshmallows I have had two of them, the young woman and the Scotchman, to visit us there. The bell began to toll, and we went to church. My companions placed themselves near the dead. I went into the vestry till the appointed hour. I thought as I put on my surplice how, in all religions but the Christian, the dead body was a pollution to the temple. Here the church received it as a holy thing, for a last embrace ere it went to the earth. As the dead were already in the church, the usual form could not be carried out. I therefore stood by the communion table, and there began to read. "I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die." I advanced as I read, till I came outside the rails and stood before the dead. There I read the psalm, "Lord, thou hast been our refuge," and the glorious lesson, "Now is Christ risen from the dead, and become the first fruits of them that slept." Then the men of the neighborhood came forward, and in a long solemn procession bore the bodies out of the church, each to its grave. At the church door I stood and read, "Man that is born of a woman," then went from one to another of the graves, and read over each, as the earth fell on the coffin lid. "Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God, of his great mercy." Then again I went back to the church door and read, "I heard a voice from heaven," and so to the end of the service. Leaving the men to fill up the graves, I hastened to lay aside my canonicals, that I might join my guests, but my wife and daughter had already prevailed on them to leave the churchyard. A word now concerning my own family. Turner insisted on Connie's remaining in bed for 2 or 3 days. She looked worse in the face, pale and worn, but it was clear, from the way she moved in bed, that the fresh power called forth by the shock had not vanished with the moment. Wynnie was quieter almost than ever, but there was a constant secret light, if I may use the paradox, in her eyes. Percival was at the house every day, always ready to make himself useful. My wife bore up wonderfully. as yet the much greater catastrophe had come far short of the impression made by the less. When quieter hours should come, however, I could not help feeling that the place would be dreadfully painful to all but the younger ones, who, of course, had the usual child gift of forgetting. The servants, even Walter, looked thin and anxious. That Saturday night I found myself, as I had once or twice found myself before, entirely unprepared to preach. I did not feel anxious, because I did not feel that I was to blame. I had been so much occupied. I had again and again turned my thoughts thitherward, but nothing recommended itself to me so that I could say, I must take that. Nothing said plainly, this is what you have to speak of. As often as I had sought to find fitting matter for my sermon, my mind had turned to death and the grave, but I shrunk from every suggestion, or rather nothing had come to me that interested myself enough to justify me in giving it to my people, and I always took it as my sole justification in speaking of anything to the flock of Christ, that I cared heartily in my own soul for that thing. Without this consciousness I was dumb, and I do think, highly as I value prophecy, that a clergyman ought to be at liberty upon occasion to say, my friends, I cannot preach to-day. What a riddance it would be for the church! I do not say if every priest were to speak sense, but only if every priest were to abstain from speaking of that in which, at the moment, he feels little or no interest. I went to bed, which is often the very best thing a man can do, for sleep will bring him from God that which no effort of his own will can compass. I have read somewhere, I will verify it by present search, that Luther's translation of the verse in the psalm, "So he giveth to his beloved sleep," is, "He giveth his beloved sleeping, or while asleep." Yes, so it is, literally in English. It is in vain that ye rise early, and then sit long, and eat your bread with care, for to his friends he gives it sleeping. This was my experience in the present instance, for the thought of which I was first conscious when I awoke was, why should I talk about death? Every man's heart is now full of death. We have enough of that, even the sum that God has sent us on the wings of the tempest. What have I to do? As the minister of a new covenant, it is to speak of life. It flashed in on my mind. Death is over and gone. The resurrection comes next. I will speak of the raising of Lazarus. The same moment I knew that I was ready to speak. Shall I or shall I not give my reader the substance of what I said? I wish I knew how many of them would like it, and how many would not. I do not want to bore them with sermons, especially seeing I have always said that no sermon ought to be printed. For in print they are but what the old alchemists would have called a caput mortuum, or death's head, namely, a lifeless lump of residuum at the bottom of the crucible, for they have no longer the living human utterance which gives all the power on the minds of the hearers. But I have not, either in this or in my preceding narrative, attempted to give a sermon as I preached it. I have only sought to present the substance of it in the form fitter for being read, somewhat clear for the unavoidable. Let me say necessary, yes, I will say valuable, repetitions and enforcements by which the various considerations are pressed upon the minds of the hearers. These are entirely wearisome in print, useless too, for the reader may ponder over every phrase till he finds out the purport of it, if indeed there be such readers nowadays. I rose, went down to the bath in the rocks, had a joyous physical ablution, and a swim up and down the narrow cleft, from which I emerged as if myself newly born or raised anew. and then wandered about on the downs full of hope and thankfulness, seeking all I could to plant deep in my mind the long-rooted truths of resurrection, that they might not be only ready to blossom in the warmth of the spring tides to come, but able to send out some leaves and promissory buds even in the wintry time of the soul, when the fogs of pain steam up from the frozen clay soil of the body, and make the monarch will totter dizzily upon his throne, to comfort the eyes of the bewildered king, reminding him that the King of Kings hath conquered death and the grave. There is no perfect faith that cannot laugh at winters and graveyards, and all the whole array of defiant appearances. The fresh breeze of the morning visited me. "O God," I said in my heart, "would that when the dark day comes, in which I can feel nothing, I may be able to front it with the memory of this day's strength, and so help myself to trust in the Father. I would call to mind the days of old, with David the king." When I returned to the house, I found that one of the sailors, who had been cast ashore with his leg broken, wished to see me. I obeyed, and found him very pale and worn. "I think I'm going, sir," he said, "and I wanted to see you before I die." "Trust in Christ, and do not be afraid," I returned. I prayed to him to save me when I was hanging to the rigging, and if I wasn't afraid then, I'm not going to be afraid now, dying quietly in my bed. But just look here, sir." He took from under his pillow something wrapped up in paper, unfolded the envelope, and showed a lump of something. I could not at first tell what. He put it in my hand, and then I saw that it was part of a Bible, with nearly the upper half of it worn or cut away, and the rest partly in a state of pulp. "That's the Bible my mother gave me when I left home first," he said. "I don't know how I came to put it in my pocket, but I think the rope that cut through that when I was lashed to the shrouds would a'most have cut through my ribs if it hadn't been for it." "Very likely," I returned. "The body of the Bible has saved your bodily life. May the spirit of it save your spiritual life." "I think I know what you mean, sir," he panted out. "My mother was a good woman, and I know she prayed to God for me. Would you like us to pray for you in church to-day?" "If you please, sir. Me and Bob Fox. He's nearly as bad as I am." "We won't forget you," I said. "I will come in after church and see how you are." I knelt and offered the prayers for the sick, and then took my leave. I did not think the poor fellow was going to die. I may as well mention here that he has been in my service ever since. We took him with us to the Marshmallows, where he works in the garden and the stables, and is very useful. We have to look after him, though, for his health continues delicate. End of chapter 9. Volume 3, Chapter 10 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. The Sermon. When I stood up to preach, I gave them no text, but with the 11th chapter of the Gospel of St. John opened before me. To keep me correct, I proceeded to tell the story in the words God gave me, for who can dare to say that he makes his own commonest speech? When Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and therefore our elder brother, was going about on the earth, eating and drinking with his brothers and sisters, there was one family he loved especially, a family of 2 sisters and a brother. For, although he loves everybody as much as they can be loved, there are some who can be loved more than others. Only God is always trying to make us such that we can be loved more and more. There are several stories, oh, such lovely stories, about that family and Jesus, and we have to do with one of them now. They lived near the capital of the country, Jerusalem, in a village they called Bethany. And it must have been a great relief to our Lord, when he was worn out with the obstinacy and the pride of the great men of the city, to go out to the quiet little town and into the refuge of Lazarus' house, where every one was more glad at the sound of his feet than at any news that could come to them. They had at this time behaved so ill to him in Jerusalem, taking up stones to stone him even, though they dare not quite do it, mad with anger as they were, and all because he told them the truth, that he had gone away to the other side of the great river that divided the country, and taught the people in that quiet place. While he was there, his friend Lazarus was taken ill, and the two sisters, Martha and Mary, sent a messenger to him, to say to him, "Lord, your friend is very ill." Only they said it more beautifully than that. "Lord, behold, he whom thou lovest is sick." You know, when anyone is ill, we always want the person whom he loves most to come to him. This is very wonderful. In the worst things that can come to us, the first thought is of love. People, like the scribes and the Pharisees, might say, "What good can that do to him?" And we may not in the least suppose that the person we want knows any secret that can cure his pain. Yet love is the first thing we think of, and here we are more right than we know. For at the long last, love will cure everything, which truth indeed this story will set forth to us. No doubt the heart of Lazarus, ill as he was, longed after his friend, and very likely even the sight of Jesus might have given him such strength that the life in him could have driven out the death which had already got one foot across the threshold. But the sisters expected more than this. They believed that Jesus, whom they knew to have driven disease and death out of so many hearts, had only to come and touch him, nay, only to speak a word, to look at him, and their brother was saved. Do you think they presumed in thus expecting? The fact was, they did not believe enough. They had not yet learned to believe that he could cure him all the same whether he came to them or not, because he was always with them. We cannot understand this, but our understanding is never a measure of what is true. Whether Jesus knew exactly all that was going to take place, I cannot tell. Some people may feel certain upon points that I dare not feel certain upon. One thing I am sure of, that he did not always know everything beforehand, for he said so himself. It is infinitely more valuable to us, because more beautiful and godlike in him, that he should trust his Father than that he should foresee everything. At all events he knew that his Father did not want him to go to his friends yet, so he sent them a message to the effect that there was a particular reason for this sickness, that the end of it was not the death of Lazarus, but the glory of God. This, I think, he told them by the same messenger they sent to him, and then, instead of going to them, he remained where he was. But oh, my friends, what shall I say about this wonderful message? Think of being sick for the glory of God, of being shipwrecked for the glory of God, of being drowned for the glory of God. How can the sickness, the fear, the broken-heartedness of his creatures be for the glory of God? What kind of a God can that be? Why, just a God so perfectly, absolutely good, that the things that look least like are only the means of clearing our eyes to let us see how good he is. For he is so good that he is not satisfied with being good. He loves his children so that except he can make them good like himself, make them blessed, by seeing how good he is, and desiring the same goodness in themselves. He is not satisfied. He is not like a fine proud benefactor who is content with doing that which will satisfy his sense of his own glory, but like a mother who puts her arm around her child, and whose heart is sore till she can make her child see the love which is her glory. The glorification of the Son of God is the glorification of the human race, for the glory of God is the glory of man, and that glory is love. Welcome sickness, welcome sorrow, welcome death, revealing thy glory. The next two verses sound very strangely together, and yet they almost seem typical of all the perplexities of God's dealings. The old painters and poets represent faith as a beautiful woman, holding in her hand a cup of wine and water, with a serpent coiled up within. High-hearted faith, she scruples not to drink of the life-giving wine and water. She is not repelled by the upcoiled serpent. The serpent she takes but for the type of the eternal wisdom that looks repellent because it is not understood. The wine is good, the water is good, and if the hand of the supreme faith put that cup in her hand, the serpent itself must be good too, harmless at least, to hurt the truth of the water and the wine. But let us read the verses. Now Jesus loved Martha, and her sister, and Lazarus. When he had heard therefore that he was sick, he abode 2 days still in the same place where he was. Strange, his friend was sick, he abode 2 days where he was. But remember what we have already heard. The glory of God was infinitely more for the final cure of a dying Lazarus, who, give him all the life he could have, would yet, without that glory, be in death, than the mere presence of the Son of God. I say mere presence, for, compared with the glory of God, the very presence of his Son, so dissociated, is nothing. He abode where he was that the glory of God, the final cure of humanity, the love that triumphs over death, might shine out and redeem the hearts of men, so that death could not touch them. After the 2 days, the hour had arrived. He said to his disciples, "Let us go back to Judea." They expostulated because of the danger, saying, "Master, the Jews of late sought to stone thee, and goest thou thither again?" The answer which he gave them, I am not sure whether I can thoroughly understand, but I think, in fact, I know, it must bear on the same region of life, the will of God. I think what he means by walking in the day is simply doing the will of God. That was the soul, the all-embracing light in which Jesus ever walked. I think he means that now he saw plainly what the Father wanted him to do. If he did not see that, the Father wanted him to go back to Judea, and yet went, that would be to go stumblingly, to walk in the darkness. There are 12 hours in the day, one time to act, a time of light and the clear call of duty. There is a night when a man, not seeing where or hearing how, must be content to rest. Something not inharmonious with this, I think, he must have intended, but I do not see the whole thought clearly enough to be sure that I am right. I do think, further, that it points at a clearer condition of human vision and conviction than I am good enough to understand, though I hope one day to rise into this upper stratum of light. Whether his scholars had heard anything of Lazarus yet, I do not know. It looks a little as if Jesus had not told them the message he had had from the sisters. But he told them now that he was asleep, and that he was going to wake him. You would think they might have understood this. The idea of going so many miles to wake a man might have surely suggested death. But the disciples were sorely perplexed with many of his words. Sometimes they looked far away for the meaning when the meaning lay in their very hearts. Sometimes they looked into their hands for it when it was lost in the grandeur of the ages. But he meant them to see into all that he said by and by, although they could not see into it now. When they understood him better, then they would understand what he said better, and to understand him better they must be more like him, and to make them more like him he must go away and give them his Spirit. Awful mystery, which no man but himself can understand. Now he had to tell them plainly that Lazarus was dead, that they had not thought of death as a sleep. I suppose this was altogether a new and Christian idea. Do not suppose that it applied more to Lazarus than to other dead people. He was none the less dead that Jesus meant to take a weary 2 days' journey to his sepulchre and wake him. If death is not asleep, Jesus did not speak the truth when he said Lazarus slept. You may say it was a figure, but a figure that is not like the thing it figures is simply a lie. They set out to go back to Judea. Here we have a glimpse of the faith of Thomas, the doubter, for a doubter is not without faith. The very fact that he doubts shows that he has some faith. When I find anyone hard upon doubters, I always doubt the quality of his faith. It is of little use to have a great cable, if the hemp is so poor that it breaks like the painter of a boat. I have known people whose power of believing chiefly consisted in these incapacities for seeing difficulties. Of what fine sort of faith must be that is founded in stupidity, or far worse, in indifference to the truth and the mere desire to get out of hell. That is not a grand belief in the Son of God, the radiation of the Father. Thomas's want of faith was shown in the grumbling, self-pitying way in which he said, "Let us also go that we may die with him." His master had said that he was going to wake him. Thomas said, "That we may die with him." You may say he did not understand him. True, it may be, but his unbelief was the cause of his not understanding him. I suppose Thomas meant this as a reproach to Jesus for putting them all in danger by going back to Judea. If not, it was only a poor piece of sentimentality. So much for Thomas's unbelief, but he had good and true faith notwithstanding, for he went with his master. By the time they reached the neighborhood of Bethany, Lazarus had been dead 4 days. Someone ran to the house and told the sisters that Jesus was coming. Martha, as soon as she heard it, rose and went to meet him. It might be interesting at another time to compare the difference of the behavior of the 2 sisters upon this occasion with the difference of their behavior upon another occasion, likewise recorded, but with the man dead in his sepulchre and the hope dead in these 2 hearts, we have no inclination to enter upon fine distinctions of character. Death and grief bring out the great family likeness in the living as well as in the dead. When Martha came to Jesus, she showed her true thought in perfect faith by almost attributing her brother's death to Jesus' absence. But even in the moment, looking in the face of the Master, a fresh hope, a new budding of faith, began in her soul. She thought, what if, after all, he were to bring him to life again? O trusting heart, how thou leavest the dull plodding intellect behind thee, while the conceited intellect is reasoning upon the impossibility of the thing. The expectant faith beholds it accomplished. Jesus, responding instantly to her faith, granting her half-born prayer, says, "Thy brother shall rise again," not meaning the general truth recognized, or at least assented to by all but the Sadducees, concerning the final resurrection of the dead, but meaning, "Be it unto thee as thou wilt. I will raise him again." For there is no steering for a fine effect in the words of Jesus. But these words are too good for Martha to take them as he meant them. Her faith is not quite equal to the belief that he actually will do it. The thing she could hope for afar off she could hardly believe when it came to her very door. "Oh, yes," she said, her mood falling again to the level of the commonplace. "Of course, at the last day." Then the Lord turns away her thoughts from the dogmas of her faith to himself, the life, saying, "I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die." Believest thou this? Martha, without understanding what he said more than in a very poor part, answered in words which preserved her honesty entire, and yet included all he asked, and 1,000-fold more than she could yet believe. "Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world." I dare not pretend to have more than a grand glimmering of the truth of Jesus' words, "shall never die." But I am pretty sure that when Martha came to die, she found that there was indeed no such thing as she had meant when she used the ghastly word, death, and said with her first new breath, "Verily, Lord, I am not dead." But look how this declaration of her confidence in the Christ operated upon herself. She instantly thought of her sister. The hope that the Lord would do something swelled within her, and, leaving Jesus, she went to find Mary. Whoever has had a true word with the elder brother, straightway will look around him to find his brother, his sister. The family feeling blossoms. He wants his friend to share the glory with all. Martha wants Mary to go to Jesus too. Mary heard her, forgot her visitors, rose and went. They thought she went to the grave. She went to meet its conqueror. But when she came to him, the woman who had chosen the good part praised of Jesus had but the same words to embody her hope and her grief that her careful and troubled sister had uttered a few minutes before. How often during those 4 days had not the self-same words passed between them? "Ah, if he had been here, our brother had not died." She said so to himself now, and wept, and her friends who had followed her wept likewise. A moment more, and the Master groaned. Yet a moment, and he too wept. Sorrow is catching, but this was not the mere infection of sorrow. It went deeper than mere sympathy, for he groaned in his spirit and was troubled. What made him weep? It was when he saw them weeping that he wept. But why should he weep, when he knew how soon their weeping would be turned into rejoicing? It was not for their weeping, so soon to be over, that he wept, but for the human heart everywhere swollen with tears, yea, with griefs that can find no such relief as tears. For these, and for all his brothers and sisters, tormented with pain for lack of faith in his Father in heaven, Jesus wept. He saw the blessed well-being of Lazarus on the one side, and on the other the streaming eyes from whose sight he had vanished. The veil between was so thin, yet the sight of those eyes could not pierce it. Their hearts must go on weeping, without cause, for his Father was so good. I think it was the helplessness he felt in the impossibility of at once sweeping away the phantasm death from their imagination that drew the tears from the eyes of Jesus. Certainly it was not for Lazarus. It could hardly be for these his friends, save as they represented the humanity which he would help, but could not help even as he was about to help them. The Jews saw herein proof that he loved Lazarus, but they little thought it was for them and their people, and for the Gentiles whom they despised, that his tears were now flowing, that the love which pressed the fountains of his weeping was love for every human heart, from Adam on through the ages. Some of them went a little farther, nearly as far as the sisters, saying, "Could he not have kept the man from dying?" but it was such a poor thing, after all, that they thought he might have done. They regarded merely this unexpected illness, this early death, for I dare say Lazarus was not much older than Jesus. They did not think that, after all, Lazarus must die sometime, that the beloved could be saved, at best, only for a little while. Jesus seems to have heard the remark, for he again groaned in himself. Meantime they were drawing near the place where he was buried. It was a hollow in the face of a rock, with a stone laid against it. I suppose the bodies were laid on something like shelves inside the rock, as they are in many sepulchres. They were not put into coffins, but wound round and round with linen. When they came before the door of death, Jesus said to them, "Take away the stone." The nature of Martha's reply, the realism of it, as they would say nowadays, would seem to indicate that her dawning faith had sunk again below the horizon, that in the presence of the insignia of death, her faith yielded, even as the faith of Peter failed him when he saw around him the grandeur of the high priest, and his master bound and helpless. Jesus answered, oh, what an answer! To meet the corruption and the stink which filled her poor human fancy, the glory of God came from his lips, human fear, horror speaking from the lips of a woman in the very jaws of devouring death. And this said I not unto thee, from the mouth of him who was so soon to pass worn and bloodless through such a door. He stinketh, said Martha. The glory of God, said Jesus. Said I not unto thee, that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Before the open throat of the sepulchre, Jesus began to speak to his Father aloud. He had prayed to him in his heart before, most likely while he groaned in his spirit. Now he thanketh him that he had comforted him, and given him Lazarus as a first fruit from the dead. But he will be true to the listening people as well as to his ever-hearing Father. Therefore he tells why he said the word of thanks aloud, a thing not usual with him, for his Father was always hearing him. Having spoken it for the people, he would say that it was for the people. The end of it all was that they might believe that God had sent him, a far grander gift than having the dearest brought back from the grave, for he is the life of men. Lazarus, come forth. And Lazarus came forth, creeping helplessly with inch-long steps of his linen-bound limbs. Ha, ha, brother, sister, cries the human heart. The Lord of life hath taken the prey from the spoiler. He hath emptied the grave. Here comes the dead man, welcome as never was a child from the womb, new-born, and in him all the human race new-born from the grave. Loose him and let him go, and the work is done. The sorrow is over, and the joy is come. Home, home, Martha, Mary, with your Lazarus. He too will go with you, the Lord of the living. Home and get the feast ready, Martha. Prepare the food for him who comes hungry from the grave, for him who has called him thence. Home, Mary, to help Martha. What a household will yours be! What a wondrous speech will pass between the dead come to life and the living come to die! But what pang is this that makes Lazarus draw hurried breath and turns Martha's cheek so pale? Ah, at the little window of the heart the pale eyes of the defeated horror look in. What? Is he there still? Ah, yes, he will come for Martha, come for Mary, come yet again for Lazarus. Yea, come for the Lord of life himself, and carry all away. But look at the Lord. He knows all about it, and he smiles. Does Martha think of the words he spoke? He that liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Perhaps she does, and like the moon before the sun, her face returns the smile of her Lord. This, my friends, is the fancy in form, but it embodies a dear truth. What is it to you and me that he raised Lazarus, We are not called upon to believe that he will raise from the tomb that joy of our hearts which lies buried there beyond our sight. Stop, are we not? We are called upon to believe this, else the whole story were for us a pure mockery. What is it to us that the Lord raised Lazarus? It is nothing to know that our brother is Lord over the grave. Will the harvest be behind the first fruits? If he tells us he cannot, for good reason, raise up our vanished love today, or tomorrow, or for all the years of our life to come, shall we not mingle the smile of faithful thanks with the sorrow of present loss, and walk diligently waiting? That he called forth Lazarus showed that he was in his keeping, that he is Lord of the living, and that all live to him, that he has a hold of them, and can draw them forth when he will. If this is not true, then the raising of Lazarus is false. I do not mean merely false in fact, but false in meaning. If we believe in him, then in his name, both for ourselves and for our friends, we must deny death and believe in life. Lord Christ, fill our hearts with thy life. End of chapter 10.
Volume 3, Chapter 11 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 3, Chapter 11. Changed Plans. In a day or two Connie was permitted to rise and take to her couch once more. It seemed strange that she should look so much worse, and yet be so much stronger. The growth of her power of motion was wonderful. As they carried her, she begged to be allowed to put her feet to the ground. Turner yielded, though without quite ceasing to support her. He was satisfied, however, that she could have stood upright for a moment at least. He would not, of course, risk it, and made haste to lay her down. The time of his departure was coming near, and he seemed more anxious the nearer it came, for Connie continued worn-looking and pale, and her smile, though ever ready to greet me when I entered, had lost much of its light. I noticed too that she had the curtain of her window constantly so arranged as to shut out the sea. I said something to her about it once. Her reply was, "Papa, I can't bear it. I know it is very silly, but I think I can make you understand how it is. I was so fond of the sea when I came down. It seemed to lie close to my window, with a friendly smile ready for me every morning when I looked out. I dare say it is all from want of faith, but I can't help it. It looks so far away now, like a friend that had failed me, that I would rather not see." I saw that the struggling life within her was grievously oppressed, that the things which surrounded her were no longer helpful. Her life had been driven as to its innermost cave, and now, when it had been enticed to venture forth and look abroad, a sudden pall had descended upon nature. I could not help thinking that the good of our visit to Kilkhaven had come, and that evil, from which I hoped we might yet escape, was following. I left her and sought Turner. "It strikes me, Turner," I said, "that the sooner we get out of this, the better for Connie." "I am quite of your opinion. I think the very prospect of leaving the place would do something to restore her. If she is so uncomfortable now, think what it will be in the many winter nights at hand." "Do you think it would be safe to move her?" "Far safer than to let her remain. At the worst, she is now far better than when she came. Try her, hint at the possibility of going home, and see how she will take it." "Well, I shan't like to be left alone, but if she goes, they all must go, except, perhaps, I might keep Wynnie. But I don't know how her mother would get on without her." "I don't see why you should stay behind. Mr. Weir would be as glad to come as you would be to go, and it can make no difference to Mr. Shepherd." It seemed a very sensible suggestion. I thought a moment. Certainly it was a desirable thing for both my sister and her husband. They had no such reasons as we had for disliking the place, and it would enable her to avoid the severity of yet another winter. I said as much to Turner, and went back to Connie's room. The light of a lovely sunset was lying outside her window. She was sitting so that she could not see it. I would find out her feeling in the matter without any preamble. "Would you like to go back to Marshmallows, Connie?" I asked. Her countenance flashed into light. "Oh, dear papa, do let us go," she said. "That would be wonderful." "Well, I think we can manage it, if you will only get a little stronger for the journey. The weather is not so good to travel in as when we came down." "No, but I am ever so much better, you know, than I was then." The poor girl was already stronger from the mere prospect of going home again. She moved restlessly on her couch, half mechanically putting her hand to the curtain, pulled it aside, looked out, faced the sun and the sea, and did not draw back. My mind was made up. I left her and went to find Ethelwyn. She heartily approved of the proposal for Connie's sake, and said that it would be scarcely less agreeable to herself. I could see a certain troubled look above her eyes, however. "You are thinking of Wynnie," I said. "Yes, it is hard to make one sad for the sake of the rest." "True, but it is one of the world's recognized necessities." "No doubt." "Besides, you don't suppose Percivale can stay here the whole winter. They must part some time." "Of course, only they did not expect it so soon." But here my wife was mistaken. I went to my study to write to Weir. I had hardly finished my letter when Walter came to say that Mr. Percivale wished to see me. I told him to show him in. "I am just writing home to say that I want my curate to change places with me here, which I know he will be glad enough to do. I see Connie had better go home." "You will all go then, I presume," returned Percivale. "Yes, yes, of course." "Then I need not so much regret that I can stay no longer. I came to tell you that I must leave to–morrow." "Ah, going to London?" "Yes. I don't know how to thank you for all your kindness. You have made my summer something like a summer. Very different, indeed, from what it would otherwise have been." "We have had our share of advantage, and that a large one. We are all glad to have made your acquaintance, Mr. Percivale." He made no answer. "We shall be passing through London within a week or 10 days in all probability. Perhaps you will allow us the pleasure of looking at some of your pictures then?" His face flushed. What did the flush mean? It was not one of mere pleasure. There was a confusion and perplexity in it. But he answered at once. "I will show you them with pleasure. I fear, however, you will not care for them." Would this fear account for his embarrassment? I hardly thought it would, but I could not for a moment imagine, with his fine form and countenance before me, that he had any serious reason for shrinking from a visit. He began to search for a card. "Oh, I have your address. I shall be sure to pay you a visit. But you will dine with us to–day, of course?" I said. "I shall have much pleasure," he answered, and took his leave. I finished my letter to Weir, and went out for a walk. I remember particularly the thoughts that moved in me and made that walk memorable. Indeed, I think I remember all outside events chiefly by virtue of the inward conditions with which they were associated. Mere outside things I am very ready to forget. Moods of my own mind do not so readily pass away, and with the memory of some of them every outward circumstance returns. For a man's life is where the kingdom of heaven is, within him. There are people who, if you ask the story of their lives, have nothing to tell you but the course of the outward events that have constituted, as it were, the clothes of their history. But I know, at the same time, that some of the most important crises in my own history, by which word history I mean my growth towards the right conditions of existence, have been beyond the grasp and interpretation of my intellect. They have passed, as it were, without my consciousness being awake enough to lay hold of their phenomena. The wind has been blowing. I had heard the sound of it, but knew not whence it came, nor whither it went. Only, when it was gone, I found myself more responsible, more eager than before. I remember this walk from the thoughts I had about the great change hanging over us all. I had now arrived at the prime of middle life, and that change, which so many would escape if they could, but which will let no man pass, had begun to show itself, a real fact upon the horizon of the future. Death looks so far away to the young, that while they acknowledge it unavoidable, the path stretches on in such vanishing perspective before them, that they see no necessity for thinking about the end of it yet. And far would I be from saying they ought to think of it. Life is the true object of a man's care. There is no occasion to make himself think about death. But when the vision of the inevitable draws nigh, when it appears plainly on the horizon, though but as a cloud the size of a man's hand, then it is equally foolish to meet it by refusing to meet it, to answer the questions that will arise by declining to think about them. Indeed, it is a question of life then, and not of death. We want to keep fast hold of our life, and in the strength of that to look the threatening death in the face. But to my walk that morning. I wandered on the downs till I came to the place where a solitary rock stands on the top of a cliff looking seaward, in the suggested shape of a monk praying. On the base of which he knelt, I seated myself, and looked out over the Atlantic. How faded the ocean appeared! It seemed as if all the sunny dyes of the summer had been diluted and washed with the fogs of the coming winter, when I thought of the splendour it wore when first from these downs I gazed on the outspread infinitude of space and colour. What, I said to myself at length, has she done since then? Where is her work visible? She has riven, and battered, and destroyed, and her destruction too has passed away. So worketh time and its powers. The exultation of my youth is gone. My head is grey. My wife is growing old. Our children are pushing us from our stools. We are yielding to the new generation. The glory for us hath departed. Our life lies weary before us like that sea, and the night cometh when we can no longer work. Something like this was passing vaguely through my mind. I sat in a mournful stupor, with a half-consciousness that my mood was false, and that I ought to rouse myself and shake it off. There is such a thing as a state of moral dreaming, which closely resembles the intellect dreaming in sleep. I went on in this false dreamful mood, pitying myself like a child tender over his hurt, and nursing his own cowardice, till, all at once, a little pipling wind blew on my cheek. The morning was very still. What roused the little wind I cannot tell, but what that little wind roused I will try to tell. With that breath on my cheek, something within me began to stir. It grew and grew, until the memory of a certain glorious sunset of red and green and gold and blue, which I had beheld from these same heights, dawned within me. I knew that the glory of my youth had not departed, that the very power of recalling with delight that which I had once felt in seeing was proof enough of that. I knew that I could believe in God all the night long, even if the night were long. And the next moment I thought how I had been reviling in my fancy God's servant, the sea. To how many vessels had she not opened a bounteous highway through the waters, with labour and food and help and ministration, glad breezes and swelling sails, healthful struggle, cleansing fear and sorrow, yea, and friendly death. Because she had been commissioned to carry this one or that one, this 100 or that 1,000 of his own creatures from one world to another, was I to revile the servant of a grand and gracious Master? It was blameless in Connie to feel the late trouble so deeply that she could not be glad. She had not had the experience of life, yea, of God, that I had had. She must be helped from without. But for me it was shameful that I, who knew the heart of my Master, to whom at least he had so often shown his truth, should ever be doleful and oppressed. Yet even me he had now helped from within. The glory of existence as the child of the Infinite had again dawned upon me. The first hour of the evening of my life had indeed arrived. The shadows had begun to grow long, so long that I had begun to mark their length. This last little portion of my history had vanished, leaving its few grey ashes behind in the crucible of my life, and the final evening must come, when all my life would lie behind me, and all the memory of it return, with its mornings of gold and red, and its evenings of purple and green, with its dashes of storm and its foggy glooms, with its white–winged aspirations, its dull red passions, its creeping envies in brown and black and earthy yellow. But from all the accusations of my conscience I would turn me to the Lord, for he was called Jesus, because he should save his people from their sins. Then I thought what a grand gift it would be to give his people the power hereafter to fight the consequences of their sins. Anyhow, I would trust the Father, who loved me with a perfect love, to lead the soul he had made, had compelled to be, through the gates of the death–birth, into the light of life beyond. I would cast on him the care, humbly challenge him with the responsibility he had himself undertaken, praying only for perfect confidence in him, absolute submission to his will. I rose from my seat beside the praying monk and walked on. The thought of seeing my own people again filled me with gladness. I would leave those I had here learned to love with regret, but I trusted I had taught them something, and they had taught me much. Therefore there could be no end to our relation to each other. It could not be broken, for it was in the Lord, which alone can give security to any tie. I should not, therefore, sorrow as if I were to see their faces no more. I now took my farewell of that sea and those cliffs. I should see them often ere I went, but I should not feel so near them again. Even this parting said that I must sit loose to the world, an old Puritan phrase, I suppose, that I could gather up only its uses, treasure its best things, and must let all the rest go, that those things I called mine, earth, sky, and sea, home, books, and treasured gifts from friends, had all to leave me, belong to others, and help to educate them. I should not need them. I should have my people, my souls, my beloved faces tenfold more, and could well afford to part with these. Why should I mind this chain, passing to my eldest boy, when it was only his mother's hair, and I should have his mother still? So my thoughts went on thinking themselves, until at length I yielded passively to their flow. I found Wynnie looking very grave when I went into the drawing–room. Her mother was there too, and Mr. Percivale. It seemed rather a moody party. They wakened up a little, however, after I entered, and before dinner was over we were all chatting together merrily. "How is Connie?" I asked Ethelwyn. "Wonderfully better already," she answered. "I think everybody seems better," I said. "The very idea of home seems reviving to us all." Wynnie darted a quick glance at me, caught my eyes, which was more than she had intended, and blushed; sought refuge in a bewildered glance at Percivale, caught his eye in turn, and blushed yet deeper. He plunged instantly into conversation, not without a certain involuntary sparkle in his eye. "Did you go to see Mrs. Stokes this morning?" he asked. "No," I answered. "She does not want much visiting now. She is going about her work, apparently in good health. Her husband says she is not like the same woman, and I hope he means that in more senses than one, though I do not choose to ask him any questions about his wife." I did my best to keep up the conversation, but every now and then after this it felt like a wind that would not blow. I withdrew to my study. Percivale and Wynnie went out for a walk. The next morning he left by coach, early. Turner went with him. Wynnie did not seem very much dejected. I thought that perhaps the prospect of meeting him again in London kept her up. End of Volume 3, Chapter 11.
Volume 3, Chapter 12 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. The Studio. I will not linger over our preparations or our leave-takings. The most ponderous of the former were those of the two boys, who, as they had wanted to bring down a chest as big as a corn-bin, full of lumber, now wanted to take home 2 or 3 boxes filled with pebbles, great oyster shells, and seaweeds. Weir, as I had expected, was quite pleased to make the exchange. An early day had been fixed for his arrival, for I thought it might be of service to him to be introduced to the field of his labours. Before he came, I had gone about among the people, explaining to them some of my reasons for leaving them sooner than I had intended, and telling them a little about my successor, that he might not appear among them quite as a stranger. He was much gratified with their reception of him, and had no fear of not finding himself quite at home with them. I promised, if I could comfortably manage it, to pay them a short visit the following summer, and as the weather was now getting quite cold, hastened our preparations for departure. I could have wished that Turner had been with us on the journey, but he had been absent for his cure to the full extent that his conscience would permit, and I had not urged him. He would be there to receive us, and we had got so used to the management of Connie that we did not feel much anxiety about the travelling. We resolved, if she seemed strong enough as we went along, to go right through to London, making a few days there the only break in the transit. It was a bright, cold morning when we started, but Connie could now bear the air so well that we set out with the carriage open, nor had we occasion to close it. The first part of our railway journey was very pleasant, but when we drew near London, we entered a thick fog, and before we arrived, a small dense November rain was falling. Connie looked a little dispirited, partly from weariness, but no doubt from the change in the weather. "Not very cheerful this, Connie, my dear," I said. "No, papa," she answered, "but we are going home, you know." Going home. It set me thinking, as I had often been set thinking before, always with fresh discovery and a new colour on the dawning sky of hope. I lay back in the carriage and thought how the November fog this evening in London was the valley of the shadow of death we had to go through on the way home. A shadow like this would fall upon me. The world would grow dark and life grow weary, but I should know it was the last of the way home. Then I began to question myself wherein the idea of this home consisted. I knew that my soul had ever yet felt the discomfort of strangeness, more or less, in the midst of its greatest blessedness. I knew that as the thought of water to the thirsty soul, for it is the soul far more than the body that thirsts even for the material water, such is the thought of home to the wanderer in a strange country. As the weary soul pines for sleep, and every heart for the cure of its own bitterness, so my heart and soul had often pined for their home. Did I know, I asked myself, where or what that home was? It could consist in no change of place or of circumstance, no mere absence of care, no accumulation of repose, no blessed communion even with those whom my soul loved. In the midst of it all I should be longing for a homelier home, one into which I might enter with a sense of infinitely more absolute peace than a conscious child could know in the arms, upon the bosom of his mother. In the closest contact of human soul with human soul, when all the atmosphere of thought was rosy with love. Again and yet again on the far horizon would be the dun, lurid flame of unrest shoot for a moment through the enchanted air, and Psyche would not know that not yet had she reached her home. As I thought this I lifted my eyes, and saw those of my wife and Connie fixed on mine, as if they were reproaching me for saying in my soul that I could not be quite at home with them. Then I said in my heart, "Come home with me, beloved. There is but one home for us all. When we find, in proportion as each of us finds, that home, shall we be gardens of delight to each other, little chambers of rest, galleries of pictures, wells of water." Again, what was this home? God himself, his thoughts, his will, his love, his judgment, are man's homes. To think his thoughts, to choose his will, to love his loves, to judge his judgments, and thus to know that he is in us, with us, is to be at home. And to pass through the valley of the shadow of death is the way home, but only thus. That is, all changes have hitherto led us nearer to this home, the knowledge of God, so this greatest of all outward changes, for it is but an outward change, will surely usher us into a region where there will be fresh possibilities of drawing nigh in heart, soul, and mind to the Father of us. It is the father, the mother, that make for the child his home. Indeed, I doubt if the home idea is complete to the parents of the families themselves, when they remember that their fathers and mothers have vanished. At this point something rose in me, seeking utterance. "Won't it be delightful, wife," I began, "to see our fathers and mothers such a long way back in heaven?" But Ethelwyn's face gave so little response, that I felt at once how dreadful a thing it was not to have a good father or mother. I do not know what would have become of me but for a good father. I wonder how anybody ever can be good that has not had a good father. How dreadful not to be a good father or a good mother. Every father who is not good, every mother who is not good, just makes it as impossible to believe in God as it can be made. But he is our one good Father, and does not leave us, even should our fathers and mothers have thus forsaken us and left us without a witness. Here the evil odour of brick burning invaded my nostrils, and I knew that London was about us. A few moments after, we reached the station, where a carriage was waiting to take us to our hotel. Dreary was the change from the stillness and the sunshine of Kilkhaven to the fog and noise of London. But Connie slept better that night than she had slept for a good many nights before. After breakfast the next morning I said to Winnie, "I'm going to see Mr. Percival's studio, my dear. Have you any objection to going with me?" "No, papa," she answered, blushing. "I have never seen an artist's studio in my life." "Come along, then. Get your bonnet at once. It rains, but we shall take a cab, and it won't matter." She ran off, and was ready in a few minutes. We gave the driver directions, and set off. It was a long drive. At length he stopped at the door of a very common-looking house, in a very dreary-looking street, in which no man could possibly identify his own door except by the number. I knocked. A woman who looked at once dirty and cross, the former probably the cause of the latter, opened the door, gave a bare assent to my question whether Mr. Percival was at home, withdrew to her den with the words "second floor," and left us to find our own way up the 2 flights of stairs. This, however, involved no great difficulty. We knocked at the door of the front room. A well-known voice cried, "Come in," and we entered. Percival, in a short velvet coat, with his palette on his thumb, advanced to meet us cordially. His face wore a slight flush, which I attributed solely to pleasure, and nothing to any awkwardness in receiving us in such a poor place as he occupied. I cast my eyes round the room. Any romantic notions Wynnie might have indulged in concerning the marvel of a studio must have paled considerably at the first glance around Percivale's room. Plainly the abode, if not of poverty, then of self-denial, although I suspected both. A common room, with no carpet save a square in front of the fireplace, no curtains except a piece of something like drugget nailed flat across the lower half of the window to make the light fall from upwards, 2 or 3 horsehair chairs, nearly worn out, a table in the corner, littered with books and papers, a horrible lay figure, at the present moment dressed apparently for a scarecrow, a large easel on which stood a half-finished oil painting. These constituted almost the whole furniture of the room. With his pocket handkerchief, Percivale dusted one chair for Wynnie and another for me. Then, standing before us, he said, "This is a very shabby place to receive you in, Miss Walton, but it's all I've got. A man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things he possesses," I ventured to say. "Thank you," said Percivale. "I hope not. It is well for me it should not." "It is well for the richest man in England that it should not," I returned. "If it were not so, the man who could eat most would be the most blessed. There are people, even of my acquaintance, however, who seem to think it does." "No doubt. But happily their thinking so will not make it so even for themselves." "Have you been very busy since you left us, Mr. Percivale?" asked Wynnie. "Tolerably," he answered. "But I have not much to show for it. That on the easel is all. I hardly like to let you look at it, though." "Why?" asked Wynnie. "First, because the subject is painful. Next, because it is so unfinished that none but a painter could do it justice." "But why should you paint your subjects you would not like people to look at?" "I very much want people to look at them." "Why not us, then?" said Wynnie. "Because you do not need to be pained." "Are you sure it is good for you to pain anybody?" I said. "Good is done by pain, is it not?" he asked. "Undoubtedly. But whether we are wise enough to know when and where and how much is the question. Of course I do not make the pain my object, if it comes only as a necessary accompaniment." "That may alter the matter greatly," I said. "But still I am not sure that anything in which the pain predominates can be useful in the best way." "Perhaps not," he returned. "Will you look at the daub?" "With much pleasure," I replied, and we rose and stood before the easel. Percivale made no remark, but left us to find out what the picture meant. Nor had I long to look before I understood it, in a measure at least. It represented a garret room in a wretchedly ruinous condition. The plaster had come away in several places, and through between the laths in one spot hung the tail of a great rat. In a dark corner lay a man dying. A woman sat by his side, with her eyes fixed, not on his face, though she held his hand in hers, but on the open door, where in the gloom you could just see the struggles of 2 undertaker's men to get the coffin past the turn of the landing towards the door. Through the window there was one peep of blue sky, whence a ray of sunlight fell on the one scarlet blossom of a geranium in a broken pot on the window-sill outside. "I do not wonder you did not like to show it," I said. "How can you bear to paint such a dreadful picture?" "It is a true one. It only represents a fact." "All facts have not a right to be represented. Surely you would not get rid of painful things by huddling them out of sight?" "No, nor yet by gloating upon them. You will believe me that it gives me anything but pleasure to paint such pictures, as far as the subject goes," he said with some discomposure. "Of course, I know you well enough by this time to know that. But no one could hang it on his wall who would not either gloat on suffering or grow callous to it. Whence, then, would come the good I cannot doubt you propose to yourself as your object in painting the picture? If it had come into my possession, I would—" "Put it in the fire," suggested Percivale with a strange smile. "No, still less would I sell it. I would hang it up with a curtain before it, and only look at it now and then, when I thought my heart was in danger of growing hardened to the suffering of my fellow men, and forgetting that they need the Saviour. I could not wish it a better faith that would answer my end. Would it now? Is it not rather those who care little or nothing about such matters that you would like to influence? Would you be content with only one solitary person like me? And remember, I wouldn't buy it. I would rather not have it. I could hardly bear to know it was in my house. I am certain you cannot do people good by showing them only the painful. Make it as painful as you will, but put some hope into it, something to show that action is worth taking in the affair. From mere suffering people will turn away, and you cannot blame them. Every show of it, without hinting at some door of escape, only urges them to forget it all. Why should they be pained if it can do no good?" "For the sake of sympathy, I should say," answered Percivale. They would rejoin, "It's only a picture. Come along. No, give people hope, if you would have them act at all in anything." "I was almost hoping you would read the picture rather differently. You see there is a bit of blue sky up there, and a bit of sunshiny scarlet in the window." He looked at me curiously as he spoke. "I can read it so for myself, and have metamorphosed its meaning so. But you only put in the sky and scarlet to heighten the perplexity, and make the other look more terrible. Now I know that as an artist I have succeeded, however I may have failed otherwise. I did so mean it, but knowing you would dislike the picture, I almost hoped in my cowardice, as I said, that you would read your own meaning into it." Wynnie had not said a word. As I turned away from the picture, I saw that she was looking quite distressed, but whether by the picture or the freedom with which I had remarked upon it, I do not know. My eyes falling on a little sketch in the sepia, I began to examine it, in the hope of finding something more pleasant to say. I perceived in a moment, however, that it was nearly the same thought, only treated in a gentler and more poetic mode. A girl lying dying on her bed. A youth held her hand. A torrent of summer sunshine fell through the window, and made a lake of glory upon the floor. I turned away. "You like that better, don't you, papa?" said Wynnie tremulously. "It is beautiful, certainly," I answered; "and if it were only one, I should enjoy it, as a mood. But coming after the other, it seemed but the same thing more weakly embodied." I confess I was a little vexed, for I had got much interested in Percivale, for his own sake as well as for my daughter's, and I had expected better things from him. But I saw that I had gone too far. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Percivale," I said. "I fear I have been too free in my remarks. I know likewise that I am a clergyman, and not a painter, and therefore incapable of giving the praise which I have little doubt your art at least deserves. I trust that honesty cannot offend me, however much and justly it may pain me. But now I have said my worst, I should much like to see what else you have at hand to show me. Unfortunately I have too much at hand. Let me see." He strode to the other end of the room, where several pictures were leaning against the wall, with their faces turned towards it. From these he chose one, but, before showing it, fitted it into an empty frame that stood beside. He then brought it forward and set it on the easel. I will describe it, and then my reader will understand the admiration which broke from me after I had regarded it for a time. A dark hill rose against the evening sky, which shone through a few thin pines on its top. Along a road on the hillside 4 squires bore a dying knight, a man past the middle age. One behind carried his helm, and another led his horse, whose fine head only appeared in the picture. The head and countenance of the knight were very noble, telling of many a battle, and ever for the right. The last had doubtless been gained, for one might read victory as well as peace in the dying look. The party had just reached the edge of a steep descent from which you saw the valley beneath, with the last of the harvest just being reaped, while the shocks stood all about in the fields, under the place of the sunset. The sun had been down for some little time. There was no gold left in the sky, only a little dull saffron, but plenty of that lovely liquid green of the autumn sky, divided with a few streaks of pale rose. The depth of the sky overhead, which you could not see for the arrangement of the picture, was mirrored lovelily in a piece of water that lay in the centre of the valley. "My dear fellow," I cried, "why did you not show me this first, and save me from saying so many unkind things? Here is a picture to my own heart. It is glorious. Look here, Winnie," I went on. "You see it is evening. The sun's work is done, and he has set in glory, leaving his good name behind him in a lovely harmony of colour. The old knight's work is done too. His day has set in the storm of battle, and he is lying lapped in the coming peace. They are bearing him home to his couch and his grave. Look at their faces in the dusky light. They are all mourning for and honouring the life that is ebbing away. But he is gathered to his fathers like a shock of corn fully ripe, and so the harvest stands golden in the valley beneath. The picture would not be complete, however, if it did not tell us of the deep heaven overhead, the symbol of that heaven whither he who had done his work is bound. What a lovely idea to represent it by means of the water, the heaven embodying itself in the earth, as it were, that we may see it, and observe how that dusky hillside, and those tall, slender, mournful-looking pines, with that sorrowful sky between, lead thy eye and point the heart upward toward that heaven. It is indeed a grand picture, full of feeling, a picture and a parable. Footnote: This is a description, from memory only, of a picture painted by Arthur Hughes. I looked at the girl. Her eyes were full of tears, either called forth by the picture itself or by the pleasure of finding Percivale's work appreciated by me, who had spoken so hardly of the others. "I cannot tell you how glad I am that you like it," she said. "Like it!" I replied. "I am simply delighted with it, more than I can express. So much delighted that if I could have this alongside of it, I should not mind hanging that other, that hopeless garret, on the most public wall I have." "Then," said Wynnie bravely, though in a tremulous voice, "you confess, don't you, papa, that you were too hard on Mr. Percivale at first?" "Not too hard on his picture, my dear, and that was all he had yet given me to judge by. No man should paint a picture like that. You are not bound to disseminate hopelessness, for where there is hope there can be no sense of duty." "But surely, papa, Mr. Percivale has some sense of duty," said Wynnie in an almost angry tone. "Assuredly, my love. Therefore I argue that he has some hope, and therefore, again, that he has no right to publish such a picture." At the word publish, Percivale smiled. but Winnie went on with her defence. "But you see, papa, that Mr. Percival does not paint such pictures only. Look at the other." "Yes, my dear, but pictures are not like poems, lying side by side in the same book, so that the one can counteract the other. The one of these might go to the stormy Hebrides, and the other to the Vale of Avalon. But even then I should be strongly inclined to criticize the poem, whatever position it stood in, that had nothing, positively nothing, of the aura in it. Here let me interrupt the course of our conversation to illustrate it by a remark on the poem which has appeared within the last 12 months from the pen of the greatest living poet, and one who, if I may dare to judge, will continue the greatest for many, many years to come. It is only a little song. I stood on the tower in the wet. I have found few men who, whether from the influence of those prints which are always on the outlook for something to ridicule, or for some other cause, did not laugh at the poem. I thought and think it a lovely poem, although I am not quite sure of the transposition of words in the last 2 lines. But I do not approve of the poem just because there is no hope in it. It lacks that touch or hint of red which is essential, I think, to every poem as to every picture, the life-blood, the one pure colour. In his hopeful moods, let a man put on his singing robes and chant aloud the words of gladness or of grief, I care not which, to his fellows. In his hour of hopelessness, let him utter his thoughts only to his inarticulate violin, or in the evanescent sounds of any his other stringed instrument. Let him communicate with his own heart on his bed, and be still. Let him speak to God face to face, if he may, only he cannot do that and continue hopeless. But let him not sing aloud in such a mood into the hearts of his fellows, for he cannot do them much good thereby. If it were a fact there is no hope, it would not be a truth, no doubt. If it were a fact, it ought to be known. But who will dare be confident that there is no hope? Therefore I say, let the hopeless moods, at least, if not the hopeless men, be silent." "He could refuse to let the one go without the other," said Wynnie. "Now you are talking like a child, Wynnie, as indeed all partisans do at the best. He might sell them together, but the owner would part them. If you will allow me, I will come and see both the pictures again to morrow." Percival assured me of welcome, and we parted, I declining to look at any more pictures that day, but not till we had arranged that he should dine with us in the evening. End of chapter 12.
Volume 3, Chapter 13 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kimberly Krause. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 13. Home Again. I will not detain my readers with the record of the few days we spent in London. In writing the account of it, as in the experience of the time itself, I feel that I am near home, and grow the more anxious to reach it. I am growing a little anxious after another home too, for the house of my tabernacle is falling to ruins about me. What a word home is! To think that God has made the world so that you have only to be born in a certain place and live long enough in it to get at the secret of it, and henceforth that place is to you a home, with all the wonderful meaning in the word. Thus the whole earth is a home to the race, for every spot of it shares in that feeling. Some one of the family loves it as his home. How rich the earth seems when we so regret it, crowded with the loves of home. Yet I am now getting ready to go home, to leave this world of homes, to go home. When I reach that home, shall I even then seek yet to go home? Even then I believe I shall seek yet a warmer, deeper, truer home, in the deeper knowledge of God, in the truer love of my fellow man. Eternity will be, my heart and my faith tell me, a traveling homeward, but in jubilation and confidence and the vision of the well-beloved. When we had laid Connie once more in her own room, at least the room which since her illness had come to be called hers, I went up to my study. The familiar faces of my books welcomed me. I threw myself in my reading chair and gazed around me with pleasure. It felt so homely here. All my old friends, whom somehow I hoped to see some day, present there in the spirit, ready to talk with me any moment when I was in the mood, making no claim upon my attention when I was not. I felt as if I should like, when the hour should come, to die in that chair and pass into the society of the witnesses of that, in the presence of the tokens they have left behind them. I heard shouts on the stair, and in rushed the two boys. "Papa, papa!" they were crying together. "What is the matter?" "We found the big chest just where we left it." "Well, did you expect it would have taken itself off?" "But there's everything in it just as we left it." "Were you afraid then that the moment you left it, it would turn itself upside down and empty itself of all the contents on the floor?" They laughed, but apparently with no very keen appreciation for the attempt at a joke. "Well, papa, I did not think anything about it, but, there everything is as we left it." With this triumphant answer, they turned and hurried, a little abashed, out of the room. But not many moments elapsed before the sounds that arose from them were sufficiently reassuring as to the state of their spirits. When they were gone, I forgot my books in the attempt to penetrate and understand the condition of my boys' thoughts, and I soon came to see that they were right and I was wrong. It was the movement of that undeveloped something in us which makes it possible for us in everything to give thanks. It was the wonder of the discovery of the existence of law. There was nothing that they could understand a priori to necessitate the remaining of the things where they had left them. No doubt there was a reason in the nature of God why all things should hold together, whence springs the law of gravitation, as we call it. But as far as the boys could understand of this, all things might as well have been arranged for the flying asunder, so that no one could expect to find anything where he had left it. I began to see yet further into the truth that in everything we must give thanks, and whatever is not of faith is sin. Even the laws of nature reveal the character of God, not merely as regards their ends, but as regards their kind, being of necessity fashioned after ideal facts of his own being and will. I rose and went down to see if anybody was getting settled, and how the place looked. I found Ethel already going about the house as if she had never left it, and as we all had just returned from a long absence, she had to show us home hospitality. Winnie had vanished, but I found her by and by in the favorite haunt of her mother before her marriage, beside the little pond called the Bishop's Basin, of which I do not think I have ever told my readers the legend. But why should I mention it, for I cannot tell it now? The frost lay thick in the hollow when I went down there to find her. The branches, lately clothed with leaves, stood bare and icy around her. Ethelwyn and I had almost forgotten that there was anything out of that common in connection with the house. The horror of this mysterious spot had laid hold upon Wynnie. I resolved that night I would, in her mother's presence, tell her all the legend of the place, and the whole story of how I won her mother. I did so, and I think it made her trust us more. But now I left her there, and went to Connie. She lay in her bed, for her mother had got her hither at once, a perfect picture of blessed comfort. There was no occasion to be uneasy about her. I was so pleased to be home again, with such good hopes, that I could not rest, but went wandering everywhere, into places even which I had not entered for 10 years at least, and found fresh interest in everything, for this was home, and here I was. Now I fancy my readers looking forward to the end, and seeing what small amount of print is left, blaming me, some that I have aroused curiosity without satisfying it, others that I have kept them so long over a dull book with a lame conclusion. But out of a life one cannot always cut complete portions and serve them up in nice shapes. I am well aware that I have not told them the fate, as some of them would call it, either of my daughters. This I cannot develop now, even as far as it is known to me. But if it is any satisfaction to them to know this much, and it will be all that some of them mean by fate, I fear I might as well tell them now that Wynnie has been Mrs. Percival for many years, with a history well worth recounting, and that Connie has had a quiet, happy life for nearly as long as Mrs. Turner. She has never got strong, but has very tolerable health. Her husband watches her with the utmost care and devotion. My Ethelwyn is still with me. Harry is gone home. Charlie is a barrister of the Middle Temple, and Dora, I must not forget Dora. Well, I will say nothing about her fate, for good reasons. It is not quite determined yet. Meantime, she puts up with the society of her old father and mother, and is something else than unhappy, I fully believe. And Connie's baby? Ask one of the 10,000 readers. I have no time to tell you about her now, but as though you know her so little, it cannot be such a child to remain, for a time at least, unenlightened with regret to her fate. The only part of my history which could contain anything like incident enough to make it interesting in print, is a period I spent in London a few years after the time of which I have now been writing. But I am getting too old to regard the commencement of another history with composure. The labor of thinking into sequences, even the bodily labor of writing, grows more and more severe. I fancy I can think correctly still, but the effort necessary to express myself with corresponding correctness becomes, in prospect at least, something most appalling. I must therefore take leave of my patient reader, for surely every one who has followed me through all that I have here written well deserves the epithet. As if the probability that I shall write no more were a certainty, bidding him farewell with one word, "Friend, hope thou in God," and for a parting gift offering him a new, and I think a true rendering for the first verse of the 11th chapter of the Epistle to the Hebrews. Now faith is the essence of hopes, the trying of things unseen. Goodbye. The End. End of Volume 3, Chapter 13, and end of The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald.